Strange Tales from Liaozhai. Volume 3. Pu Songling. Table of Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. I collecting is believing. Source attributions and aesthetics in Pu Songling's Strange Tales. 2. A healthy respect for higher powers, venerated entities in Pu Songling's tales. The Tales. 167 The Drunkard. 168 Marquis Yang Guo. 169 The Zhao Cheng Tiger. 170 A Mantis Catches the Snake. 171 Martial Arts Skill. 172 The Little Man. 173 Scholar Qin. 174 Yetu. 175 The Wine Worm. 176 The Wooden Beauty. 177 Third Sister Feng. 178 A Fox Dream. 179 The Cloth Merchant. 180 The Farmer. 181 Zhang Aduan. 182 The Old Noodle Soup Woman. 183 Jin Yang Nian. 184 Huiguzi. 185 The Martial Graduate. 186 The Princess of West Lake. 187 The Filial Son. 188 The Lion. 189 The Hell King. 190 The Clay Statue. 191 The Woman from Chenzi. 192 The Faithful Dog. 193 The God of Poyang. 194 Wu Kaiyu. 195 Princess Lotus. 196 The Girl in Green. 197 The Li Clan. 198 Third Lady Lotus. 199 The Cursed Duck. 200 A Son of the Lu Clan. 201 The Respectful God. 202 Jing Shan the Monkey. 203 The Flow of Money. 204 Scholar Guo. 205 Jinshens. 206 Peng Haiqiu. 207 Geomancy. 208 The Dou Clan. 209 Liang Yan. 210 Dragon Meat. 211 The Lukeng Magistrate. 212 Majifu. 213 Kuixing. 214 General Shi. 215 The Crimson Princess. 216 The Scholar from Hejian. 217 Yun Quixian. 218 The Witch's Trance Dance. 219 The Iron Skin Method. 220 The Mighty Generacle. 221 The White Lotus Society. 222 The Yan Clan. 223 Old Man Du. 224 Zioxy. 225 The Hanging Ghost. 226 The Painter from Wu Men. 227 The Lin Family. 228 Elder Sister Hu. 229 Zihao. 233 Wolf Tales. 231 The Beauty's Head. 232 Lu Liangke. 233 Huifeng. 234 The Mountain God. 235 Seventh Sister Xiao. 236 Two Separations by War. 237 Living with Snakes. 238 The Thunder God. 239 Ling Jiao. 240 Hungry Ghost. 241 The Bureau of Examination Frauds. 242 Yama, the Hell King. 243 The Giant. 244 Xiang Gao. 245 Minister Dong. 246 Zhou III. 247 A Strange Matter Concerning Pigeons. 248 Nai Zheng. Works cited. Introduction. I collecting is believing. Source attributions and aesthetics in Pu Songling's Strange Tales. While I was preparing this volume, I was contacted by Li Haijun, a teacher and doctoral candidate at the Hunan University of Arts and Sciences, who's writing his dissertation on English translations of Pu Songling's Liaozhai Volume. In our ensuing exchanges, I asked Liaozhai, Teacher Li, why, in his opinion, there have been no previous translations into English of the entire collection of Pu Songling's stories. Examining the question from the perspective of Chinese scholars who might have translated the work into English, he proposed 4 contributing reasons. Translations are not treated equally in the Chinese academic community with articles or monographs. For the purpose of securing professional promotion, published articles or monographs that reflect a scholar's knowledge and interpretive acumen are more respected than translations as indicators of intellectual prowess. Most translators prefer converting English to Chinese rather than Chinese to English. Liaozhai indicates that translators view English to Chinese as the easier of the two, although he personally suspects that the profit motive drives this preference, since English to Chinese translation will reach a significantly wider audience in China and hence produce a larger profit for publishers. Most translators prefer translating bestsellers rather than classical texts. This, he notes, is due to linguistic, as well as economic, factors. The popular interest in classical texts is waning in China, and those scholars who are masters of both English and classical Chinese are, in his words, on the margin of extinction. Surveys that Li has conducted suggest that it is mostly senior translators, with a facility in classical Chinese and a love of traditional Chinese culture, who have worked on translating Pu's strange tales. The project is too large for scholars to undertake without funding support. This comes down to 2 essential risks implicit in such an undertaking: that the translation might not actually be completed, and that the eventual professional reward might not justify the necessary investment of time at the expense of other research and writing. I shared my impression with Liaozhai that these perspectives certainly have their analogues for scholars in the West. But I also recognized parallels in them to the experience of Pu Songling. In assembling his weird narratives without any anticipation of publication or remuneration, Pu was driven by a combination of a genuine fondness for his subject matter from the perspectives of reader and writer, and a scholarly dedication both to preserve the stories and to employ them as moral exempla. There are many potential explanations for the author's assertion that he is merely serving as collator of other individuals' strange stories. His preface modestly insists that I have written down what I heard, and this collection is the result 1:2. 1. And in his willing forfeiture of personal ownership/authorship of the narratives, he sometimes even refers to himself as Liaozhai, the name he adopted for the study, or writing studio, where he crafted the narratives. Pu Songling, 1640–1715, wrote the stories contained in the Liaozhai Volume, Strange Tales from Liaozhai, between 1671 and 1711, but died without any of them ever having been published. 2. Whatever motivated the extraordinarily large literary output of an individual who felt he'd been denied the opportunity to serve his country as a public servant, 1517, bar 88–91, and who spent the majority of his life working as a teacher, there can be little doubt of the utterly sincere love that Pu has for Zhigwai, or accounts of the strange that were conventionally more concerned with presenting the supernatural realm than with illustrating truths in the human world. Chan 197. The precursors of the Zhigwai were examples of the cosmographic genre, which Robert Ford Company has identified as lists of unusual or inexplicable phenomena that eventually evolved into short narratives. 21, developing during the Han Dynasty, 206 BC e 220 CE, and flourishing until the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, 618–907 CE. Take, for example, the summary of an entry in the records of the hidden and the visible worlds, Yuming Lu, written by Lu Yuqing, 403–44 CE. The bandit Ding Ling, perverse by nature and lacking a faithful heart, shot the face of a large, bronze Buddha image with an arrow. The statue ran blood, which remained visible despite people's efforts to wipe it off. Ding ordered 500 of his strongest men to topple the statue so that it could be melted down for weapons. But a noise like a peal of thunder issued from the statue's mouth, and the men all fell terrified to the ground. Many afterwards converted to Buddhism. As for Ding Ling, he later grew ill, then was executed. Company 332, Sejong 1ff. Lu includes this entry because it records supernatural phenomena, the bleeding statue, the thunderous response to attempts to topple it, yet it is elaborated with certain details that move it in a specifically didactic direction. To establish his essential wickedness and to justify his later suffering, Ding is portrayed as perverse by nature and lacking in a faithful heart. The bleeding of the Buddha effigy humanizes it, eliciting sympathy for its wounding and antipathy for Ding's cruelty, and description of an entity sufficiently powerful to cause 500 strong men to collapse in terror persuades many of those men to convert to Buddhist belief. In terms of rhetorical objectives, the entry has a dual function. It warns implicitly against treating sacred effigies irreverently, while also testifying to the corporeal tangibility of Buddhist manifestation and hence to the prudence of investing one's faith in the Buddha. Drawing upon a structure embedded in the traditions of the cosmographic lists and the Zhigwai, Pu Songling frequently sets up a direct correspondence between the personal characteristics of his characters and the fates they experience. Characters identified as negative in their opening descriptions are most often the subjects of retribution by the conclusions of the tales. Described as a worthless fellow who is completely immoral, Xie Zhongtiao, the Li clan Li Shi, commits a virtual rape of a woman who subsequently proves to be a shapeshifter and brings disaster down on Xie that destroys his family. Lu Zishuan, a son of the Lu clan Lu Shizai, who spoils the son on whom he dotes, unintentionally encourages him to lead an extravagantly dissolute life, and consequently suffers from the son's tantrums even after the young man dies. The Lukang magistrate, Lu Ling, described by Pu as heartlessly greedy and cruel, notorious for the fatally harsh punishments he metes out, is himself eventually condemned by an invisible representative from the underworld judiciary. Yet the relation between personal traits and consequent destiny can be a constructive one as well, as Pu's homiletic design also recognizes the potential influence of positive reinforcement. An artist, the painter from Wumen Huigong, who is devoted to making portraits of Patriarch Lu, one of the legendary 8 immortals of Daoism, always wishes he could meet the immortal he admires so greatly. His devotion is rewarded with a dream that inspires a special painting, one that grants him instant success, though of an extremely temporary nature. The moral lessons implicit in the precursors of strange tales from Liaozhai are made explicit by Pu Songling in the postscripts that he appends to many of the tales. Regarding them, Pu concedes in his preface to the collection that my enthusiasm gets away from me and sometimes my comments are out of control. Basically, I just can't restrain these remarks. I always express my feelings, since I feel no need to hide them. 1:2-3. This confession of being out of control isn't so much a disclaimer as a signifier of his genuine passion for the work. As Judith T. Zeitlin has noted, folly, madness, and obsession are exalted values in the late Ming cult of feeling, Qing, whose influence permeates the Liaozhai. 47. Thus while Pu sympathizes with the ire of the title hero of Xiang Gao, who's ready to sacrifice his life in order to achieve revenge for the brutal murder of his brother, Xiang Sheng, indeed, the world's injustices are more than enough to make one boil with anger. He unrestrainedly cheers the fact that Xiang Gao receives aid from a deity disguised as a Daoist priest. The Daoist immortal's magic was godlike. Jaroslav Prek believes that the strongly personal note in Pu's preface and in his commentaries on the stories shows that the author has embodied personal feelings and experiences in his work. 129. Thinking, perhaps, of the tales comprising his Liaozhai Ji, Pu notes in A Strange Matter Concerning Pigeons, Ji, that objects of fascination are usually attracted to the individuals who favor and collect them. As he so often does in his commentaries, however, here he transforms the kind of rationale any collector or hobbyist might propose, to defend a particular enthusiasm, into social criticism. Regarding money, it's significant that there are more people who love it than who collect it, which may explain why the spirits and gods are angered by greediness, not by obsession. In his commentaries on the strange tales, Pu Songling openly asserts a love of narratives that recount the inexplicable and the extraordinary, his emotional honesty signifying unambiguously the benevolent motive a collector's obsession driving his work. Besides featuring allusions to other literary works, and to individuals known to Chinese literary cultural history, Pu demonstrates his dedication both to scholarly precision and to the aesthetics of the archivist/collector by explicitly acknowledging many of his sources for the tales. Just as the structure preceding his postscripts identifies him as the collector of these strange tales, Yi Shi Shi, modeled on famed historiographer Sima Qian's preface to the personal remarks he appends to segments of his narrative history, Pu Songling's preface tells us that men from all four corners of China who share my enthusiasm for the unusual have sent me stories by post. 1:2. The Willow Spring, Lu Chuan, site near Zibo, where Pu set up a thatched shed so travelers might stop and swap stories for tea, continues to be venerated even today. Charles E. Hammond has argued that the variant versions of the stories and strange tales from Liaozhai that appear in subsequent collections by other authors are not simply a reflection of intertextuality or of homage, but rather proof that many of the stories circulated among the scholars who recorded them. This suggests that the authors did not invent all their material, and hence readers can take Pu Songling's word when he names sources for particular narratives. 209.3. The attributions that Pu assigns generally reflect one or both of two designating characteristics. They employ explicit cues, notated in modern editions with quotation marks, to signify verbatim reporting of a tale or anecdote, most likely taken from the letters he mentions in his preface, and / or they function primarily to denote the breadth of the circle of his acquaintances, ranging from humble scholars to individuals in prestige positions of responsibility/respectability. Among the stories in this volume that contain explicit source attribution, for example, are The Wooden Beauty, Mudiao Myron, which consists entirely of the first-person testimony of a businessman named Bai Yugong, The Flow of Money, Qian Lu, which recounts in urban legend style an eyewitness account that a man named Lu Zhongjiu reports having heard from a servant. Pu notes that he heard the story of the Ming scholar Lu Liangke, from a man named Hui Liren, from Jinan. The final sentence of Seventh Sister Xiao Qi, is the attribution that Dong Yufa told me all about this. Showing evidence of both designating characteristics, Dragon Meat, Long Row, quotes the words of court historian Zhang Yuxuan, though Pu is careful in it not to cite any first-person pronouns or references. He provides the first three sentences of the tale as verbatim comments from Zhang, while he paraphrases the portion asserting that Zhang himself has tasted dragon meat. This seems to reflect a sense of courtesy, or a politic propriety, on Pu's part, but it also raises the question of whether the authors of other letters reporting strange phenomena might have requested that he not identify them by name as the individuals reporting details. And since the majority of Pu's most elaborate narratives are neither presented verbatim nor attributed to specific individuals, one wonders whether similar requests might have been made by individuals who reported their accounts verbally to him. 4. Those attributions that denote Pu's associations with admirable individuals also seem to perform the related subsidiary service of facilitating subtle self-promotion. In A Fox Dream, Hu Meng, his friend, Bai Yan, finds that after reading Pu's story Qing Feng, C1:160-8, about a fox, he'd often looked forward very much to meeting one of them. After Bai does meet a fox girl, she finally asks him how he thinks she compares with Qing Feng. "You pretty much exceed her," he replied. "I'm afraid I'm no match for her," she told him. "But Liaozhai and you are literary friends, so please trouble him to write a biographical sketch of me, for if not, in 1,000 years no one will love and remember me as you do." Perhaps this is merely Pu's testament to Bai's own imagination as he records the precise date of Bai's recounting of the story, and then remarks to his friend, "A fox like this would bring honor to Liaozhai's writings, but it certainly also expresses the literary ambition of creating a work that would last 1,000 years. The connection between the stories The Respectful God, Shang Xian, and Jing Shan the Monkey, Ho Jing Shan, advances the objective of self-promotion while also providing an element of professional rationalization. The former features Pu's friend, Gao Jiwen, who like Pu Songling was never appointed to an official position, yet Jiwen's uncle, Gao Heng, was a prominent public figure who held a number of influential imperial appointments in his career. When Jiwen falls sick while traveling with Pu, two male Gao relatives, including Jiwen's uncle, Gao Heng, go to visit a fox fairy who's reputed to be a healer, to secure medicine for him. The incident brings Pu into contact with the eminent Gao Heng, and hence it is that he can presume to write to him, soliciting any extraordinary accounts he might have to offer. Thus he opens Jing Shan the monkey with a direct quote from Gao Heng, identified as Minister of Personnel, to preface the tale of a Ming Dynasty-era encounter between Gao's grandfather and the monkey immortal who went by the name of Jing Shan. There can be little doubt that it was both impressive to others and personally satisfying for Pu to include such a notable figure as one of his respondents. 5. While he ordinarily appears merely as an eyewitness, listener, or recorder in the stories where he inserts himself as a first-person narrator, Zeitlin 132, Pu Songling's talent for artistic invention is unambiguously displayed in The Crimson Princess, Zhang Fei, where he becomes the hybrid protagonist that so many of his stories champion, the scholar as hero. Pu reports that in a dream he had sometime in 1683–84, the title's princess, who identifies herself as the goddess of flowers, summoned him to draft a call to arms for all the plants to join together in opposing their traditional enemy, the wind, also a feminized deity. After modestly agreeing to do so, and in the intimidating presence of a number of individuals crowded together behind me to look over my shoulder, he composes the document that represents 2/3 of the entire story, claiming that although I've forgotten the majority of the words I wrote for the call to arms, here are enough to suggest the substance of the full document. Playing on the word for wind, feng, Pu includes an exhaustive list of the wind's crimes against plants and humans, addressing the manuscript to the Feng clan, employing similes, metaphors, and a cornucopia of allusions to other writers, historical figures, folkloric beliefs, and mythic characters. Through all of it, he maintains the tone of a martial manifesto directed against an oppressive enemy, concluding that once the green world unites, they will extinguish the wind's arrogance, and for 1,000 years, the injustices that she has done the flowers will be cleared away, her tyranny will be destroyed, dispelling forever the sound of the wind's anger. Besides celebrating Pu's cleverness, the dream narrative also functions as canny praise of his employer, Bai Jiu, since the adventure was inspired while Pu was lodging at Capacious Hall, property belonging to Bai. Noting that ghost stories, and supernatural tales generally, often reflect society's dirty secrets in their accounts of injustice and inequality, Patricia Sawin also observes that they can also be read as empowerment narratives, tools for addressing the intolerable stresses of life, particularly vis-a-vis one's attempts to accept the fact of having to serve or to be made to feel inferior to individuals who are less hardworking and moral than the storyteller. 99, 134. Pu Songling's strange tales operate on similarly metaphorical and literal levels. Whether employing allegory, fable, or parable as the vehicles for his moral lessons, Pu was determined to expose all official abuses he knew of and to lash out at social injustice without reservation. Chong and Chong 116, using his stories as the vehicles to right wrongs, even if only figuratively, since he was denied the authority of a public official that would have allowed him to carry out reforms personally. Thus he recognizes the equalizing power of narratives involving the extraordinary and the weird, where he can create worlds in which positive qualities are rewarded and wickedness is punished, where worthy scholars can demonstrate their worth despite challenges like poverty, or successfully resist powerful though corrupt individuals. Ultimately, however, the driving force behind Pu's collection of stories is his sincere devotion to the aesthetic of strangeness itself, to valuing what is uncanny and inexplicable. And reminding us that reading enables us to participate in what cannot be explained, and may only be experienced in our individual imaginations, is perhaps the greatest personal legacy left to us by the collector of these strange tales. Notes. 1. See the discussion of motives behind Pu Songling's ambivalent withdrawal from the position of author in the Volume 1 essay, The Mystery of the Disappearing Artist, Pu Songling's voice and persona in the stories, XIXXII. That there is reason to suspect something other than simple modesty at work here is perhaps most persuasively demonstrated in the assessment of Chun Shu Chong and Shelley Su Lun Chong that Pu is possibly the most prolific writer in Chinese literary history. They attribute to him 1,295 poems, 119 song lyrics, 20 musical dramas, 100 folk songs, 524 essays, 15 encyclopedias and handbooks, and 500 short stories. 1. 2. Lanciotti notes that Pu completed the collection in 1679, but continued revising them for years, adding that the first known printing, dated 1766, was based on a manuscript copy owned by the prefect Zhao Qijiao, 72, with critical notes appended by Pu's poet friend, Wang Shichen. 3. Moreover, the very fact that Pu's stories refer to specific witnesses, or to specific participants in the events described in the stories, encapsulates the stories as credible accounts. Hammond 208. 4. This consequently raises the possibility of selective amnesia on Pu's part, or ascription of it to others, to protect the anonymity of his sources who request it. This could account for certain vague references as at the end of Two Separations by War, Luan Li Ers, when Pu equivocally refers to his source, and to a character in the story, an official responsible for dealing with production and distribution of salt, by noting that it's a pity that the storyteller has forgotten his name, though maybe someone in Shaanxi can recall it. On the other hand, there are also stories that make one wonder why the individual being cited didn't request anonymity. In Yama, the Hell King, Yan Luo, a fellow Shandong resident, Su Gongxing, informs Pu that there were nights when he became Yama, the Hell King. Su additionally reports a brief exchange of conversation with a scholar named Ma, who also supposedly moonlighted as Yama. While it is a convention of the Hell King's mythology for mortals to be called upon occasionally for such duty, see Justice After Death, Pu Songling and the tradition of the Hell King 2xxvi, it seems either extremely prideful or unbalanced to disclose this, even to a collector of strange tales. 5. Attributions in the stories may also operate as rationalization for his failure to achieve a more prominent public status. The story of scholar Qin Sheng, describes the miraculous resuscitation, by a fox immortal, of the title's scholar, who dies after drinking poisoned wine. If intertextuality is a sort of synthesis between elements recognized in some pre-existing, external text and the details in a text that a writer is creating, and metatextuality is a commentary on some pre-existing, external text, then hypertextuality, according to Gerard Genet, is an extension, or elaboration, of that external, pre-existing text. 10-12. In an example of hypertextual extension within scholar Qin, then, Pu opens a new narrative, as the second half of the story, with the words, "I was a friend of Chu Xingsu, a successful civil service examination candidate who was addicted to wine." The friend descriptor makes Pu sound sympathetic, but the narrative tells how Chu was so desperate for wine that when he'd finished all of it in the house, he subsequently drained the family's store of vinegar, allowing Pu to connect the two halves of the story by declaring that vinegar, like poisoned wine, can be passed around, too. Chu Xingsu may have been more publicly successful than Pu, but the author portrays him as a pathetic alcoholic. 2. A healthy respect for higher powers, venerated entities in Pu Songling's tales. The spiritual world of Pu Songling's tales seems to have much more in common with the heavily populated ancient pantheons of Greece, Rome, Northern Europe, and Mesopotamia, than with the monotheistic cultures of the West in the 17th and 18th centuries. Undoubtedly this is related to China's traditionally agrarian culture, as veneration of local deities and benevolent spirits reinforced the people's sense of place and kept them connected to the land. The invention of agriculture itself is credited to four deities: Haoji, the god of grains; Hutu, the god of the earth; Sheneng, the divine husbandman; and Shujun, the god of tilling, who collectively started the technologies of sowing and cultivating, and invented a variety of farm tools, Yang and 70. The first two of the four appear in the classic of mountains and seas, Shanhai Jing, an important mythological sourcebook assembled between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE, and sometimes attributed to Han Dynasty court historian and archivist Liu Xin. It lists the greatest number of mythical figures of all ancient Chinese classical texts, including altogether 204 greater and lesser deities, demigods, and superhuman figures, both male and female, virile XXIII. It would be a mistake to infer from this that the Chinese veneration of a wide variety of entities is simply a matter of cultural primitivism or superstition. Quite the opposite, as early as the Han Dynasty, writers like Wang Chong, c. 19–90 CE, were debunking belief in the literal reality of spirit manifestations. Wang cites no less an authority than Confucius himself. Confucius buried his mother at Fang. Later there was a heavy rain and the grave mound collapsed. When Confucius heard of this he wept bitterly and said, "The ancients did not repair graves, and he never repaired it. If the dead had consciousness then they would surely be angry that people did not repair their graves," and Confucius, realizing this, would accordingly have repaired the grave in order to please his mother's spirit. Birch 90. In keeping with his narrative's implicit moral structure, good is rewarded, evil punished, and any deviation from this formula is explicitly lamented in the author's commentaries. Pu Songling introduces greater and lesser deities, demigods, and superhuman figures, both male and female, into his tales variously to serve as the agents of justice and retribution, to instill humility by reminding characters of their mortal limitations, and to indicate where flaws in human institutions end. Bureaucracies are mirrored even by entities beyond the mundane realm. Emphasizing the importance of the land and its resources, Chinese people since antiquity have made sacrifices to local mountains and waterways, to encourage harvests and to solicit for rain. Bonnefoy 238. The Confucian Book of Rites, Liji, even codifies the rituals associated with such sacrifices, specifying roles for the populace at large, for noble persons, and even for the emperor, e.g., Lao 213–17. Confucius believed that public rituals of this sort promoted solidarity among the people. The local veneration of what we might call gods of place applies the same logic. Such figures perform a unifying function as the people show respect for them through acts of obeisance and also supplicate them to serve as protectors/advocates, a practice certainly not limited to rural areas, as the temples to city gods that I've visited in places like Tian and Yuncheng, where the latter's city god is a salt deity, associated with the nearby salt lakes, amply testify. Veneration of gods of place also serves as an assertion of local pride, nurturing respect and stewardship for the natural resources of one's community. Showing sincere obeisance for such entities often produces positive effects in Pu's strange tales. Dizanqian, the god of Poyang, Poyang Shen, stops at a temple as he's preparing to cross Poyang Lake and shows respect for a local deity. As a consequence, he receives some unanticipated assistance during a storm on the lake that threatens the lives of his family. Lest people believe such entities simply exist to be appeased, that is, bribed into acceding to supplicants' requests, however, Pu's stories occasionally simply assert the spontaneous intercession of such figures into the lives of human beings who fail to show proper respect for the realms with which the entities are associated. Hiker Li Huidu is treated to wine in the mountain god, Dali Jiangjun, by raucous fellow travelers, for example, but when the god of the mountain approaches the group in human form, the travelers revert to their normal state, and Li learns to his consternation why the wine he was drinking tasted so astringent. Richard von Glan has observed that Confucius' famous pronouncement that one should revere the spirits, but keep one's distance from them probably reflects the common sentiment of an age. 33. A spiritual uncertainty that translated into respect for the power of a wide variety of spirits. 1. This became a tool of dynastic ideology, as Chinese mythology in a broad sense was transformed into history by scholars whose main concern was to teach an ethics and an art of government, and who did so by referring to models that they sought in early antiquity. Bonnefoy 233. It's not surprising, then, to see the spirit of a famous assassin suddenly appear in Naizheng, to intimidate and chastise Prince Liu for immoral behavior. But Pu Songling tends to be much more versatile in his presentation of spirits and deities. He draws upon the myth of Hime, the toilet god, to foreground the malfeasance of an evil fox spirit and elder sister Hu Daegu, and to indicate the consequences of unwitting veneration for the fearful respect that Yu Yuju's family shows the fox is condemned by a magician named Li Chenjiao as virtual obeisance. Scholar Tao Wangsan, Zioxi, falls in love with two female ghosts, and when one of them is kidnapped by a spirit official working for the local city god, Tao threatens to attack his image and trample it into the mud, reminding readers of the localization of spiritual power represented by the effigies in temples and monasteries, but also suggesting that official corruption can occur anywhere, even in the superhuman world. On a benevolent note, Pu draws upon the example of the divine title character in Peng Haiqiu, and the kindnesses that he shows scholar Peng Hogu, to raise the rhetorical question in his closing commentary: lions, elephants, cranes, and even the rock know to nurture those of their species, so how can we think that the immortals have no love for humanity? The focus in the tales may be upon what is specifically strange in them, but Pu continually places them in contexts that impart moral lessons and challenge intellectual complacency. Like Aesop and other fabulists of literary history, Pu Songling also employs creatures from the natural world, though they often appear anthropomorphic, since the animal spirits possess shape-shifting ability to communicate his homilies and behavioral models. Snakes' common association with metamorphosis and duplicity in Chinese folklore is due to their mutant nature. They slough their skin, live in water or tunnel beneath the ground, and move constantly between land and water. Sturks 177. It's no surprise, then, that a snake spirit posing as an Yuyu's beloved in Huiguzi, almost succeeds in killing him, yet An's earlier act of kindness is repaid by a river deer spirit he'd rescued from hunters. The spirit sacrifices its own immortality to resuscitate An, prompting Pu to declare in his commentary on the story, when it comes to repaying a debt of gratitude sincerely, even going so far as to sacrifice one's own life, people should feel ashamed by the selfless examples of the wild creatures. The alligators emerging in the spring like a rain-bringing dragon from its muddy lair in the Yangtze and Lake region was familiar to the Chinese of antiquity, Schaeffer 217, and hence it was important as the harbinger of a particular phase in the cycle of nature. Chen Baijiao, in The Princess of West Lake, 11 Huzhu, is moved to take pity on an alligator that has been shot with an arrow and captured, so he applies some medicine to the wound and then releases the creature. In the course of the story, he receives rich compensation for the good karma generated by this act of mercy, and Pu points out in his closing commentary that it is Chen's empathy with a suffering fellow being that has been repaid. But not all such thoughtfulness is immediately rewarded, suggesting Pu believes that one should act righteously simply because it is the right thing to do. Do Su compassionately takes the title character in Princess Lotus, Lian Hua Gongju, under his protection in a dream, and upon waking he constructs a new nest for a large colony of bees, thereby helping to deliver them from an enemy that had threatened their survival. While noting that popular Buddhism in medieval China specifically ministered to the welfare and mundane concerns of commoners, hence including belief in the Pure Land in the West, one of the four major sects in Chinese Buddhism, the Pure Land sect taught that everyone, not solely the educated elite, can obtain enlightenment via faith, and the worship of Buddhist saints, such as Guanyin and Amit Auz. Zhenjun Zhang also describes essential elements of popular Buddhism that are pervasive throughout Pu's stories, the belief in karmic retribution, and the belief in Buddhist hells. 12. In his stories that address post-mortem judgment in the underworld, Pu Songling often focuses not on the central deliberative figure in the underworld, the Hell King too, but instead on the concerns and responses of the functionaries, ghostly clerks and messengers, demonic officers working within the underworld bureaucracy to carry out the commands of the Hell King, summoning individuals to be judged. Thus the protagonist in The Cloth Merchant, Zhu Chong, strikes up a friendship with a clerk, unaware that the clerk has come to bring him before the Hell King. When the merchant learns the truth and begs for his friend to spare him, the clerk explains that he can simply collect the other individuals on his list first, giving the merchant time to dispose of his worldly resources so he can have a bridge constructed in the mortal world, since every passerby will benefit from it, and that act of generosity itself saves the merchant, since his name is consequently crossed off the Hell King's register. However, these tactics tend not to work for individuals who are neither sincere about them nor deserving of clemency. Such is the case for Miao Yongding in The Drunkard, Zhi Kuang, who faces the consequences both of trying to evade deserved punishment for his abusive alcoholic behavior by offering bribes, and of failing to deliver on the compensation he promised the Hell King's messenger in order to be released from the underworld. The heartlessly cruel magistrate, Song Guoying, the Lukang magistrate Liu Ling, so viciously and dispassionately orders the flogging deaths of people unable to pay their taxes that his actions provoke the direct intervention from an agent of the underworld, who remains invisible and silent to everyone but Song, till the magistrate subsequently dies of mysterious causes. Pu's Hell King narratives always reinforce the karmic lesson that one must reform one's behavior or suffer the consequences for it. There is certainly nothing sectarian about Pu Songling's depiction of the deities of Buddhism and Daoism, which is in keeping with his eclectic enthusiasm for all things beyond the mundane. Just as he open-mindedly depicts practices associated with folk beliefs that aren't part of a pre-existing religious system, like in the witch's trance dance Tiao Shen or the iron skin method Tai Bushan Fa, or presents figures from traditional Chinese mythology, like the thunder god Lei Gong, a punitive entity tasked with destroying wicked individuals, with no less respect than that accorded more conventional deities, reverence for all things strange, the central aesthetic of Pu's story collection, also characterizes his portrayals of figures from the Daoist goddess, the Queen Mother of the West, to Kuxing, the god of literature. 3 The most popular Buddhist deity of the Pure Land sect, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, is referenced in her capacity as goddess of mercy in The Respectful God, Shang Xian, when relatives of Pu's friend, Gao Jiwen, visit a fox fairy so they can solicit another deity to procure some medicine for them. And that deity in turn offers to go to the abode of Guanyin and request some of her medicine, since hers will cure any illness. The Gao's respect for all three deities is what assures their success. Similarly, scholar Hu Dachen's mother, a devout Buddhist, always urges him to do obeisance whenever he passes a Guanyin temple on the way to school. Thus when he's separated from his wife, the title character of Ling Jiao, due to wartime chaos, and is eventually reunited with her thanks to the intervention of an older woman, they come to realize that she had actually been the goddess Guanyin in human form. From this point forward, their devotion to Guanyin, including the chanting of scriptures, became even more pious. A parallel respect for the Three Kingdoms era historical hero, Guan Yu, d. 219 CE, deified as Guangong or Guandi, the god of war, means in the witch's trance dance that his very name can be used to authorize the exercise of power by women performing ritual dances. Daoists in particular revere Guangong for his bold and principled spirit, and I found it interesting to discover when I visited his gravesite in Haizhu that a Daoist statue of him as a mountain spirit had been placed in a cavern as part of the resort being constructed at the top of the mountain. That's because Guangong is also associated with Cai Shen, the god of wealth. The mountain, consequently, is a particularly auspicious site for a resort. Government Minister Dong Qai, Minister Dong Gongzi, is very nearly decapitated, but intervention by Guangong means that not only does he remain attached to his head, but his intended murderers are themselves dispatched by the deity, leading Pu to comment that there have been many signs of Guangong's divine intervention, but none so strange as this. In Strange Tales from Liaozhai, prudence seems to dictate the wisdom of remaining respectful towards all entities outside the mortal realm, but for Pu Songling this is less a matter of calculated canniness than passionate exuberance and empathy. After all, as he informs us in his preface to the collection, the only ones who truly know me are those spirits of the green woods and of the dark spaces we cannot pass. Notes 1. For the sake of comparison, consider the Katsina, or Kakina, entities that to the Hopi indigenous American people represent the hundreds of spirit beings who are associated with rain, clouds, and the dead ancestors of Hopis, Pillstone 43. The Hopi see unity in this plurality, hence the dancers who portray these beings in ritual dances are also considered Katsina, while Katsina masks are never referred to as such by Hopis, rather they are known as friends. Pillstone 45. Rather than reading the proliferation of spirit entities as reminders of the limitations of human power, the Hopi construe them as allies, reinforcing their connection to the land, making their relationship to them reminiscent of the veneration accorded Chinese gods of place. 2. For a discussion of the function of the Hell King in strange tales from Liaozhai, particularly in the sense that Yama is used to represent all of the individual judge kings in the underworld, see the Volume 2 essay, Justice After Death, Pu Songling and the Tradition of the Hell King, XXIXXIX. In this present volume, the Hell King makes a number of personal appearances, in the Hell King, Yan Wang, where he punishes a jealous wife who tortured her husband's concubine by stabbing needles into her intestines when she gave birth, by having the wife nailed to a door. In General Shi Jiangjun, the formerly loyal officer who launched a secret attack against the emperor is visited in a dream by the Hell King, who angrily orders demons to pour boiling water on Shi's feet, so he wakes up in agony, succumbs to malaria, and dies confessing his treachery. And in the Bureau of Examination Frauds, Cao Bai Si, where the empty belly king of the ghosts, an abusive department chief in the underworld's bureau devoted specifically to detecting and punishing cheating by scholars, a subject that was particularly painful for Pu Songling, who was unjustly accused of plagiarism at one point, and who repeatedly witnessed less deserving scholars receive the government appointments he was denied, is exposed by an honest scholar, and horrifically punished by the Hell King. 3. This respect, however, can also be manipulated for satirical effect, as in Hungry Ghost, Igui, where Zhu Maer, a corrupt, elderly official who has always punished with disproportionate severity, and hence didn't have a single sincere friend, is mocked by a certain madcap scholar who leaves a shrine effigy, molded in the likeness of Maer for the official to discover. This mockery, with its inference that Zhu Maer flatters himself by imagining that he wields godlike power, drives him to such extreme anger that his health's deterioration is accelerated. The Tales. 167. The Drunkard. Miao Yongding was a Beigong scholar from Jiangxi province. He was accustomed to drinking wine to excess, so his relatives generally avoided him. Occasionally, he went to visit his uncle's family. Miao had a comic personality and was good at telling jokes, so when guests in his uncle's home began chatting with him, they were quite amused, and they all ended up carousing together. But Miao became drunk and started behaving irrationally, cursing the guests quite uncongenially. Then the guests became angry and started making an uproar. Miao's uncle had to speak with each of the people, to try to placate them. Miao complained that his uncle was just taking the guests' side against him, angrily blaming his uncle for the troublemaking. There was nothing his uncle could do, so he quickly sent word to Miao's family about it. When some of his family members arrived, they helped up the drunken Miao and took him home. As they laid him on his bed, his limbs felt cold and numb. Just as they were touching him, he suddenly stopped breathing. When Miao died, a man in a black cap appeared, bound him up and dragged him away. In a short while, they arrived at a public office, decorated with white and blue-green tiles, and it seemed to Miao that no place else in the world could be compared to it. They came to the bottom of some steps, like they were waiting to see some government minister. Miao thought to himself, the guests must have filed a suit against me for brawling with them. Underscore 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 un. Beigong scholar. Such a scholar received designation as a graduate for preeminence, Hooker 359, and was admitted to the Directorate of Education on the basis of recruitment examinations held every 3 to 5 years in addition to those students who were nominated by local officials, local schools, etc. 251. When he looked back at the black-capped man, he saw that the man's furious eyes looked like those of an ox, so he didn't dare ask him any questions. However, he began to reckon to himself, since it was a Beigong scholar quarreling with someone, perhaps my crime won't be considered very serious. Suddenly in the hall a clerk delivered the announcement that the cases of those being sued would be heard in the office the following morning. Consequently, many people in the hall began leaving, like a stampede of birds and beasts. Miao followed after the man with the black cap as he left the hall, since he couldn't go home to spend the night, sheepishly ducking his head as he stood underneath the eaves of the hall. The black-capped man said to him angrily, "Wine drove you crazy, you good for nothing. The sun's about to set, everyone's leaving to find a place to sleep and something to eat, but where will you go?" Miao trembled and replied, "I still don't know what's happening, I can't tell my family members where I am, and I have no traveling expenses, so how could I possibly return home to my village?" "You drunken fool," declared the man in the black cap. "If it was for wine, you'd have the money to spend. If you talk back to me again, I'll pound you, you drunkard." Miao just hung his head and didn't dare make a sound. At that moment a man walked out through the doorway from which they'd just exited, and when he saw Miao, he seemed shocked and demanded, "What are you doing here?" Miao looked carefully at the man and realized it was his mother's brother. The uncle's name was Jie, and he had died several years earlier. When Miao saw him, he suddenly began to understand with even greater fear and sorrow that he, too, had died, so he turned to his uncle and tearfully cried, "Uncle, save me." Jie looked at the black-capped man and said, "Your honor, the messenger of the Hell King, is no stranger to me, so please step into my humble house." The messenger and Miao then went inside with him. Jie bowed repeatedly to the black-capped man, obsequiously trying to solicit special care for his nephew. Shortly, Jie had some food and drink brought out, then sat them in a circle so they could drink together. "What business involving my nephew," Jie asked, "has necessitated bothering you to drag him here?" The black-capped man replied, "The Hell King was traveling to meet with the Fuluo god, and on his way he observed your nephew crazily haranguing others, so he sent me to seize him and bring him here." "Has His Majesty investigated him yet?" asked Gu. "He's still meeting with the Fuluo god, so he hasn't returned home yet." Then Jie asked, "For what crime is my nephew supposed to be sentenced?" "I don't know," the man replied. "But the Hell King is quite angry with people like him." Miao kept to the side and heard the two men's words, trembling in fear and sweating, so rattled that he couldn't even pick up a cup or chopsticks. Soon, the black-capped man stood up, and thanked Jie, saying, "I've enjoyed your generous pourings of wine so much that I'm already drunk. Hence I'll have to entrust your nephew to you. I'll return home alone and visit you tomorrow." Then he left. Jie told Miao, "You have no other brothers, so your father and mother love you as their greatest treasure, and often just can't bear to scold you. When you were 16 or 17, whenever you'd drink several cups of wine, you'd start ranting, slurring your speech, then, for anyone with whom you had the smallest disagreements, you'd pound on their door, boldly cursing. But we excused it by saying that you were still just a child. I wouldn't have thought that more than 10 years later, you still wouldn't have grown out of it. And now you'll have to deal with the consequences. Underscore 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 un. Fuluo God, unknown reference. See Zhu's speculation, 1:588-17. Miao fell to the ground, weeping, lamenting that it was too late to do anything about it. Jie pulled him up and said, "I'm in the wine business here, and I have some small degree of prestige, so I'll certainly do everything I can for you. The man who was drinking here just now is the Hell King's messenger, and he often drinks with me, hence we're on very friendly terms with each other. The Hell King has too many cases to attend to each day, so he may not necessarily be able to remember them all. If I speak to his messenger tactfully, entrusting him with my plan to get you released, it may be possible that he'll go along with it." Then upon considering the matter further, he said, "This business is a pretty heavy responsibility, and less than 100,000 taels wouldn't be enough to carry it off." Miao thanked him for his efforts as Jia quickly took charge of the operation, with Miao agreeing to his stipulations. Miao then stayed the night with his uncle. The next day, the black-capped man arrived early. Jia invited him in, where they spoke for a little while, then Jia came to Miao and told him, "We've come to an agreement. In a bit, he'll come back again. I had to expend everything I own in order to draw up a deed of guarantee. I'll wait for you to return home, then you can leisurely collect the money to pay me back." Overjoyed, Miao asked, "How much is it costing altogether?" 100,000, his uncle replied. "Where can I get that kind of money?" wondered Miao. Jia explained, "A little over 100 in gold coins and paper money will be enough." "That'll be easy to get," Miao happily replied. They waited till it was almost noon, and the man in the black cap hadn't yet arrived. Miao wanted to go out to the marketplace, to wander and look around a bit. Jia urged him not to go very far, so Miao promised him, and then went out. He observed that there were traders on the street just like in the mortal world. He came to a place where there was a high, thorn-covered wall, apparently the site of a prison. Opposite it was a wine shop, from which a steady succession of customers were coming and going. Outside the shop, there was a long ditch through which dark waters flowed swiftly, and which seemed to be bottomlessly deep. He had stopped and was staring down into it when he heard someone from inside the wine shop cry, "Master Miao, where'd you come from?" Miao quickly turned to look, and there was Scholar Wen, from the neighboring village, with whom he'd shared a literary friendship 10 years earlier. Wen hurried out to shake his hand, as glad to see him as he'd always been. Right away, they went inside the wine shop for small drinks and snacks, each of them expressing what had happened during the years since they'd seen each other. Since Miao was celebrating the fortunate outcome of his uncle's negotiations, and he'd come across an old friend, he felt inclined to drain entire goblets of wine with Wen. Drinking freely until he became quite drunk, he suddenly forgot he was dead, and with his old habits returning, he gradually began blathering incoherently to Wen. His old friend said, "I haven't seen you for several years, so why are you still acting this way?" Underscore 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 un. Gold coins and paper money. As long as Miao venerates Jia when he returns home through the Chinese funereal practice of individuals burning paper money and coins as a way of sending them to family, friends, and respected figures in the spirit world, he'll be able to transfer the money to cover his debts. Miao always hated being judged on his drinking behavior, and when he heard Wen's words, he became even more irascible, struck a table, and suddenly started cursing. Wen looked askance at him, shook his sleeves to show his disdain, and then left. Miao chased out after him, till he came to the edge of the dark waters, where he rudely rubbed his hand over Wen's cap. Wen angrily cried, "You're such a self-centered jerk." Then he pushed Miao so he toppled over into the ditch. The dark water surprisingly turned out not to be very deep, but there were sharpened blades standing upright in it, like stalks of hemp, that stabbed through his sides and legs, making it difficult for him to move at all, while he was torn by pain throughout his body. The black waters were also half full of human waste, which he couldn't help but inhale and swallow. On a bank of the ditch, a man watched him, choking with laughter, without offering him any help. Just as his situation was seeming hopeless, Jia suddenly arrived. Horrified, he saw what had happened, came and helped him out so he could go home, saying, "You just can't act like this. You haven't recognized how to behave, even after death, so you're not fit to be sent back into the world. I'll beg the Hell King's messenger to send you to the executioner's block." Miao was so frightened that he wept as he replied, "I understand now what I've done wrong." Jia then told him, "The Hell King's messenger has already come, and was waiting to give you the paper for your release, but you were out drinking and didn't return. I've brought you that paper, and I've paid him 1,000 strings of cash and let him go on his way. The rest of the money has to be paid within 10 days. When you get home, you must quickly arrange that night, in a large grass thicket outside of the village, to call out my name while you burn the amount of money you owe me, and this hopefully will settle the matter." Miao promised to take care of it. Then Jia hurried him to be on his way. Jia accompanied him to the outskirts of his village, where he urged Miao once again, "You mustn't go back on your promise to me and cause me trouble." Then he showed Miao the way and told him to go home. By that time, Miao had already been lying stiff for several days, his family members saying that he'd drunk himself to death, when he began breathing faintly, like rustling silk. That same day he revived, heavily vomiting out several dough of a black fluid with an odor like nothing they'd ever smelled before. When he was finished vomiting, his underclothes and mattress were soaked with sweat, and his body started cooling off normally. He told his family members about his strange experiences. Before long, he felt painful swelling in places that through the night turned to tumefactions, yet fortunately they didn't burst or turn putrescent. In 10 days, he was gradually able to walk with the aid of a cane. His family members pleaded with him to repay his debts to the underworld. Miao calculated the fees and found that they would cost him several golden taels, and acting like a real miser, he declared, "What happened before was probably just part of a drunken nightmare, some dreamland. Even if that wasn't the case, I was released unofficially, so how could the messenger dare to report me to the Hell King?" His family members tried to persuade him to reconsider repaying his debt, but Miao wouldn't listen. However, he was also apprehensive, so he didn't dare risk drinking uninhibitedly. The people in the village were happy to see that he was making progress in becoming more virtuous, and gradually began to drink with him again. A year passed, and as he gradually forgot the debt he owed to the underworld, his virtues gave way to vice, and his behavior returned to what it previously had been. One day, he was drinking at a younger relative's house, and once again became drunkenly abusive towards his seated host. The host had him thrown out, sending him on his way with the door slammed behind him. Miao carried on raving for some time, until his son found out about it and came to help him back home. Underscore 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 un. Do, a measure of volume equal to 1 deciliter, or about 1/5 pint. When he entered the door, he immediately knelt on the floor, facing the wall and kowtowing repeatedly, saying, "I should have repaid what I owed you. I should have repaid what I owed you." As he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. Once they examined him, they found that his breathing had already ceased. 168 Marquis Yang Guo. Shui Lu, whose title was Marquis Yang Guo, came from a family of island men in Jiaozhou. Shui's father had been extremely poor, and served as a cowherd for an elderly official who'd retired with his family to live in the countryside on an island. The gentleman owned some uncultivated fields, and as Shui's father grazed the cattle there, often seeing snakes and rabbits fighting at a certain place in the fields, he thought it quite odd. Then he asked the gentleman if he might build a hut there, subsequently building one out of straw and taking up residence in it. After the hut had been there for several years, when it was drawing close to the time for Shui's mother to give birth to him, it suddenly began to rain. 2 military officers, who had received orders to inspect the coastal defences, had been forced to leave the road and seek shelter from the rain at the hut. When they saw a flock of crows gathered on top of it, eventually realizing that the birds were covering the roof to keep the rain from leaking in, they thought it rather strange. Underscore 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 un. Marquis Yang Guo, Ming Dynasty Emperor Suand, 1398–1435, sent Shui Lu with troops in 1430 to construct forts at Dushikao and Yunzhochen, in northern Xikang County, Hebei Province, as part of the Ming extensions of the Great Wall. Marquis Yang Guo was a title bestowed on Shui by imperial decree, see details in the story below. Jiaozhou, near the coast in eastern Shandong Province. Later, Shui's father came outside and the officers asked him, "What's been happening here?" He announced to them that his wife had just given birth. They asked about the baby, and he replied, "It's a boy." The officers were even more surprised and said, "He'll surely grow up to be someone extraordinary. Otherwise, why would we two officers have been sent to stand guard here at your door?" With a sigh of admiration, they then departed. When the Marquis was growing up, snot dripping from his dirty face, he didn't seem especially intelligent. Because the people on the island were all surnamed Shui, they shared the responsibility of mustering family members of that name to register for army duty. One particular year, it was the turn of Shui Lu's family to send a young man to perform army service in Liaoyang. The Marquis's elder brother was deeply worried about this. By that time, Shui Lu was 18, and people had begun to think that he was too foolish ever to get married. One day, he suddenly whispered confidentially to his elder brother, "Big brother, do you need someone to send off to serve in the military?" "That's right," he replied. Smiling, Shui Lu said, "If you're willing to marry me to our maidservant, I'll undertake the military service in your place." The elder brother was overjoyed, and promptly married him to the servant. Shui Lu then headed off to the site of the military outpost with his wife. He'd been walking only for several dozen li, when a torrential rainstorm suddenly struck. Off to one side, there was a precipitous cliff, so the couple took shelter underneath it. In a little while, the rain stopped, and they continued on their way. Just as soon as they'd walked several steps away, a portion of the cliff's rock face collapsed. The local residents, observing from a distance, saw two tigers leap out and enter the bodies of the couple. Ever after that, Shui Lu exhibited extraordinary bravery and performed miraculously. In recognition of his subsequent military exploits, Shui Lu was rewarded with a nobleman's hereditary title, the Marquis Yang Guo. Underscore 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 un. Liaoyang, once the capital of Manchuria, the city is located in Liaoning Province. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. When the reign of Tiankai gave way to the reign of Chongzhen, a descendant of the Marquis Yang Guo died without an heir, though his wife was pregnant at the time, and hence the title passed temporarily to another branch of the family. It was common practice then that when a woman in a noble family became pregnant, her condition had to be reported to the emperor, and consequently an old woman was dispatched to act as a companion and guardian until the woman gave birth. A year passed, and the woman gave birth to a daughter. Following that birth, the mother's stomach continued quaking, and over the next 15 years, several successive old women had to be dispatched to watch over her until she finally gave birth again, this time to a son. The imperial response was that the child born of a legal wife would have the father's title conferred upon him. The other branch of the family complained that the child couldn't have been of the blood of the Marquis's descendants. Officials arrested the old women, who were grilled under many kinds of torture, and answered all of their questions about the boy's origin with the same information. The title was then conferred upon the boy, and the matter was considered settled. Underscore 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 un. Tiankai. Chongzhen, the illiterate Emperor Tiankai, reign 1621 to 1627, was succeeded by the final Ming Dynasty Emperor, Chongzhen, reign 1628 to 1644. 169 The Zhaocheng Tiger. There was an old woman in Zhaocheng County who was over 70 years old and had only one son. One day when he went into the mountains, a tiger devoured him. His elderly mother, devastated by her grief, and possessing almost no desire to go on living, went wailing and weeping to file a complaint with the local magistrate. The magistrate just laughed and said, "What can an official in the legal system do about a tiger?" The old woman began to cry ever more loudly, but no one could stop her. Though the magistrate shouted at her to stop, she wasn't at all afraid of him. He took pity on her because she was elderly, and since he couldn't bear to exert his power and authority against her, he promised that he would have the tiger captured. The old woman prostrated herself in gratitude but wouldn't leave, waiting until an official document ordering the apprehension of the murderer had been issued, and then she would agree to go. The magistrate had no choice, so he asked all of his subordinates for volunteers to capture the tiger. One servant, named Li Ning, who was quite drunk, approached the magistrate, and said, "I can do it." As soon as Li took the official decree in hand, the old woman finally left. Underscore 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 un. Zhaocheng, part of modern Shaanxi province. I can do it. Li's first name, Neng, means to be able. In his drunken state, it's not entirely clear whether he's volunteering for the task or just stating his name, "I'm Neng." As Li sobered up, he began to regret his decision, so he rationalized that the magistrate had simply been pretending in his office in order to placate the old lady who was causing trouble, and hence he didn't have to treat it seriously. He took the document and handed it back to the magistrate, who angrily demanded, "You said you could do it, so why are you trying to go back on your word?" Li was very embarrassed, so he asked for an official decree to authorize the recruitment of hunters. The magistrate complied. Li gathered all the hunters in the area, and they hid in waiting day and night among the mountain ravines, watching for a tiger, so they could take care of the job they'd been forced to do. A month went by without success, and Li was punished by being flogged several hundred times, which seemed unjust to him since he wasn't allowed to make any explanations for his failure. Thus he paid a visit to Yu Temple in the eastern part of the village, where he knelt to invoke blessings, while weeping and crying out in pain involuntarily. Before long, a tiger appeared outside the temple. Li was terrified, fearing that the tiger would snap at him and devour him. The tiger then came inside, paying no particular attention to anything, and crouched in the doorway. "If you are the tiger that killed the old woman's son," entreated Li, "please bow your head and let me bind you." Then he took out a rope and tied it around the tiger's neck, while the tiger submitted and allowed him to do so. He led the tiger away till they reached the magistrate's office, where the magistrate asked the tiger, "Did you devour the old woman's son?" The tiger nodded. "Killing someone is considered murder, according to our ancient laws," said the magistrate. "Since the old woman had only one son, and you killed him, now that her declining years are approaching at last, how will she be able to survive? If you'll take the place of her son, I'll pardon you." The tiger nodded once again. Then the magistrate untied the rope so the tiger could leave. The old woman subsequently criticized the magistrate for not killing the tiger in compensation for her son's death, but at dawn the next day, when she opened her door, she found a dead deer there. The old woman was able to sell its flesh and hide in exchange for living expenses. From then on this happened quite often, and sometimes the tiger even conveyed money and silk, which it then flung into her courtyard. The old woman became quite affluent, living a life that was considerably better than the one her son had provided her. She privately appreciated the tiger's virtuous devotion. Often when the tiger came, it would lay down under the eaves of her house for several days before leaving. The woman and the tiger lived harmoniously, neither one suspicious or frightened of the other. Several years later, when the old woman died, the tiger came and started roaring in her house's hall. The old woman had quietly been accumulating her savings over time, so there was plenty to pay for her funeral, and her relatives gathered together to bury her. Once the building of her tomb was completed, the tiger suddenly rushed off towards it, so all of the funeral guests fled in panic. The tiger stood directly in front of the tomb, howling and crying thunderously, and then left, shortly afterwards. The local people later built the righteous tiger temple on the eastern outskirts of the village, where it still stands today. 170. A mantis catches the snake. A man named Zhang happened to be walking through a gully when he heard a very harsh sound from the cliffs above him. He searched for a path to follow so he could climb up and observe what was causing it, and there he saw a giant snake, its body as big around as a bowl, writhing in a grove of willows, its tail striking the trees and breaking off the willow's branches. Its thrashing about from side to side, and falling to the ground, made it look like something must have grabbed it to provoke such a reaction. However, when Zhang looked closely for a cause, he didn't see anything, which made him very puzzled. Gradually he drew closer to the snake, where he discovered there was a mantis attached to its head, its pincers dug in sufficiently that the snake couldn't find any way to shake it off. After a long struggle, the snake finally died. Zhang noticed then that the skin and flesh of its forehead had been torn open. 171. Martial arts skills. Li Chao, whose courtesy name was Kuowu, lived near the border of Zhixi village, in Sichuan County. He was a bold and direct fellow, and loved to help others out. It happened by chance that a monk came along, begging for alms, and Li treated him to a big meal. The monk was very moved, and said to him, "I've come from Shaolin Temple. I have only meager martial arts skills, but please let me teach you what I may." Li, overjoyed, arranged lodging for him at a guest house, ensuring that he was very generously fed, and soon began studying with the monk day and night. After several months, his skill became quite proficient, and so he felt quite proud of it. "Have you benefited from your practice?" asked the monk. "I have," replied Li. "I've already mastered everything that you've been able to teach me." The monk laughed and told Li to demonstrate his skills. Li then loosened his clothes, stretched his arms, and easily performed the flying ape and falling bird forms, leaping about for a few moments, then arrogantly landing back on the ground. The monk laughed again and said, "You can perform them, all right. Since you've already mastered everything I can do, I invite you to practice your moves against me." Li was happy to do so, and crossed his arms in readiness. Underscore 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 un. Sichuan, Pu Songling's home county, in Shandong Province. Shaolin Temple, famous martial arts center located in Henan Province. As they then began to grapple with each other, Li constantly leapt about, looking to strike at some small flaw in the monk's technique. Suddenly the monk launched a flying kick that sent Li sliding, face up, more than a jong. The monk clapped his hands and said, "Perhaps you haven't yet learned everything I can do." Li placed his palms on the ground, ashamed and embarrassed, and begged to be taught more. After an additional several days, the monk finally took his leave and departed. Thereupon Li gained a reputation as a martial artist whom no one could equal, no matter where he traveled. It happened that in Lixia, he saw a young Buddhist nun, exhibiting her skill in an open area, with an overflow crowd of observers squeezed together. The nun announced to the throng of spectators, "I'm having to perform these moves all by myself, which makes them just seem cold and isolated. If there's someone who would like to help, please join me in the performance circle, and we'll have some fun together." Then she repeated her invitation for a volunteer 3 times. The crowd members looked at each other, but no one responded. Li was standing to one side, unconsciously itching to show off his skill, so on the impulse, he stepped forward. The nun then smiled and put her palms together in greeting. But after they'd just begun a round of fighting, the nun called a halt and said, "That's Shaolin-style fighting." She asked right away, "Who is your teacher?" Li at first said nothing. As she insistently continued to question him, he told her about the monk. The nun submissively bowed to him and asked, "Was that powerful Buddhist monk your master? If so, then we don't really need to fight any further, and I'll willingly admit defeat." Li insistently invited her to go another 4 rounds with him, but she said she couldn't. At the crowd's instigation, the nun then said, "Well, since this man is the disciple of a good-tempered master, and we're both well versed in the martial arts, there's no harm in putting on an exhibition. However, we should just demonstrate our skills, without actually hurting each other." Li agreed. Underscore 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 un. Zhang, a distance equal to 3.33 meters. Lixia, ancient city name, now part of Jinan in Shandong province. Considering the nun to be gentle and delicate-looking, Li figured she'd be easy to defeat. Moreover, with the strength of his youth supporting him, his desire was to defeat her and to use his victory that day to win more fame for himself. Then when he started fainting back and forth, the nun suddenly stopped. Li asked her why, but she just smiled and said nothing. Li figured she was just timid, so he strongly urged her to try her skill against him again. The young nun then returned to their exhibition. After a little while, Li launched a flying kick. The nun brought her 5 fingers together and gave him a chop just below his thigh. Li's knee felt like there was a knife or axe cutting it, so he fell down and couldn't get up. The nun smiled apologetically and exclaimed, "I hope you'll forgive me for insulting you, a visitor, so crudely and rashly." Li was carried back home, and it took over a month before he began to recover from his injury. When a year had passed, the monk returned again, so Li told him about everything that had happened with the nun. Shocked, the monk declared, "You were incredibly brash. What do you expect from provoking someone like her? You're lucky you told her my name first, otherwise, she'd have cut off your leg." 172 The Little Man. During the reign of Kangxi, there was a magician who carried around a wine jar, inside which he kept a little man who was about a chi tall. When anyone tossed him a coin, the magician opened the jar and ordered him to come out, and the little man would sing some Chinese opera songs, then he'd go back inside. In Ye County, a magistrate ordered the magician to bring the jar into his office, so he could perform a detailed examination of the little man's background. At first, the little man didn't dare say anything. In response to the magistrate's persistent interrogation, however, he finally divulged his hometown and family name. When he was a boy, he'd just come back from his private school one day, when the magician enchanted him, and fed him a magical concoction that caused his entire body to shrink violently. Ever since, the magician had been carrying him around, treating him like some kind of stage prop. Infuriated, the magistrate executed the magician. And though he asked the little fellow to stay so he could be treated by doctors, they still couldn't restore him to normal size. Underscore 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 un. Kangxi, the Qing dynasty emperor who ruled from 1662 to 1722. Qi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Ye County, located in modern Shandong province. 173 Scholar Qin. Scholar Qin in Lays who was making some medicinal wine when he accidentally poisoned a batch, but he just couldn't bear to throw it out, so he sealed it up and stashed it away. A year went by, till one night he happened to desire something to drink, but couldn't find anything. Suddenly he remembered the poisoned wine that he'd put away before, and when he unsealed it to take a sniff, its powerful fragrance came billowing out, making his insides tingle and causing him to salivate uncontrollably. He picked up a small cup and was just about to take a taste, when his wife vigorously warned him not to do so. With a laugh, Qin replied, "Dying from a joyful drink of wine is vastly preferable to dying of thirst." Once he emptied the small cup, he reached for the bottle to pour some more. His wife then knocked over the bottle, which spilled all over the room's floor. Qin prostrated himself on the ground and started lapping it up. In moments, abdominal pains paralyzed him so much that he couldn't open his mouth, and he died during the night. His wife howled in grief while preparing his coffin, and then he was laid inside it. The next night, a beautiful woman not even a full 3 chi in height suddenly entered the house and walked straight towards the coffin, took a small bowl of water, and poured it in, suddenly reviving Qin. When he kowtowed to her and asked who she was, she declared, "I'm a fox immortal. My husband broke into the Chen family's house, stole some of their wine, and drank himself to death, so I came to his rescue, to bring him home. We happened to be passing your house and he took pity on you, due to your shared love of wine, so he asked me to bring some medicine and save you." When she finished speaking, she disappeared. Underscore 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 Liaozhai, a prefecture located in modern Shandong province. I was a friend of Chu Xingsu, a successful civil service examination candidate who was addicted to wine. One night, he'd been thinking about having some wine, but wasn't able to go out to buy some, and couldn't stand his cravings, so he thought about drinking vinegar instead. He mentioned the notion to his wife, who just laughed at the idea. Chu, remaining adamant in his intention, warmed some vinegar to drink. Once he'd drained a jug of it, he undressed and slept soundly. The next day, he sent the empty jug and some money with a servant, to have it refilled with wine. On the way, the servant ran into Chu's uncle and younger brother, who wanted to know what he was going to do, since they figured that Chu's wife disapproved of him getting more wine for his master. Chu's servant explained, "The master's wife told me, there's not much vinegar stored in the house, and last night he drank up almost half of it. I'm afraid that if he's encouraged with another jug, he'll finish off everything we've got." The men laughed upon hearing this. How could they have known that when the desire for drink is strong enough, even poisoned wine let alone vinegar seems tasty? But this can be passed around, too. Underscore 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 Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. The diminutive beauty is a little less than 3 in height. 174 Yetu. Wang Wen was a Zhusheng from Dongchang. He was a sincere young man. While visiting the kingdom of Chu on a pleasure trip, he passed through Liaozhai, where he stopped at an inn, and then went out for a walk. In the vicinity he ran into his kinsman, Zhao Donglu, a prominent merchant, who was often away from home for years at a time. When Zhao saw Wang, he joyfully hugged him, and invited him to come with him to where he was staying. When they arrived, Wang noticed a beautiful woman sitting in their room, and shrank back in shock. Zhao grabbed to stop him, called in through a window for the woman to leave, and then Wang went inside with him. Zhao provided both wine and food as they exchanged warm regards for each other. Wang asked him, "What kind of place is this?" "It's a small brothel," replied Zhao. "Since I'm away from home for extended periods of time, I take up temporary lodging here." As they were speaking, the young woman frequently came and went. This made Wang feel rather uneasy, so he got up from his seat to take his leave. Zhao firmly prevented him from doing so and directed him to take his seat again. Underscore 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 Zhusheng, a successful candidate in the lowest level of the imperial civil service examination. Dongchang, a prefecture located in modern Shandong province. Chu, ancient kingdom, from the 7th through the 3rd centuries BCE, that comprised parts of modern Anhui, Hebei, and Hunan provinces during the Warring States period, 403 to 221 BCE. Liaozhai, located east of Hangzhou in Hebei province, and south of Dongchang. Wang saw a girl pass by, outside the doorway, and when she saw him, she stared with a seductive glance, her features communicating her feelings, her appearance both refined and obliging, a real goddess. Wang was a simple, upright man, so he was at a loss about what to make of her, and he asked his relative, "Who's that beautiful girl?" Zhao explained, "She's the second daughter of the proprietress here, her courtesy name's Yetu, and she's 14. Time and again, patrons have sent lavish monetary gifts to entice the old woman to let them sleep with the beauty, but the girl has remained unwilling to do so, even provoking the mother to whip her for refusing, though the girl pled her young age and was hence allowed to refrain from sex. She's presently still waiting to be married." When Wang heard these words, he silently bowed his head and sat down, feeling crazy about her, completely distracted in his responses to his relative. Zhao playfully told him, "If you wish me to do so, I could break the ice for you." Wang regretfully replied, "I dare not even entertain such an idea." However, as daylight began turning toward night, Wang didn't say anything about leaving. Zhao again teased him by offering to serve as a go-between. Wang said, "I'm grateful for your intentions on my behalf, but there's no point, since I have little in my purse." Zhao knew the girl would be quite resistant to a suitor, and would never consent to the proposition, so he gave Wang 10 taels to help him out. Wang formally thanked Zhao and hurried out, gathered up all of his money at the inn, which included another 5 taels, then returned, turning it all over to Zhao to give to Yetu's mother. She, as they expected, concluded that it was too little. Yetu told her, "Mother, you nag me every day about not making any money, so now I'm going to comply with your wishes. I'll begin doing as you ask, bringing in plenty starting today, just don't let my wealthy young man get away." Yetu's mother recognized her daughter's stubborn nature, so she gave her consent, which delighted Yetu. Then, as promised, the proprietress sent a maidservant to invite Master Wang to join them. Zhao was afraid that the proprietress would break off the negotiation right in the middle of it, so he handed over an additional 10 taels over to Yetu's mother. Wang and Yetu joyfully made love. Later, she told him, "I'm just a lowly prostitute, so I can't possibly be an equal match for you, yet you seem deeply attached to me, and your sincerity is most important. You've given everything you have for this one night of bliss, but what about the future?" Wang began weeping, choked with grief. "Don't be sad," Yetu told him. "I can always fall back on the life of the prostitute, although it's really not what I'd wish. Looking back, I've never really known anyone like you, on whom I can depend. Please take me away from here tonight." Overjoyed, Wang hastily got up to dress, Yetu did, too. They heard the watchtower drum report that the third watch had already arrived. Yetu quickly changed into men's clothing, then they hastily exited together and soon they were knocking at the door of the innkeeper. Wang then collected the pair of donkeys he and his servant had ridden, explaining that he had urgent business to attend to, and told his servant that they had to go as soon as possible. Yetu took some magical talismans and tied them to the servant's legs and the donkey's ears, then released the donkey's bridles and away they galloped. Wang couldn't open his eyes, and all he heard was the sound of the wind whistling past. By dawn they'd arrived at the mouth of the Han River, where they stopped and leased a house. Underscore 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 un. Third watch, the third of the 5 2-hour divisions of the night, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Wang was quite amazed by Yetu's strange talents. "If I explain to you," she said, "will you try not to be frightened? I'm not a human being, but a fox. My mother is greedy and wicked, and every day I have to face her cruelties, so I've been building resentment in my heart. Now, good fortune has rescued me from that sea of woes. I'm hundreds of li away from her, and she doesn't know where I am, so with any luck I'll be safe from her." Wang declared that he wasn't at all bothered by her being a fox, and calmly told her, "Now I have a beautiful woman in my home, but because it's little more than just 4 walls, I find it difficult to console myself, for I fear that eventually you'll recognize this and toss me aside." Yetu replied, "You mustn't think like that. We can sell things in the marketplace, and since we only have 3 mouths to feed, we'll be able to live in peace with what we can make from that. We can sell the donkeys to raise some money." Wang did as she said and then set up a little shop in front of their gate, where he and the servant did all the manual work, selling wine and soups there. Yetu produced and sold shawls and small money bags, making a profit each day, providing excellent support. As the year went by, they gradually accumulated enough to afford maidservants. From then on, Wang didn't have to do any more of the manual labor, so he supervised the business instead. One day, Yetu suddenly turned quiet and sad, exclaiming, "There's disaster coming tonight, but what can we do?" Wang asked her what she meant, and she replied, "My mother's gotten word of where I am, so she'll certainly come after me. If she sends my elder sister, I'm not worried, but I'm afraid that she'll be coming herself." Underscore 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 un. Han River, the largest tributary of the Yangtze, Changjiang, River, its basin includes territory in Shaanxi, Henan, and Hebei provinces. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. As night turned to day, Yetu said in a reassuring tone, "Everything's fine, my elder sister's coming." Before long, a girl opened the door and came in. Yetu smiled at her. But the girl began scolding her, "How can you not feel ashamed for having gone into hiding with this man? Mother has ordered me to tie you up and bring you back." Accordingly, she took out a big rope and tied it around Yetu's neck. Yetu angrily exclaimed, "Since when is living with one man, from beginning to end, a crime?" Her sister became even more indignant and seized Yetu, tearing her robe. Then all of the maidservants in the house ganged up to oppose her. Intimidated, Yetu's sister hurried out. "My sister's gone home," Yetu told them, "so mother herself will certainly be on the way. Disaster's not far off, so we must prepare quickly." Then she hurriedly began packing things in anticipation of moving somewhere else. Her mother unexpectedly burst in, looking furious as she grabbed her with both hands, and declared, "I knew all along you wouldn't obey, so I had to come myself." Yetu welcomed her by kneeling and weeping sorrowfully. The mother said nothing, but grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away. Distraught, Wang paced back and forth, refusing to sleep or eat. He anxiously traveled to Luhe, in hopes of offering a bribe to ransom Yetu. When he arrived, the front entrance was as it had been before, but the people there were different. He asked the new residents, but none of them knew where the women had moved. Grief-stricken over losing Yetu, he went back. Consequently, he dismissed the maidservants, put the money he had into his purse, and headed homeward to the east. Several years later, he happened to be passing through the capital when he walked by an orphanage and saw a boy who was 7 or 8 years old. Wang's servant thought the boy looked strangely like his master, so he went back and looked at him more carefully. "Aren't you going to explain why you're staring at that boy?" Wang asked. The servant smiled at him in reply. Wang also smiled. He looked closely at the boy, who had an honest and upright demeanor. Wang thought to himself that since he had no son of his own, and the boy resembled him, he could love him and give him a home. He asked the boy his name, and he replied that he called himself Wang Zhi. "You were abandoned when you were an infant," said Wang, "so how do you know what your name was?" The boy replied, "My teacher always said that at the time they found me, there were characters written across my chest that read, 'The son of Wang Wen of Shandong.'" Quite astonished, Wang declared, "I'm Wang Wen, but how could I have had a son?" He thought about the fact that Wang was a very common surname, but privately he was quite pleased about it, and cherished the boy all the more. When they returned home, anyone who saw them didn't question the matter and figured the boy must be scholar Wang's son. Wang Zhi gradually grew up to be very strong and brave, enjoyed hunting game but not the business of producing anything, and loved to fight. Even Wang couldn't control or regulate Wang Zi's behavior. Zi also said that he could spot ghosts and foxes, but no one really believed him. There was an occasion where someone in his village was being afflicted by a fox, so Zi was asked to go and observe the situation. When he arrived, he pointed to the place where the fox was hiding, told several men to strike where he was pointing, and then they all heard the fox cry out as fur and blood rained down from that point on. There was no more trouble from the fox. After that, people accepted Wang Zi's strange ability. One day as Wang was walking through the marketplace, he suddenly ran into Zhao Donglu, who was dressed in ragged clothing, looking gloomy and emaciated. Shocked, he asked Zhao how he'd come to be in such a state. Zhao sadly asked if they could go somewhere else to talk. Wang then took his relative home with him, and had some wine poured. Zhao told him, when the proprietress got back with Yetu, she punished her harshly and had her whipped. Afterwards they moved north, in an effort to force Yetu to stop thinking about you. But she pledged to be true to you till she died, and hence her mother locked her up. She gave birth to a boy, who was abandoned in a back alley. I heard that an orphanage took the child in, so I suppose that he's already grown up. But he's your child. Wang shed tears as he declared, "Heaven took pity on my misfortunes, so my son's already been brought home." Then he told Zhao the whole story. "How did you come to be in such dire straits?" he asked his relative. With a sigh, Zhao replied, "Now I finally realize that though prostitutes are a great pleasure, you can't take any relationship with them seriously. That's all I can say." In the beginning, when Yetu's mother moved them up north, Zhao packed up his mercantile goods and followed them. It was difficult to make the move with his heavy merchandise, so he sold it all off cheaply. Along the route, the mother's transport and living expenses were outrageously high, so Zhao's resources were severely depleted. The demands of Yetu's sister were especially lavish. In a few years, all of his money was gone. As she watched Zhao's money run out, the mother soon became even more contemptuous of him. Yetu's sister was eventually sent to sleep with wealthy men, spending several nights at a time with them without coming back. Zhao became indignant and couldn't stand it, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. It so happened that when the mother went out one day, Yetu called to him from the window of the room where she was being held, "There are no lasting relationships in a brothel, so my sister wasn't sentimentally attached to you, just to your money. You're reluctant to leave, but if you don't go, you'll experience a greater disaster." Zhao was scared, like he'd just awakened from a nightmare. Before departing, he furtively went to see Yetu. She instructed Zhao to deliver a letter to Wang for her, and he then left to return home. Zhao told Wang that for these reasons, he had come back. Then he took out Yetu's letter. It read, "I know that our son, Zi, is with you now. Donglu knows what hardships I've faced while separated from you. In a previous life I must have been very wicked, for why else would this happen? I'm locked away in a dark room where I get no sunlight, I'm horribly whipped and beaten, and I'm so consumed with hunger that every day feels like a year. If you haven't forgotten those snowy nights when we slept together under a quilt along the Han River, staying warm in each other's arms, you should formulate a plan with our son, for only you two can rescue me from my distress. Even though my mother and sister are hard to endure, they're my flesh and blood, so it's my wish that you urge Zi not to injure them." As Wang read this, he wept piteously. He took some money and silk, presented them to Zhao, and then left. At the time, Wang Zi was 18. His father told him their whole story, and afterwards showed him his mother's letter. Zi grew so infuriated, it seemed like his eyes might pop, and that same day he went to the capital, made inquiries and located the proprietress' establishment, where he found carts and horses transporting patrons. Wang Zi went right in, discovered Yetu's sister drinking with a Hubei patron, and when she saw him, she stood up, horrified and pale. Without hesitating he advanced and killed her, terrifying the patrons, who mistook him for some kind of bandit. When they looked at the daughter's corpse, they saw that it had already turned into a fox. Zi held onto the blade as he charged into the next room, where Yeta's mother was supervising some maidservants as they were preparing soup. He rushed into the room, but the proprietress suddenly vanished. Zi looked all around, quickly drew an arrow, spotted the fox on a roof beam, and shot at it, pierced through the heart. The fox fell down, and Wang Zi severed its head. He searched till he found where his mother was imprisoned, used a stone to break open the bolt, and then mother and son were tearfully reunited. Yetu asked him about her mother, and he replied, "I've already executed her." "Why didn't you listen to what I said?" she scolded him. Then she ordered him to take the bodies and bury them in the open countryside outside of town. Zi lied that he would do so, but instead skinned the foxes and hid their pelts. Afterwards he went through the proprietress's trunk, emptied it of money, which he then presented to his mother, and took her home. Once Wang Wen and Yeta were reunited, they shared all their sorrows and happiness with each other. Some time later, when Wang asked about Yeta's mother, Zi replied, "She's here in my bag." In astonishment he asked what Zi meant, and his son brought out the 2 fox pelts and offered them to him. His outraged mother cried, "You unfilial son! How could you do such a thing?" She howled with grief, striking herself as she did so, flinging herself around like she wanted to die. Wang did his utmost to try to comfort her, and shouted at his son to go bury the pelts. Irate, Zi demanded of Yetu, "Now that you're free and content, have you suddenly forgotten everything you suffered?" His mother, even more upset, couldn't stop crying. Once Wang Zi buried the pelts and then returned to report the deed, Yetu finally began to relax a bit. Wang Wen then took his wife home, and the family subsequently began to flourish. In appreciation of Zhao's deeds, Wang bestowed on him a huge sum of money. For his part, Zhao had finally come to realize that the proprietress and her daughters were all foxes. Zi did his best to be a very filial son, however, if something set him off, he'd start cursing and become roaring mad. Yeta told Wang, "Our son has beast tendons inside him, and if they're not removed, he'll finally begin killing people, ruining the family's fortunes." That night they waited until Zi fell asleep, then stealthily tied his hands and feet. When Zi woke up, he protested, "I haven't committed any crime." "We're going to heal your violent temper," Yeta reassured him, "so don't let it worry you." Zi cried out, twisting anxiously, but was unable to break free. Yeta took a large needle and stuck it in beside Zi's ankle bone, about 3 or 4 fen deep, and then used her strength to dig out the tendon, which noisily popped out. She did it again at his elbow and his skull with equal success. At last, they untied him, and gently helped him to bed. The next day, he hurried to speak with his parents, and tearfully told them, "This morning and last night I kept thinking about the things I'd done in the past, and I realized they were all terrible deeds." Wang and Yeta were overjoyed, and thereafter, Zi became as peaceful as a quiet girl, respected by his fellow villagers. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The prostitutes were all foxes. But not all foxes are prostitutes, whether the magical creature is a fox or a bustard, it's still by nature a beast or bird. Is it any wonder, then, that they reject reason and mangle ethics?" As far as being able to endure torture and hardship while retaining one's own personal beliefs to the end, could a human even hope to do what a fox like Yetu actually achieved? Tang Taizong said that Wei Zhang was at his most charming when people criticized his slow, deliberate action, and I would say the same thing about Yetu. Underscore 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 un. Fen, a unit of length equal to 0.33 cm, or about 1/10 inch. Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, b. 599, led the rebellion against the Sui dynasty, 581 to 618, that founded the Tang dynasty, 618 to 649. As Taizong, he was emperor from 626 to 49. Wei Zheng, a trusted advisor of Taizong, Wei Zheng, 581 to 643, is considered the epitome of the wise, trustworthy civil servant. 175 The Wine Worm. There was a fat fellow in Chongshan named Lu, who was addicted to drinking. Whenever he drank by himself, he'd always empty a whole wine jar. Near the city walls he owned 300 mu of fertile fields, half of which were always planted in millet. His family was wealthy and powerful, so there was no chance that he could drink it into poverty. A foreign monk saw the corpulent Lu and asked him if he had some kind of strange sickness. "No," replied Lu. "And whenever you drink you never get drunk." Lu told him, "That's right. This is the work of a wine worm," declared the monk. Lu, stunned, quickly solicited the monk for medical assistance. "An easy matter," said the monk. Lu asked him, "What kind of medicine do I need?" The monk explained that he wouldn't need any. Subsequently, he directed Lu at midday to lie face down, with his hands and feet bound, then he set up a cup of good wine about half a chi from Liu's head. In moments, he became very thirsty, and thought only of drinking some wine. As his nose detected the fragrant alcohol, a gluttonous need began to burn in him, tormenting him since he couldn't get any of the wine. Underscore 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 un. Chongshan, former provincial capital of Shandong. Mu, a measure of area equal to 0.0667 hectares. Since 1 hectare equals 2.47 acres, the reference is to a plot just over 49.4 acres in size. Chi, a measure of distance equal to 1/3 meter. Suddenly he felt a violent scratchiness in his throat, and as he retched, something came out, and immediately plunged into the wine. The monk loosened his bonds, and they saw a long piece of red flesh, about 3 kun in length, wriggling like a fish swimming around, complete with a mouth and eyes. Horrified, Lu thanked the monk for helping him. He offered to reward him with some gold, but the monk refused it, although he asked if he might have the worm. "What are you going to use it for?" asked Lu. The monk replied, "This is the spirit of wine. If you have a wine jar full of water, and stir this worm into it, the water will become fine wine." Lu sent for a jar to have it tested, and it worked as the monk had said. From that point on, Lu loathed wine like it was his enemy. His body gradually became thin just as his family also became poorer each day, and this continued until the family no longer had enough food to survive. The collector of these strange tales remarks, he could drink a shi of wine each day without damaging his fortune, but when he stopped drinking even a single dose of wine, he became increasingly more impoverished. How can one try to escape one's destiny? Perhaps it should be said, the worm was Liu's good fortune, not a disease, and the monk tricked him into giving it up with his skills. Correct or not? Underscore 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 un. Kun, a measure of length equal to 1/3 decimeter. Shi, a unit of weight equal to 50 kilograms. Do, a tenth of 1 shi. The point is simply to set up a contrast. Even the smallest amount of wine each day might have prevented Liu's fortune, and weight, from wasting away. 176 The Wooden Beauty. Businessman Bai Yugong reports, at Lucca, I saw a man carrying a bamboo basket and leading 2 enormous dogs. From within the basket, he took out a wood carving of a beautiful woman that was more than a chi tall and could turn her hands around automatically, while looking very lifelike in her attractive clothing and makeup. Then the man took a small decorated saddle, put it on one of the dogs so it could be ridden, and ordered the wooden beauty to sit on it. Once she was seated and ready, the man yelled for the dog to run quickly. The wooden beauty then stood up on the dog and began imitating a number of professional horse riding tricks, like hanging in a stirrup, hidden by the dog's belly, flying to the dog's tail from its waist, and then returning to the waist by jumping from the end of the dog. All of the kneeling and jumping around was carried out nimbly and flawlessly. Underscore 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 un. Luka, a place located at the northern outskirts of Jinan, the capital of Shandong Province. Zhejiang crosses the frontier. The maneuver is named for Wang Qiang, whose courtesy name was Zhejiang, one of the famous four beauties of Chinese lore. At a time when the emperor chose which consort to sleep with by selecting from portraits done of all the consorts by court painters, Zhejiang refused to pay the usual bribes for a flattering portrait, so the painters portrayed her as ugly. Hence the Western Han Emperor Yuan, 49–33 BCE, selected her, from her portrait, to pose as the imperial daughter and be wed to the Xiongnu, a Mongolian tribe, in a treaty marriage, to stall any further aggression by the northerners. By the time Yuan actually saw the beautiful Zhejiang, it was too late to stop the marriage. The painters were subsequently executed. Then the beauty performed Zhejiang crosses the frontier. The man took a wood carving of a boy, stuck a pheasant feather into his wooden hat, dressed him in a woolen coat, and set him on the other dog. The beauty looked back often, and the boy in the woolen coat flourished a whip and chased after her, as though they were really alive. 177 Third Sister Feng. 11th Sister Fan, the daughter of a highly respected official, lived in Lukeng. Youthfully delicate and charming, she was particularly knowledgeable about poetry. Her father and mother doted on her, and they agreed that she could select her own husband from those who proposed to marry her, but 11th Sister Fan always disapproved of the men who were her suitors. Several months after the Lantern Festival, the Buddhist nuns at the Shuiyu Temple were celebrating the Feast of All Souls. On that day, many women went out for a stroll, and Fan decided to do likewise. When she was about to visit the temple, a young woman began following after her, repeatedly looking at Fan's face from a distance, as though she had something she wanted to say to her. Fan looked carefully at her, a 16-year-old of peerless loveliness. Pleased by her attractiveness, Fan turned around in hopes of getting a better look at her. The girl smiled and said, "Aren't you 11th Sister Fan?" "That's right," she replied. "For a long time, I've heard of your beauty," the girl told her, "and now it's clear that people haven't lied." Fan wanted to know where the girl came from. She laughed and said, "My name's Feng, the third sister, and I live in the neighboring village." They grasped each other's arms, laughing heartily, and chatting warmly, with the result that they became very fond of each other, and neither one wanted to part. Underscore 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 un. Lukeng, the modern city of Yueyang, in Hunan Province. Lantern Festival, held on the 15th day of the first lunar month, it marks the official end of the Chinese New Year. The Feast of All Souls falls during Ghost Month, the 7th lunar month. Shuiyu Temple, literally, the moon in the water, a symbol of purity temple. "Why don't you have any companions?" asked Fan. Feng replied, "My parents died when I was young, and there's only an old lady in my family who has to stay and watch the house, so I have to come here alone." Fan was just about to return home, and Feng stared, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of weeping, and Fan was also at a loss about what else to do, so she invited Feng to come home with her. "You have your wealthy home and your private room," Feng answered, "while I'm a simple person without even any distant relatives, so I worry that my arrival would incur others' ridicule and disdain." Fan firmly repeated her invitation. Feng said, "Let's wait till some other day." Fan then took out one of her gold hairpins to offer Feng as a present, and Feng also took from her hair a green hairpin, to present in exchange. Fan then went home, thinking over the intensity of her feelings. Upon her return, she took out the hairpin Feng had given her, neither gold nor jade, but none of her family members recognized what it was, which was very strange. Each day, she kept looking off into the distance, expecting Feng to come, until she became so upset that she fell sick. Her parents sent some people to find out what had become of Feng, but when they made inquiries in the village, no one knew anything about her. It so happened at the time of the Double Ninth festival that Fan, feeling weak, listless and bored, asked a servant girl to help her up so she could peer out of the garden, having her set out a mattress under the eastern hedgerow. Suddenly a young woman climbing over the wall came into view, and when Fan looked carefully at her, she saw it was Feng. "Can someone help me?" she asked. The servant girl assisted her, and in moments she was down. Underscore 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 un. Double Ninth Festival, set on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, it celebrates both veneration of ancestors, with visits to grave sites, and climbing the heights, ascending into the hills or mountains for picnics. Fan, pleasantly surprised, immediately got up and dragged Feng over to sit with her on the mattress, reproaching her for failing to keep their agreement to meet, and then asked her where she'd just come from. Feng told her, "My family lives far away from this area, and sometimes I visit my uncle's family for fun. When I told you before that I lived in the neighboring village, I was actually meaning my uncle's home. After we parted company, I missed you bitterly. However, I'm poor and humble, so becoming friends with someone from a wealthy family made me feel ashamed of my own condition since I was afraid that even your servants would look down on me, and that's why I never came to visit you. Just now, as I was passing outside your walls, I heard a young woman's voice, and so I climbed up to take a look, hoping it was you, and now it's proved to be just as I'd wished." Fan then told her what had caused her illness. Feng's tears fell like rain, and she said, "My coming has to be kept a secret. If word gets out, it'll cause trouble, spreading malicious gossip, and I couldn't bear to face that." Fan promised she would be discreet. They went into the house together and shared the same bed, where they happily revealed their deepest feelings to each other. They agreed that they would treat each other like sisters, and they often wore each other's clothing and shoes. Whenever Feng saw someone coming, she'd find a curtain to hide behind. While this was continuing for 5 or 6 months, Fan's father and mother eventually found out about it. One day, while the two young women were playing chess, the official's wife silently entered the room. After scrutinizing their interaction, she exclaimed, "My daughter really does have someone here." Then she told Fan, "Your father and I are happy that you are sharing your room with such an excellent friend, so why didn't you tell us earlier?" Fan told her mother about Feng's suggestion. The official's wife turned to look at Feng and said, "You're keeping our daughter company, which is what we want most, so why are you hiding it?" Feng's cheeks blushed with shyness as she silently picked at her belt, then said nothing. The wife left, and Feng then also took her leave. Fan entreated her to stay, until Feng finally relented. One night, Feng ran into the room from outside, crying, "I knew I shouldn't have stayed, and now as a consequence of being here I've suffered this great disgrace." Startled, Fan asked her to explain. She replied, "I'd just gone out to the toilet, when a young man violently approached like he wanted to do something to me, but fortunately I was able to run away. Now, how can I restore my reputation?" Fan carefully inquired about the young man's looks, and then apologizing to her, said, "It's not some stranger, it's my foolish brother. I'll tell my mother about this, and he'll be punished with a whipping." Feng firmly said farewell, wanting to leave. Fan begged her to wait until dawn. "My uncle's family is very close by," Feng replied, "I only need a ladder and I can get over the wall." Fan knew she couldn't ask her to stay, so she sent 2 maidservants to accompany her beyond the wall. After they'd gone about half a li, Feng politely thanked them for walking with her, and then left. The maidservants returned, and Fan laid down on her bed, sighing sadly, like a married woman who'd just lost her spouse. After several months, a maidservant went to visit the village to the east, and as she was returning home at dusk, she met Feng, who was following an old woman. The maidservant was very happy to see her, greeting her respectfully and asking about her. Feng was also sincerely interested and asked in return about Fan's daily life. Underscore 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 un. Half a li, 1 li is equal to 1/3 of a mile. The maidservant grabbed her sleeve and said, "Third aunt, come with me. Our mistress longs for you so much that she wants to die." "I've also been missing her," Feng replied, "but we can't let her family know about it. Go home and leave your garden gate open, and I'll come." The maidservant returned home and told Fan. She was overjoyed, and by the time she could act on the maid's words, Feng was already waiting for her in the garden. They met, each describing what had transpired while they'd been separated, talking continuously without respite. When Feng saw that the maidservant had fallen fast asleep, she got up to share a pillow with Fan, whispering, "I'm well aware that you're not engaged. Given your family's status and your beauty, nobody worries about not getting a respectable son-in-law. However, he could turn out to be the good-for-nothing son of a wealthy family, arrogant, impertinent and unworthy of you. If you wish to be engaged to a worthy spouse, then please don't make the decision according to his financial status." Fan agreed to her suggestion. Feng then said, "It's time now to celebrate the Lantern Festival again at the place where we met by chance last year, so tomorrow I'll trouble you to take a walk there once more, and I'll see to it that you meet a satisfying young gentleman. Ever since I was quite young, I've been reading books about how to tell a person's fate from his appearance, so I'm quite good at it." At daybreak, as Feng was leaving, they arranged to meet at the monastery. By the time Fan set out as planned, Feng had already arrived. From a high vantage point, she watched until Fan arrived and invited Feng to ride with her to the monastery. Hand in hand they walked through the monastery gate, where Feng spotted a Liaozhai, about 17 or 18, his clothing not showy, and his appearance eminent. Feng secretly pointed at him and told Fan, "This one will become a Hanlin academic." Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, a scholar who has passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Fan looked briefly in Feng's direction. Feng prepared to leave, and told her, "You go home first, and then I'll follow." At dusk, consequently, Feng arrived and said, "I got a very detailed look at him, this Meng Anren, and he's from the same home village." Fan could tell from looking that he was poor, so she couldn't agree to him. Feng remarked, "Don't let yourself sink to the level of common prejudices, too. If this man's been poor and humble for a long time, I'll poke my eyes out and never tell anyone's fortune ever again." "Why are you making such a big deal of this?" asked Fan. Feng replied, "I only want one thing from you, to set up a marriage agreement with him." "Why do you want to do it so hastily, sister?" Fan asked. "My parents are living, so what if they oppose it?" Feng answered her, "I want to do this simply because I'm afraid that they may not agree to it. Let me ask you this, if you're firmly determined, can either life or death shake you to give up?" Fan said they certainly couldn't. "Your marital destiny has already taken shape," Feng told her, "and neither demons nor disaster can prevent it. Accordingly, I'll come along to help you, since we're good friends. For now, I must ask to leave you and take with me the golden hairpin that you gave me, so I can give it to him, pretending that you've sent it as a gift." Though Fan wanted to discuss the matter further, Feng went out to get started. At the time, Scholar Meng was poor despite being multi-talented, and had been just about to select a spouse, since he was 18 and not yet married. That same day, he'd suddenly observed two beauties, and when he went home he found himself deep in thought about them. Underscore 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 un. Hanlin Academic, an intellectual assigned to the Imperial Hanlin Academy, which was founded by the Tang Dynasty Emperor, Xuanzong, ruled 712–56. As it was drawing near the end of the first watch, Feng knocked at Meng's door and entered. By the candlelight, Meng recognized her as one of the beauties he'd seen that day, so he happily began asking her questions about the two of them. She told him, "My surname's Feng, the female companion of 11th sister Fan." Meng was delighted to hear this, and without asking a lot of detailed questions, he hastily embraced her. Feng resisted him, saying, "I'm not doing this for myself, but out of kindness for you. Fan hopes that you can be joined together in love forever, and she asked me to take care of arranging it." Meng was so stunned that he couldn't believe it. Feng then took out the hairpin and showed it to him. Meng was overjoyed and declared to Feng, "I'm grateful to you for doing this for us, and if I can't marry her, I'll be a bachelor all my life rather than take anyone else as my wife." On that note, Feng left. The next morning, Meng entrusted an old woman neighbor to pay a visit on his behalf to Fan's mother. Mrs. Fan could tell that the old woman was poor, so she refused to discuss anything with the woman and informed her daughter of it. When Fan learned about the incident, she began to lose hope, resentfully thinking Feng was causing trouble for her, but it would be difficult for her to get the gold hairpin back, and she'd vowed to be true to the agreement until death. After several days, there was a certain nobleman who wanted to propose marriage to Fan's daughter, the 11th sister, but was worried he might not be able to work out an agreement, so he entrusted the country magistrate to act as his go-between. At the time, the nobleman had a very powerful position, so Fan's father was intimidated by him. When he took the matter of the proposal to Fan, she was very unhappy about it. Her mother asked her why, but she just remained silent, weeping. Underscore 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 un. First watch, the first of 5 2-hour divisions of the night, from approximately 7 to 9 p.m. Fan secretly sent someone to tell her mother, but not Meng, that she'd rather die than marry. When her father heard about this, he became even more outraged, till finally he betrothed her to the young nobleman. He suspected that Fan had a secret relationship involving some scholar, and hence he chose an auspicious day so they could hold the ceremony as quickly as possible. Fan was so angry that she wouldn't eat, and did nothing but lie in her bed. On the evening before the marriage, she suddenly got up and sat in front of a mirror to put on her makeup. Her mother was quite pleased by this. Immediately thereafter, a maidservant rushed out and cried, "My lady has hanged herself." The entire household, alarmed and in tears, was plunged into deep sorrow, as there was nothing that could be done about it. They buried Fan 3 days later. When Scholar Meng learned that the old woman neighbor had been unable to carry out his instructions, he became so frustrated that he felt like giving up. However, he went out on his own, planning a visit in the rash hope that he might still pull off his goal. When he learned that his beautiful beloved had already been spoken for by another man, he burned in rage and all of his interest in her was completely dissolved. Before long, learning that Fan had died, he directed his rage inward and grieved for her loss, angry with himself that he hadn't also died. Toward evening, he went outside because he was about to ride off at twilight, to weep at Fan's grave. Suddenly, someone arrived and approached him. It was third sister Feng. She faced Meng and said, "A happy marriage and love can soon be yours." Sobbing, Meng asked, "Don't you know that Fan is dead?" "You'll realize I said soon because she just died," Feng replied. "You can ask your family members to dig up her grave quickly, for I have a rare medicine that will revive her." Meng followed her to the burial site and dug up Fan's grave, broke open her coffin, and then filled in the grave again. Carrying Fan's corpse, Meng and Feng took her to his home, where he placed her on a bed. Feng applied the medicine, and after some time had passed, she revived. Looking to Feng, she asked, "Where am I?" Feng pointed to the scholar, and told her, "This is Meng Anren." Once they explained to her what had happened, it all began to seem like she'd just awakened from a dream. Feng was afraid that news of her resuscitation would get out, so together they traveled 50 li, to where they could hide in a mountain village. Feng wanted to take her leave and depart, but Fan wept and begged her to stay and keep her company, convincing her to stay in a nearby house. Since jewelry and other adornments had been buried with Fan, they used them to raise a certain amount of money to supplement the little they had. Whenever she ran into Meng, Feng always avoided him. Fan calmly told her, "Sister, you're like my own flesh and blood, and that will never change in our lifetimes. I think perhaps you and I should serve this man together." "Since childhood, I've had a slight knack for the magic arts," replied Feng, "and I know the Daoist method of breathing to achieve longevity, and that's why I don't wish to marry." Fan smiled and said, "There are so many traditions of cultivating longevity, how could you possibly tell which one would actually work?" Feng answered, "Not everyone can understand what I've learned. With the exception of the exercises of Huatuo, other traditions may not be genuine. But all of them teach that to cultivate longevity, one must achieve a smooth flow of blood and breath within the body. But if one's vital energy flows in the wrong direction, even if you act with the bravery of a tiger, how can you achieve what you desire?" Underscore 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 un. Huatuo, a doctor of almost supernatural skill who cures Guan Yu of poisoning in the Three Kingdoms, the historical Huatuo, d. 220 CE, is said to have been versed in Daoist techniques. Fan planned secretly with Meng, who later pretended to leave and travel some distance away. When night fell, Fan strongly urged Feng to take some wine. Once she'd become tipsy, Meng secretly entered and made love to her. Feng sobered up and exclaimed, "You've undone me, sister. If I've been avoiding sex, it was in order to follow the Dao and become an immortal. Now I've fallen into depravity, so it must have been fated." Then she got up to take her leave. Fan told her that she'd tried to act in good faith, and dolefully apologized. Feng replied, "I'll tell you the truth of the matter, I'm actually a fox. It was fated that I would look at your beauty and suddenly adore you, like a cocoon that spun itself, and that's how we came to be where we are now. This feels like a disaster caused by some kind of evil spirit, not by mortals. Once you'd detained me, the evil spirit grew more powerful until there was no stopping it. Sister, good fortune lies ahead for you in the long run, so take good care of yourself." As soon as her words were finished, she vanished. Meng and Fan sat together, sighing mournfully, for a long time. When a year had passed, Meng successfully took the provincial-level Imperial Civil Service examination, and was appointed an official in the Hanlin Academy. He decided to pay a visit to Master Fan, but Fan's father, mortified and regretful, wouldn't see him. Meng begged insistently to speak with him, and finally he agreed. The scholar entered and treated Master Fan the way a dutiful son-in-law would, doing obeisance to him very reverentially. Master Fan, ashamed and angry, suspected that Meng was being cruelly frivolous and taunting him about his dead daughter. Meng begged for him to believe that he was entirely sincere about being married to her. Master Fan, in utter disbelief, sent some people to Meng's home, where they learned the truth of the matter, to Master Fan's amazement and joy. They kept Fan's revival a secret, to avoid any other misfortunes or incidents. After another 2 years, when the father of the young nobleman who'd wanted to marry Fan was discovered to have taken a bribe, both he and his son were banished far away, forced to help guard the seaboard. For that reason, Fan was able to return home to visit her parents. 178. A Fox Dream. My friend, Bai Yan, was a relaxed and merry fellow of outstanding character, forthright and happy-go-lucky. Rather rotund in appearance, he also had a sizable beard. Scholars would be familiar with his name. There was an occasion when Bai came to visit his uncle, a district magistrate, at his villa, and went to take a rest upstairs. Rumor had it that there were quite a number of foxes appearing in one of the buildings there. After reading my story, Qing Feng, he'd often looked forward very much to meeting one of them. Hence he went up into the haunted building, concentrating in anticipation, lost in thought. After a while, he decided to return to his own study, for the sun was already beginning to set. It was during the summer months and quite sultry, so he left the door open and went to sleep. While he was sleeping, someone came and shook him. As he woke up and looked around, he saw a woman who was over 40 but elegant and youthfully exuberant. Startled, Bai got up and asked her who she was. With a smile, she replied, "I'm a fox. Sensing your thoughts about me, I was moved to acknowledge them secretly. Underscore 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 un. Bai Yan, supposedly the nephew of Pu Songling's employer, Bai Jiu. A variety of rationales have been offered to support the belief in the existence of such a person, despite the absence of the name Bai Yan from the Bai family's genealogy. See Zeitlin, 175. Qing Feng, see story number 39 in Volume 1. Bai was elated to hear this and teased her with some body suggestions. The woman laughed and told him, "I'm too old for you, and even if you don't find me ugly, I'd still feel embarrassed about it. I have a daughter who's reached 15, and she could serve you as you need. Tomorrow night, make sure there's no one else in your room, and she'll come to you." With these words, she departed. When the next night arrived, he burnt some incense and sat, waiting for her. Keeping her promise, the woman brought a girl with her. Her manner was refined and gentle, unique and peerless. The lady fox told her, "You're fated to have a relationship with Master Bai, so you must stay with him a while. You need to return home tomorrow morning, so don't sleep late." Bai then took her hand and guided her through the bed curtains, where they made love to their heart's content. When they'd finished, the girl laughed and exclaimed, "Master Fatty is so ridiculously heavy, I can hardly bear it." It wasn't yet daylight when she left. When it was night once again, she appeared and told him, "My fox sisters want to congratulate my bridegroom, so tomorrow we can go see them together." "Where are we going?" Bai asked. "Big sister's hosting the feast," she explained, "so we'll go to her place, which isn't far." The next night, Bai waited for her to arrive. After quite a while had passed and she still hadn't shown up, he began to feel quite lethargic. He'd just bent his head over his desk when the fox girl suddenly entered and apologized, "I'm sorry to have made you wait so long." Then she took his hand and they left. They arrived at their destination, a large courtyard, almost immediately. They went straight up to the main hall, where they saw lights glimmering as brilliantly as little stars. Presently their hostess, who appeared to be about 20, arrived, quite beautiful despite being only modestly dressed. She respectfully greeted Bai, and once she'd finished congratulating him, they were about to take their seats for the banquet when a maidservant entered to announce, "Second sister has arrived." They saw a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, enter, smiling at Bai's beloved as she said, "You've already lost your virginity. So, was he as good as you hoped he'd be?" The fox girl took a fan and whacked her on the back, glaring with the whites of her eyes. Second sister remarked, "I remember when we were children, wrestling playfully, how you were so afraid of being tickled under your arms that if I even reached my fingers towards you from a distance, you'd start laughing like you couldn't stand it. Then you'd get angry with me and exclaim that I'd end up marrying the little prince of the pygmies." I'd answer that you'd just marry some gentleman with a thick beard that would poke your little lips, and now it's happened. It's no surprise if third sister gets mad at you, their elder sister said with a laugh. You make fun of her even when she's got her husband standing beside her. Shortly thereafter they put their wine cups next to each other and sat quite close, dining and laughing with great pleasure. Suddenly a young girl, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, cradling a cat in her arms, appeared, and though she was no more than a child, she was also stunningly gorgeous through and through. Does fourth sister also want to see her brother-in-law? Asked the elder sister. But there's no place for you to sit. Consequently she set her on her knee, and fed her from the dishes and confections. In a little while, she passed the girl over to second sister, complaining, "You're smashing my legs." Second sister declared, "You're so big, you feel like you weigh 3,000 catties, and I'm just too weak to hold you. You wanted to see third sister's husband, and since he's an imposing fellow, he can bear to have you sit on his fleshy knees." Then she took the girl and put her in Bai's lap. Underscore 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 un. 3,000 catties, since one catty equals 1.1023 pounds, second sister's essentially teasing, "You weigh a ton and a half." Fourth sister seemed fragrant and soft to him, as light as if there was no one there. With Bai holding her, they began drinking from the same cup. The elder sister said, "Little sister, don't drink too much or you'll get drunk and misbehave, and I'm afraid sister's husband will laugh at you." The girl kept snickering as she stroked her cat, which responded by meowing loudly. "You still haven't disposed of that walking infestation of fleas and lice," exclaimed the elder sister. Second sister said, "I suggest we play a drinking game while she holds the cat, passing around a chopstick, and whoever's holding it when the cat meows has to take a drink." Then they all did as she suggested. Every time the chopstick came to Bai, the cat meowed. As a result, he lifted and drained a great many cups, till he reached the limit of his drinking capacity. Then it dawned on him that the little girl had intentionally been making the cat meow each time, and they all guffawed with laughter. Second sister exclaimed, "Little sister, it's time for you to go to bed. You're pressing brother-in-law to death, and I fear that third sister will put the blame on us." With the cat in her arms, the girl then left. When the elder sister noticed that Bai was a capable drinker, she removed the covering from over her hair bun, filled it with wine, and persuaded Bai to drink it. It looked to him like the cup barely held a pint, however, once he'd begun drinking from it, he could tell that there was several times that amount in it. Once it had been drained, Bai could see that the bun cup was actually a lotus leaf. Second sister also wanted to drink with him. Bai protested that he couldn't possibly handle any more wine. She then took out a tiny rouge box, opened it, poured in some wine, and said, "Since you've already reached your limit, you can just take this token amount to hold up your end." It looked to Bai like one gulp would drain it, but even after raising it to his lips 100 times, he still couldn't empty it. Third sister, his beloved, then took a small lotus cup and replaced the box with it, advising him, "Don't let that sneak fool you." She set the rouge box down on the table, where it turned into a gigantic bowl. Second sister cried, "What business is it of yours? You've only been with the gentleman for 3 days yet you act like he's your dear." Bai held the cup to his lips, stood and drained it. As he held it, it felt smooth and soft. When he examined it carefully, he saw that it wasn't a cup at all, but an embroidered shoe, lined with exquisite decorations. Second sister grabbed it away and cried, "You devious girl! When did you steal my shoe? No wonder my foot felt ice cold." Then she stood up and went inside to change into some other shoes. Third sister suggested to Bai that he should leave the banquet and bid the others farewell. She accompanied him out of the village, and then sent Bai homeward on his own. Suddenly he woke up, and it all turned out to have been part of a dream world. yet his nose and mouth told him that he was inebriated, for strangely enough, the smell of alcohol was still very strong about him. At dusk, the fox girl appeared to him and said, "So you didn't drink yourself to death last night?" "I've just begun to suspect it was only a dream," Bai replied. The girl explained, "My sisters were afraid that you'd be boisterous and loud, so they made it feel like a dream to you, but it really wasn't." Whenever the girl played chess with Bai, he inevitably lost. She would laugh and say, "Since you're addicted to it, I figured you surely must be a great master of the game. Now I see that you're only so-so." Bai begged her to give him some lessons. "Chess is an art that each individual must learn for himself, so how could I help you improve? If you work at it from morning till night, perhaps that'll make a difference." After several months had passed, Bai began to feel that he'd made a little progress. The fox girl tested him and smiled, "Not yet, not yet." Bai went out and played against some of his former chess opponents who felt how strangely improved his playing had become, and everyone found it amazing. Bai was a forthright man and couldn't keep the truth bottled up inside, so he told them about the girl. She knew all about it, and subsequently scolded him, "This is undoubtedly the way with all you crazy scholars. I've urged you time and again to keep our secret, and yet you still do this." She was so angry that she was ready to walk out on him. Bai apologized for what he'd done without thinking about the consequences, so the girl was placated somewhat. However, from that point forward, she appeared to him increasingly less often. The years went by, and one night she appeared and sat rigidly, facing him. He wanted to play chess, but she refused, then he wanted to go to bed with her, but she wouldn't do that, either. She remained silent for quite some time before asking, "How do you think I compare to Qing Feng?" "You pretty much exceed her," he replied. "I'm afraid that I'm no match for her," she told him. "But Liaozhai and you are literary friends, so please trouble him to write a biographical sketch of me, for if not, in 1,000 years no one will love and remember me as you do." Bai assured her, "For quite some time I've had this in mind, but in the past, at your urging, I kept you a secret from him." "That is what I urged you formerly," she agreed, "but now that we're about to part, why should it remain forbidden?" "Where are you going?" he asked her. "Fourth sister and I are going to be serving the Queen Mother of the West as flower and bird attendants," she explained. "Though I won't be able to return to you anymore, in the past there was a relative of mine who had a relationship with your uncle's elder brother, and when she was about to leave him, she gave birth to 2 daughters, who are still unmarried. Fortunately, we don't have anything like that to worry about." Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, Pu Songling's literary nickname, studio of idleness/leisure, for himself. See Liaozhai's own account in Volume 1. Bai begged her for some parting words of advice. "Keep your temper and make few mistakes," she told him. Then she stood, took his hand, and said, "You can see me off as I go." When they'd walked about a li, she said goodbye, tears pouring from her eyes, "If our feelings for each other are sufficiently strong, we may yet meet again." Then she left. In the 21st year of Kangxi's reign, on the 19th day of the 12th lunar month, Master Bai and I were sharing lodging at spacious hall, where he narrated his strange tale in detail. I told him, a fox like this would bring honor to Liaozhai's writings. And hence I recorded his account. Underscore 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 un. Queen Mother of the West as flower and bird attendants. The Queen Mother was the most renowned deist goddess of the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907. She is supported by 2 female attendants who help her to disembark from the celestial carriage in which she rides, Cahill 98. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. 21st year of Kangxi's reign, the Qing Emperor ruled 1662 to 1723, so the year in reference is 1683/4. 179 The cloth merchant. There was a certain man from Chongqing who made his living by dealing in cloth, and had come to Taiyan to ply his trade. He heard that there was a master fortune-teller practicing there, so he decided to pay him a visit and ask him to predict his future, both good and bad. Using his date of birth, the astrologer made some calculations and told him, "You're fated to experience great evil, so you need to hurry home." This so frightened the merchant that he took his profits and headed homeward to the north. Along the road, he met a fellow in short pants who appeared to be a minor official's clerk. They gradually struck up a conversation, and consequently enjoyed getting to know each other. Each time the merchant stopped to get something to eat and drink, he'd invite the clerk to join him. The clerk was sincerely appreciative. When the merchant asked him what business he was engaged in, the clerk told him, "I'm on my way to Chongqing, where I have to make some arrests." When the merchant inquired about whom the clerk was going to arrest, the man took out an official document, allowing the merchant to examine it for himself. He discovered that the very first name on the list was his own. "What have I done to deserve being arrested?" he asked in astonishment. Underscore 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 un. Chongqing, Taiyan, both are located in modern Shandong province. The clerk replied, "I'm not a mortal, but a servant of Tomb Mountain's Eastern 4th Department. I guess it means that your allotted lifespan has expired." The merchant burst into tears and begged the clerk to spare him. "I can't," the ghostly clerk answered. "But the document lists many names. Collecting them all will take a long time. If you hurry home, you can manage your funeral arrangements, and then I'll come for you last of all, out of respect for our good friendship." Shortly afterwards, they came to the banks of a river where a bridge had collapsed, and where travelers would have a very difficult time wading across. "You're going to die," the ghost told him, "and you can't take any of your money with you when you depart. If you use it to build a bridge here, every passerby will benefit, though it would be rather expensive. It would undoubtedly bring you some kind of benefit." The merchant agreed to do so. He went home and told his wife to buy the necessities for a funeral, including a coffin that could hold him. That same day, he hired some workers to build a new bridge. Though a long time elapsed, the ghostly clerk still hadn't returned. The merchant privately wondered at this. One day, the ghost suddenly appeared and said, "I've already informed the local city god that you've had the bridge rebuilt, so he in turn could pass word on to the underworld, and he told me that this act would extend your lifespan. Now your name has been crossed off the Hell King's list, and I've respectfully come at his command to inform you." Overjoyed, the merchant was effusive in his gratitude to the clerk. Later on, when he arrived at Mt Tai, he didn't forget the ghostly clerk's kindness, so he reverently burned some paper money for him, and also poured libations to his spirit while calling out his name. As he came away from the mountain, he saw the clerk hurrying towards him, and once he arrived, the ghost cried, "You almost destroyed me. My department chief happened to be away on business at the time, so I was lucky that he didn't hear and find out what I did for you. I couldn't face him if he'd heard." Underscore 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 un. Tomb Mountain's Eastern 4th Department. Tomb Mountain houses the 10 great halls of the Hell King, who is in charge of life and death, fortune and misfortune in the mortal world. The Eastern 4th, one of the 75 bureaucratic departments of the underworld, is apparently responsible for overseeing the transmigration process between life and death. Zhu 1:624 and 7. The ghostly clerk walked several steps with the merchant, and then told him, "In the future, don't come back this way. If I have reason to travel to the north on business, I'll be sure to take a detour and visit you." And so saying, he vanished. 180. The farmer. There was a farmer who'd been weeding his fields at the base of a mountain, when his wife brought him a crock with his lunch in it. Once he'd finished eating, he set the crock beside one of the paths between the fields. At dusk he examined it and discovered that the leftover congee inside it earlier was now all gone. This began happening rather frequently. He became suspicious, and started sneaking glances at it while he was working in the field, to observe what was going on. He saw a fox show up and stick its head inside the crock. The farmer picked up his hoe and stealthily approached, then hit it with all his strength. The terrified fox tried to escape. But its head was stuck in the crock, and despite struggling painfully, it couldn't get it out. The fox started running and then fell down with the crock, smashing it into pieces and freeing its head, and when it saw the farmer, it fled in panic up the mountain and disappeared. After several years, the daughter of a high-ranking family living south of the mountain was bedeviled by the fox, and they tried unsuccessfully to drive it away with Daoist talismans. The fox said to the girl, "What can paper charms possibly do to me?" "Your magic is very powerful," the girl replied to mislead the creature, "so it's lucky for me that we'll always be on good terms. But I realize there's something I don't know. Is there anything that's ever frightened you?" The fox said, "Nothing frightens me. However, 10 years ago, north of the mountain, I'd been regularly stealing food from beside a field when a man wearing a wide-brimmed bamboo hat took a hoe to my head, almost killing me, and even now the memory terrifies me." The girl told this to her father. The father wished to send the farmer to get the fox, since it feared him, but he didn't know the man's name or home village, so he was unable to contact him. It so happened that a servant from the girl's family, who had come to the farmer's mountain village, by chance mentioned the business to someone. One of the men there happened to be the farmer, who said in surprise, "That's precisely what happened to me years ago. Can this be that same troublemaker, now grown to be powerful menace?" The servant found this a strange coincidence, returned home, and told his master about it. The girl's father was overjoyed and sent the servant on horse to bring the farmer back, and when he arrived, the master respectfully asked him for his assistance. The farmer chuckled and said, "I did come up against such a creature in the past, but I can't be certain that this is the one. At any rate, if it can change its shape, why should it be afraid of a farmer?" The wealthy family strongly prevailed upon the farmer to help them, and so he was directed to dress as he had the day when he previously encountered the fox, and afterwards he entered the house carrying a hoe, and in a threatening voice cried, "I've been looking for you every day, without success, because you've been hiding out here. Now that I've got you, I'll kill you mercilessly." When he finished speaking, he heard the fox yelp in the room. The farmer made it sound like he was even more powerfully angry. The fox then dolefully begged to be spared. "Leave immediately," the farmer replied, "and I'll let you go." The girl saw the fox scurry away like a terrified rat. Thus the family's tranquility was restored. 181. Zhang Aduan. Master Qi of Liaozhai, a cultured and refined young man, always responded to situations by courageously doing what he believed to be right. It happened that an aristocratic family, who owned an enormous residence, had begun seeing ghosts there even in the daytime, and family members had been dying one after another, so they were hoping that they could sell the estate cheaply. Qi thought its price was very cheap, so he purchased the property. Since the residence was so large and there had been no one living there, wormwood and mugwort had grown up thick as a forest around the pavilion in the eastern courtyard, hence it was left unoccupied. Key family members began experiencing nightmares, shouting to each other that they'd encountered ghosts. 2 months passed, and one of their maidservants died. Soon afterwards, Key wife went for a walk one nightfall in the east courtyard's pavilion, but fell ill when she came back, and after several days, she also died. Family members became even more frightened and tried to persuade Qi to move elsewhere. But he wouldn't hear of it. Lonely without his spouse, Qi felt dismal, like he'd been wounded. Some of the servants again began complaining to him about weird phenomena. Qi exploded in anger, grabbed his nightclothes and a quilt, and left to sleep alone in the deserted pavilion, keeping a candle burning so he could watch for anything strange. Nothing happened for a long time, so he finally went to sleep. Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, the name of a prefecture located in modern Henan province. Suddenly someone stuck a hand under the quilt, groping his body. Qi awoke to the sight of an old maidservant, with pointy ears and disheveled hair, who was grotesquely obese. Qi knew this was a ghost, so he grabbed her arm and flung it away from him, scornfully laughing, "You look disgusting, and I reject your advances." Embarrassed, the maid refrained from further groping and tiptoed away. In a short while, a young woman with a sweet appearance emerged from the northwest corner. She rushed over to where he lay in the candlelight, furiously demanding, "Where are you from, you madman, and how dare you sleep here?" Qi sat up, laughing, and replied, "I'm the master of this estate, and I've been waiting to collect the rent on this pavilion." Then he leapt up, naked, to grab hold of her. The young woman frantically turned to flee. Qi hastened to the northwest corner, blocking her escape route. Since she was trapped, she went over and sat on the bed. As he came near her, he could see by the candlelight that she was as striking as a goddess. He gradually drew her to him in an embrace. She giggled and said, "Aren't you afraid of ghosts, madman? You're on the verge of disaster and death." As Qi quickly took off her clothing, she offered very little resistance. After they'd made love, she confessed to him, "My surname's Zhang, and I was called Aduan as a baby. When I came of age, I made the mistake of marrying a heartless man, whose harsh treatment of me increased my sense of disgrace till resentment and shame brought me to an early grave, and I lay buried there for more than 20 years. This estate is built entirely upon graves and tombs." "Who was that old maidservant?" he asked her. Aduan replied, "She's another ghost who serves me. When mortals move into the residence above, we ghosts become restless in our graves, so I sent her to drive you away." "Then why was she groping me?" he asked. She laughed and explained, "Though she's been a ghost for 30 years old, this maidservant has never had sex with a man, so you can sympathize with her feelings. However, she's also vastly overrated herself. In any case, if your self-confidence falters, the ghosts will bully you all the more, but if your courage remains unwavering, they won't dare attack you." When they heard a neighbor's clock strike, Aduan put on her clothes and got up off the bed, telling Qi, "If you don't have any misgivings, I'll come again tonight." At sunset, Aduan appeared, and their lovemaking was even more passionately satisfying. "My wife suffered misfortune and died," Qi told her, "and I feel so saddened by her loss, that I can't let go of my feelings for her. Could you help call her back to me?" Hearing this filled Aduan with sorrow, and she replied, "I've been dead for 20 years, and no one's ever thought about me. You're affectionately devoted indeed, and I'll do everything in my power to help. However, I heard that she was going to be reincarnated somewhere, so I don't know if she's still in the underworld or not." The following night, she reported to Qi, "Your wife was just about to be reborn into a high official's family. But since in a previous incarnation she lost an earring and beat a maidservant over the matter, which provoked the maid to hang herself, your wife's case hasn't been resolved yet, and hence the reincarnation's been delayed. For the time being, she's been entrusted to the King of Remedies, in whose hall she's being watched over by guards. I sent my maidservant to go and deliver a bribe to him, so your wife may be on her way here by now." "Why are you free to do this?" he asked her. Underscore 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 un. King of Remedies, another official in the vast underworld bureaucracy. See Klein and Littlejohn, 9-34. If those in the mortal world driven to death unreasonably went unreported, she explained, then the Hell King may have no way to know about them. Just after 2 o'clock in the morning, the old maidservant arrived, conducting Ki wife. He grasped her hands with great tenderness, and his wife, trying to contain her tears, was unable to speak. Aduan told them goodbye, adding, "The two of you can each tell how you've missed the other, and we can meet together some other evening." Qi then conveyed his sympathy to his wife and asked her about the matter involving the maid who had killed herself. "Don't worry about it," she replied, "it's going to be settled." They hugged each other on Qi bed, then made love as happily as they always had, back when the wife was alive. From this point forward, they often met this way. After 5 days, Qi wife suddenly burst into tears and cried, "Tomorrow I must go to Shandong, tormented to be leaving you forever, and there's no way out of it." When Qi heard this, he began wiping away tears and wandering aimlessly in sorrow, feeling utterly helpless. Aduan counseled them, "I have a plan that can give you a little while longer together." Together they held back their tears and inquired about what she wanted them to do. Aduan asked them to take 10 strings of paper money and burn them beneath the apricot tree in the South Hall, as a bribe for the wife's escorts, so they might delay their arrival a few days. Qi did exactly as she suggested. That night, when his wife appeared, she told him, "It's a good thing we did as Aduan said, for now we've been given 10 days to be together." Qi was very happy, and wouldn't allow Aduan to leave, so they all stayed together and made love in the same bed from dusk until dawn, afraid of nothing but their happiness ending. 7 and then 8 days went by, and as they thought about the fact that their extension was almost up, Qi and his wife found themselves crying through the night. They asked Aduan what additional ideas she might have, and she replied, "It will be difficult to influence matters once again. If you want to try it, you'll need at least 1 million in underworld currency." Qi burned the specified amount of sacrificial paper money. When Aduan came to them later, she happily reported, "I sent someone to speak with the escorts on your wife's behalf, and they were initially pretty resistant to further delay, but when they saw how much money was waiting for them, they began to see things differently. Now they've already found another ghost to take the place of your wife." Henceforth, the women stayed with Qi during the daytime, directing him to cover up the doorways and windows, and to keep candles and lamps burning all day long. Things had continued this way for more than a year, when Aduan suddenly fell ill, her state of mind becoming agitated, as though she'd encountered a ghost. Qi wife tried to comfort her, then explained to him, "This is a ghost disease." Since Aduan's already a ghost, Qi said, "How then can a ghost make her ill?" "That's not exactly the case here," his wife said. "When a person dies, he becomes a ghost, but when a ghost dies, he becomes a jian. Ghosts are frightened of jians, just as people are frightened of ghosts." Qi wanted to hire a sorcerer to tend to Aduan. His wife exclaimed, "What can a mortal do to heal a ghost? Our neighbor, an old woman named Wang, is now practicing medicine in the underworld, so I could go and invite her to come here. But it's over 10 li away, and my legs are too weak to be able to carry me that far, so I'll have to trouble you to burn a paper horse for me." Qi did as she asked. Underscore 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 un. Jian, the term comes from the Daoist magical practice of inscribing the character, Jian, on magical charms to ward off ghosts. Zeitlin notes that by constructing an additional boundary distinguishing ghosts from Jian, Pu ensures that the old boundary separating the living from the dead is effectively superseded and erased. 195, protecting the connection between Qi, his wife, and Aduan. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 of a mile. Once the horse had been burnt, they saw Aduan's maidservant approach, leading a red horse with a black mane and tail. She handed Qi wife its reins at the courtyard entrance, and once the wife had turned the horse back around, in the blink of an eye, she vanished with it. After a little while, she returned, riding side by side with an old lady, and they tied the horses' reins to a porch post. Old Lady Wang went inside and took Aduan's pulse with her fingers. Afterwards she sat down quite stiffly, and her head began to tremble. She then fell to the ground and lay there for a few moments, before jumping up and declaring, "I am the king of Black Mountain. The girl's illness is very serious, but fortunately she ran into me, proving that her blessings are not inconsiderable. A ghost disease such as this one can be remedied, no harm at all. All the same, this is a dangerous illness, so you must reward me richly for my efforts with 100 gold ingots, 100 strings of copper coins, and a grand banquet, nothing less than that." Key wife eagerly agreed to each of the demands. Old Lady Wang then slumped to the ground again, and after reviving, she faced Aduan, cursed the Jian, and then was finished. Key wife accompanied her to the entrance of the courtyard, offered her the horse to ride on her return journey, and the old lady happily took her leave. Upon re-entering, she saw that Aduan was no longer comatose. Qi and his wife were overjoyed, and concernedly asked her how she felt. Aduan suddenly declared, "I'm afraid I may not be allowed to return to the mortal world. Whenever I close my eyes, it's my fate to see the ghosts of those who died unjustly." Then she burst into tears. Underscore 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 burn a paper horse, as with the paper money that is burnt as a kind of funeral offering to the departed in the underworld, other paper items, horses, in this example, or cars, in our own time are burnt to offer a symbolic transference of specific creature comforts into the afterlife. The next night, her condition took a turn for the worse, her body contorting as though shaking in terror from something she was seeing. She pulled Qi down to lie beside her and put her head on his chest, like she was frightened of something coming to grab her. Each time Qi tried to get up, she became terrified and screamed in anxiety. This continued for 6 or 7 days, while Qi and his wife could think of nothing to do about it. It happened one day that Qi needed to go out for a while, and when he returned at noon, he heard the sound of his wife crying. Startled, he asked her what had happened, and learned that Aduan had already died in her bed, leaving her body behind. When Qi lifted the quilt, there was nothing there but her neatly arranged bones. Qi, utterly distraught, took her remains, held a funeral ceremony like it was meant for a real person rather than for a ghost, and had Aduan buried alongside the tombs of his ancestors. One night, his wife began crying out while she was dreaming. He shook her awake, and when he asked her what she'd been experiencing, she explained, "Aduan came to me in my dream and told me that her husband was a Jian, and was angry with her for not remaining chaste in the underworld, bearing such a grudge that he took her life, so she begged me to have a spiritual ceremony performed for her." Qi woke up early the next morning, and was about to make arrangements for the ceremony. But his wife stopped him and said, "A matter involving ghosts isn't something you have the power to handle." Then she rose and left. 15 minutes went by and then she came back to report, "I've already had someone send for some monks and priests. But the first thing to do is to burn some paper money to cover their expenses." Qi then did as she suggested. By dusk, a crowd of monks had assembled, clanging their golden cymbals and beating their drums, just as their counterparts would do in the mortal world. Qi wife frequently mentioned how loud she thought it was, but Qi couldn't hear anything unusual. Once the ceremony was concluded, Qi wife dreamt that Aduan had come to thank her, saying, "The injustice has been resolved, and I'm about to be reborn as the daughter of the city god. I need to trouble you to give Qi this message for me." Qi wife lived there for 3 years, and while the servants were originally frightened whenever they heard her, after a while they gradually became used to it. Whenever Qi wasn't at home, they would report to their mistress through the opening in a window. One night, she turned to Qi and tearfully told him, "Since word has now gotten out about my former escorts having been bribed, they'll be searching for me very urgently and I'm afraid it won't be long before they come to get me." A few days later, she consequently fell ill, and declared, "I love you deeply, and if my spirit could stay with you, I wouldn't want to be reborn. Now that I'm about to bid you farewell forever, I realize it must just be our fate." Qi quickly begged her to think of something to do. "There's nothing to be done," she said. "Will you be punished?" he asked her. She replied, "There'll be some light punishment. Stealing from the living is a serious crime, while defrauding the dead is a minor one." When her words were finished, she became still. As he watched her closely, the contours of her face and body gradually faded away into nothingness. Qi often sat alone at night in the pavilion, hoping that they would meet again, but in the end the building remained silent, and in his heart he made peace with what had happened. 182 The Old Noodle Soup Woman. Scholar Han and his wife had been staying in a villa for 6 months, and planned to return home at the end of the lunar year. One night, when his wife had gone to bed, she heard the sound of someone moving about. She looked around and noticed coal burning in the fireplace, blazing very brightly. Then she saw an old woman, maybe 80 or 90 years old, wrinkled and hunchbacked, with only a few thin hairs on her head. She turned to Han's wife and asked her, "Would you like some noodle soup?" The wife was so scared, she didn't dare answer. The old woman proceeded to take a pair of iron chopsticks and stir up the fire, subsequently setting a cauldron on, then she poured some water into it. Instantly, Han's wife heard the sound of soup boiling. The old woman lifted the front of her garment and opened a bag, from which she extracted more than 10 measures of noodles, and tossed them into the soup with a distinct splashing sound. She said to herself, "Now that'll wait while I find a pair of chopsticks." Then she walked out through the door. Han's wife took advantage of the old woman's absence and anxiously got up to grasp the cauldron, leaning over it from the edge of her bed, then in fright covered herself with her quilt and laid back down. A moment later, the old woman returned, and forcefully demanded what had happened to the cauldron and soup. The wife was terrified and screamed. This startled her family members awake, and the old woman vanished. When they lifted up the wife's bed mat and drew close with a light to check it, they found over 10 dead tortoises, heaped into a pile. Underscore 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 un. Over 10 dead tortoises. Eberhard notes that in Chinese folklore, the tortoise is an enigmatic and highly symbolic creature, and the word itself is considered taboo, and to avoid speaking it, the tortoise was sometimes obliquely referred to as the Dark Warrior. 295-6. 183 Jin Yongnian. Jin Yongnian of Lijian was 82 years old and had never had a child. His elderly wife was 78, and had given up all hope of ever giving birth. As Jin was dreaming one night, a deity suddenly told him, "Though otherwise you would have been denied an heir, I've determined that since you have dealt justly in your trade, you should be granted a son." When he awoke, he told his wife about it. The old woman replied, "It was just your wishful thinking. 2 people like us, just about ready for our coffins, how could we give birth to a son?" Soon afterwards, the old woman's belly began to tremble, and 10 months later, she actually gave birth to a boy. Underscore 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 un. Lijian, a county located in modern Shandong province. 184 Huiguzi. Anyuya was a Beigong from Shaanxi. The young scholar conducted himself with generous kindness in his relationships, while freeing captive animals made him happy. If he saw that hunters had captured some prey, he never considered the cost too heavy, but simply purchased them and set them free. On the occasion of a funeral service to be held at his uncle's home, An went and took part in the funeral procession. Since it was dusk when he started home and his route took him through Mt Hua, he became lost, straying from the mountain into the valley below. This made him feel terribly frightened. Off in the distance, about the length of an arrow shot, he spotted some lights and hurried towards them. After several paces, he suddenly saw a hunchbacked old man with a walking stick heading quickly along the path up the slope of the mountain. And stopped and was about to ask him for directions, when the old man preempted this by asking him who he was. And explained that he'd taken the wrong path, but then he saw the lights and figured that surely there was a mountain village there, and so he'd come to spend the night. Underscore 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 un. Beigong, a meritorious student given special recommendation, usually from local officials, to take the Imperial Civil Service examination in the capital. Mt Hua, located in Shaanxi Province, about 100 kilometers east of Xi'an. That's not a tranquil village, said the old man. Lucky for you, you ran into me and can come along and spend the night in my thatched cottage. And was very pleased to hear this, so he followed the old man for about a li, where he noticed a small village. The old man pounded at a door made of brambles, and an old woman came out to open it, inquiring, "Has a young gentleman arrived?" "Without a doubt," replied the old man. As soon as they entered, and noticed that the ceiling of the cottage was narrow and low, the old man hung a lantern, urged An to sit beside him, and told the old woman to bring them something to eat. Then he informed her, "This man isn't like the others, but one who saved my life. If you can't keep up with all the serving activity, you can call for Huiguzi to come and pour the wine." Immediately, a bright-eyed young beauty entered with food for them and stood beside the old man, glancing to the side at An. When he examined her, he admired her pretty face and perfect teeth, which were like those of a fairy. The old man turned and told the girl to warm some wine. There was a coal stove in the western side room, so the girl went and stirred up the fire. "Sir, who is she?" he asked his host. The old man replied, "My name's Zhang. I'm 70 years old, and she's my only daughter. Farming families like us have no servants. Since you're not just anybody, I've felt confident to have my wife and daughter come out to meet you, and, fortunately, you're not laughing at me for it." "Where does your son-in-law's family live?" asked An. Zhang replied, "I don't have one yet." An kept commending Huiguzi's gentle nature and beauty, as though he couldn't stop himself from praising her. The old man was modestly accepting his comments when suddenly they heard the girl cry out. Zhang rushed over, discovering that the wine had boiled over and made the fire flare up. He then rescued the remaining wine and scolded her, "You're old enough to be an adult, but then you act like you don't know what you're doing." He turned his head and saw a partially finished goddess doll made from sorghum stalks, then again chided her, "Your hair may be long like a grown-up's, but you still carry on like a child." Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Zhang held the toy up to An and said, she was so wrapped up in making this, that she let the wine boil over. "If you keep on praising her, I can't express how ashamed of her I am." And closely examined every detail of the doll, from its facial features to its clothing, and found it to be a work of remarkable craftsmanship. Hence he said in support of Huiguzi, "Even if it's just child's play, I can see from it that she's also quite ingenious." Then whenever their cups needed to be refilled, the girl quickly carried over more wine, graciously smiling at An, no longer as shy as before. As An fixed his eyes on Huiguzi, he felt a stirring of feelings for her. Suddenly they heard Zhang's wife cry out, and the old man went to find out why. Left alone with Huiguzi, An gazed at her and said, "Looking at you, I see a fairy, and it feels like my very spirit has abandoned me. I want to have a matchmaker arrange for us to marry, but I'm worried that it won't work out, so what can we do?" Huiguzi held the wine jug over the fire, remaining quiet as though she hadn't heard him. He repeated his question, but to no effect. Eventually, and moved over to where she was. Huiguzi stood up, and with a stern expression exclaimed, "What are you doing over here?" and went down on his hands and knees before her in anguish. The girl moved towards the doorway to leave, and got up quickly to block her way, then grabbed her and tried to kiss her. In a quavering voice, the girl weakly cried out, so Zhang hurried back into the room and asked what was wrong, and let go of her and prepared to leave, ashamed of his uncontrolled behavior. Huiguzi calmly turned to her father and said, "The wine was about to boil over again, and if the gentleman hadn't come over here, the jug would have been ruined," and was reassured when he heard Huiguzi's words, and felt even more strongly about her. He was so completely infatuated that he even forgot how it was that he'd come to be near her. He pretended that he'd been drunk and consequently had left his place, and then Huiguzi left the room. Zhang set up a mat and mattress for An, then went out, closing the door after him. An was unable to go to sleep, and at dawn he bid them farewell. When he got home, he entrusted a friend to go to the thatched cottage to negotiate a marriage agreement, and after being gone all day the friend returned to say that he couldn't find the cottage or the village. An ordered a servant to ready a horse, and he rode off himself to find the route he'd taken. He came to a steep cliff's precipice, but there was no village there. When he inquired around at a nearby village, no one recognized Zhang's name. Disappointed, An returned home, so distracted that he forgot to eat or sleep. He then became disoriented and fell ill. Forcing himself to eat some watery congee made him feel like vomiting, and in this deteriorating state, he kept calling for Huiguzi. His family members didn't understand what he meant, and though they took care of him attentively throughout the night, his energy continued to wane. One night, when whoever was looking after him became tired and negligently fell asleep, and looked up weakly, feeling someone trying to rouse him. Opening his eyes briefly, he saw Huiguzi standing at his bedside, and he immediately returned to consciousness, his life energy stimulated. As An gazed ardently at the girl, his tears began to fall. Huiguzi bent her head near him, smiling as she said, "Silly boy, how did you come to this?" Then she climbed into bed, straddled An's thighs, and with both hands applied pressure to his forehead. And breathed in a rare, musky fragrance that penetrated to his very bones. She continued pressing for quite a while, till suddenly An felt sweat dripping from his forehead, and gradually feeling spread throughout his body. Speaking softly, Huiguzi said, "There are too many people around, so I can't stay here. In 3 days, we'll see each other again." Then she reached into an embroidered sleeve, brought out some steamed cakes, placed them at the head of his bed, and quietly left. When he finally stopped sweating, and was craving something to eat, so he tried one of the cakes. He didn't know what they were stuffed with, but they were so unusually sweet and satisfying that he ate 3 of them. Then he took some clothing, used it to cover the remaining cakes, and fell into a deep sleep, so that when it came time for him to wake up, he felt like a great burden had been lifted from him. In 3 days, when he'd finished the remaining cakes, he was completely reinvigorated and twice as sharp as before. Thus he dismissed the servants who'd been caring for him. He figured that Huiguzi might still be unable to get through his door and come inside, so he secretly slipped out of his study and into the courtyard, where he undid the bolt on the door. Shortly afterward, the girl was able to come in, saying with a laugh, "Silly gentleman, aren't you going to thank the witch who saved you?" And was overjoyed, took her affectionately into his arms, and they made love. Afterwards, she told him, "I've taken chances and risked humiliation for my family by rescuing you, all because I had to come and express my gratitude for your great kindness before. But the truth is that I can never marry you, so you'd better be thinking of other ladies." And was silent for a good long time, and then asked her, "Since we've only recently met, how could I have done you any kindness before? Honestly, I don't remember anything like that." Huiguzi was quiet, but then said, "You'll think of it." And steadfastly insisted that he'd always love her. Again and again, she told him, it would be impossible for us to meet secretly every night, but for us to become a normal married couple is equally impossible." When An heard her response, he became depressed and downhearted. "If you really want us to be together," Huiguzi declared, "please come to my home tomorrow night." An joyfully received her compassionate offer, and asked her, "Since it's so far away, and your steps are so delicate, how do you manage to get back and forth?" "I simply haven't been returning home," she replied. "My aunt is the old deaf woman living east of here, and so for you, I've been staying there until now, and I'm afraid that my family will be suspected of something and be blamed for me." And slept with her under the same quilt, and as he felt her breath during their intimacy, he realized that every portion of her body was fragrantly scented. "What do you use to achieve the wonderful fragrance that pervades your body?" he asked her. Huiguzi replied, "I was born this way, and I don't use anything to enhance it." And thought her even more extraordinary. In the morning, she got up and said goodbye. And was anxious about being able to find his way to her home, so Huiguzi arranged to wait for him along the road. And galloped off at sunset, found where Huiguzi was waiting for him, and together they travelled to her home. Zhang and his wife happily came out to meet them. The wine and delicacies that they served were simple rather than fancy fare. After they'd finished, they invited their guest to get some rest. Huiguzi hadn't looked his way all evening, which made him worry that something was wrong. Late that night, she finally came to him and said, "My parents were unsettled and didn't go right to sleep, that's why I had to make you wait so long." While they made love throughout the night, Huiguzi told An, "Tonight we've been together, but for 100 years we'll be apart." Shaken, An asked her what she meant. "My father thinks this little village is too isolated, so we're going to move far away. Tonight is the last time we can live harmoniously as a couple." And couldn't bear to let her go, and hung his head mournfully. Huiguzi was so reluctant to leave him, that night gradually gave way to the dawn. Zhang suddenly rushed in, cursing his daughter, "You've ruined our poor family, and now we're so ashamed we wish we could die." Huiguzi turned pale and ran off in distress. Zhang ran after her, reviling her as he went. And also felt mortified and ashamed of himself, so he privately hurried out and went home. For several days he paced anxiously, thinking he couldn't go on living like this. Hence he decided that when night fell, he'd climb over Zhang's wall so he could see his beloved. The old man had confirmed that the young scholar was his great deliverer, so even if the affair came out, surely he wouldn't hurt An for it. Thus he rode quickly into the mountains that night, his uncertain steps soon ensuring that he was lost. He became quite frightened. Then as he began looking for a way to return home, he spotted the roof of a secluded house in the valley. Happily relieved, he headed there, noting that its high wall was the sort associated with aristocratic families, and that its heavy gate hadn't yet been shut for the night. And directed himself to the gate to ask if anyone knew where the Zhang family lived. A servant came out and said, "Who's inquiring about the Zhang family at this time of night?" And replied, "The Zhangs are the parents of my beloved, but I've gotten lost looking for their home." "You don't have to find the Zhangs," the servant told him. "This is the home of Huiguzi's aunt, and she's here now, so let me go tell her that you've arrived." In a little while, the servant came out and invited An to come in. As he entered the corridor, Huiguzi ran out to welcome him, telling the servant, "Master An has been hurrying here, and since it's already midnight, he must be nearly exhausted, so you can go prepare a place for him to sleep." Shortly afterward, hand in hand, An and Huiguzi got into bed. "Why isn't there anyone else here in your aunt's home?" he asked her. She explained, "My aunt has gone away and asked me to watch over things. It's fortunate that you found me here, mustn't it mean that we're fated to be together?" While they snuggled close, An thought it very strange that he detected a rank odor of some kind. Huiguzi put her arms around his neck and then impulsively licked at his nostrils, while something pricked at his head. Quite shocked by this, An urgently wanted to run away, but his body suddenly felt as though it had been tied up by an enormous rope. Shortly after that, he blacked out. When An didn't return home, his family went out looking for him, following his tracks. Someone mentioned running into him during the night along one of the mountain paths. The family members searched the mountain, where they discovered his naked corpse at the base of a high cliff. Horrified and alarmed, they didn't look into what had happened to him, but simply lifted him up and carried him home. As they all gathered and wept together, a young lady arrived to mourn with them, already crying outside the gate before she entered. She massaged Anne's body and held his nose so her tears could run into it, while crying, "Heaven, oh heaven, why? How could you be so stupid to let it happen?" She wailed, crying bitterly till her voice gave out, then finally stopped. She told the family members, "You have to suspend your mourning for 7 days, you mustn't bury him." They didn't know who she was, so they were just about to ask her, refusing to stand on ceremony. Huiguzi proudly held back her tears and made her way outside, ignoring the others as they asked her to stay, and followed after her, discovering once outside that she was already vanishing in the distance. The family members suspected that she might be a fairy, so they were careful to do exactly as she'd instructed them. The next night, Huiguzi returned once again, weeping as she'd done the day before. On the 7th night, An suddenly revived, and turned over on his side with a groan. His family members were utterly amazed. Huiguzi entered, and they faced each other, choked with emotion. An raised his hand and asked everyone else to leave. Huiguzi took out a bundle of green grass, made soup from it and fed it to An, sitting beside his bed, and almost instantly, he was strong enough to speak. With a sigh, he said, "First you kill me, then you bring me back to life." He then described what had happened to him. "That was a snake spirit pretending to be me," she told him. "When you lost your way and saw lights there, that was the demon's doing." And asked her, "How did you raise me from the dead, giving me back my life? Are you a fairy?" She replied, "I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I was afraid of frightening you. 5 years ago, on your way through Mt Hua, do you remember that you purchased the release of a river deer?" "That's right, I did," he replied. "That was my father," she explained. "That's the reason he called you his deliverer. The day before yesterday, you were reborn at Zikan, in Wang Zuhan's family. I went with father to dispute the matter with the Hell King, but he refused to intervene. Father wanted to give up his immortality to take your place, dying for you, and after pleading for 7 days, he was finally allowed to do so. Now it's our fortune to be together again. Even though you're alive once more, however, you may experience some paralysis or numbness. Drinking some snake blood in wine will get rid of those ill effects." And gnashed his teeth at the thought of how much he hated the snake spirit, so he considered by what method he might be able to destroy it. Huiguzi told him, "It's no problem. However, there would be serious repercussions for my future. I'd have to do hard labor for 100 years before I could become an immortal. Her burrow is located in an old cliff, so late some afternoon, you can gather some dried grass and set it on fire outside there, with the crossbow all ready, so when the monster emerges, you can get it." When she'd finished explaining, she added, "It's the great sorrow of my life that I can't continue our relationship. But because of you, I've lost 70% of my immortality. It's been a month since I felt a slight movement in my stomach, and I'm afraid that it's the source of my troubles. Whether it's a boy or a girl, a year from now I'll send it to you." Shedding tears, she then departed. The next day, Anne's body felt dead below the waist, unable to feel anything at all. Then he told his family what Huiguzi had told him. The family members did as she proposed, burning grass at the mouth of the burrow. A giant white snake rushed out through the flames. Several crossbows were fired all at once, killing the snake. When the fire had burned out and they entered the large burrow, they found snakes of all sizes and ages, burnt and foul-smelling. The family members returned home, taking some snake blood with them. And took the remedy for 3 days, and then as feeling returned to his thighs, gradually he could turn on his side, and in 6 months he was able to get out of bed. Later on, when he was walking alone through the mountain valley, he met old Mrs. Zhang, who was holding a tightly wrapped infant in her arms, which she handed to him, saying, "My daughter offers you this with her regards." When he wanted to ask her about Huiguzi, suddenly she was nowhere to be seen. He opened up the swaddling clothes to look at the child, and saw it was a boy. He carried the baby home in his arms, and in the end he never took a wife. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "People may think that humans are quite different from birds and beasts, however, it's not necessarily the case. When it comes to repaying a debt of gratitude sincerely, even going so far as to sacrifice one's own life, people should feel shamed by the selfless examples of the wild creatures." Where Huiguzi is concerned, she at first seemed foolish but proved wise, uninterested in and but then utterly devoted to him. Thus one comes to understand that foolishness can be the most extreme form of wisdom, and disinterest the most extreme form of devotion. Heaven, oh heaven, why? 185 The Martial Graduate. A man named Shi, who had been a successful candidate in the provincial examinations for military officers, was carrying bags of money with him to the capital as he went to try to obtain an official appointment. As he arrived in Dezhou, he experienced a sudden attack of serious illness, and kept spitting up blood, till at length he laid down in a boat. His servant stole the money he'd been carrying and fled. She was filled with hate for the man, so his illness worsened while his money and provisions began to run out. In addition, the boatman was scheming excuses to abandon him. Soon thereafter a woman came by in another boat, moored nearby for the night, and when she heard about Shi, volunteered to transport him in her boat. The delighted boatman helped Shi climb into the woman's boat. When Shi looked at her closely, he saw that she was at least 40, dressed in splendid clothing, and quite lovely. With a groan, Shi expressed his gratitude to her. The woman examined him carefully and told him, "You've been suffering from consumption for some time, and now your spirit is already wandering towards its grave." When Shi heard this, he wept in sorrow, feeling grieved and miserable. "I have a pill," she said, "that could keep you from dying. If it cures you, don't forget about me." Shi tearfully swore that he wouldn't. Underscore 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 un. Dezhou, located in modern Shandong province. The woman then administered the medicine to Shi. In half a day, he felt like he'd begun to recover a bit. The woman brought delicacies to his bed to feed him, more eagerly attentive than even a wife would be to her husband. Shi's appreciation of her continued to increase. A month went by, and he was fully recovered. Shi crawled on his knees submissively before her, as respectful as if she were his own mother. She declared to him, "I'm lonely and all alone, with no one to depend on, so if you don't find my faded appearance too ugly to look at, I would like to serve you as your wife." At the time, Shi was about 30 and it had been a year since his wife had died, so when he heard this, he was pleased and happy beyond all expectations, and thus they began to live together as though married. At that point, she took out the money that she'd been setting aside for herself, and sent him to the capital so he could purchase the appointment as he'd originally intended, with the agreement that after he'd done so, he would return and then take her home with him. She traveled to the capital and made connections with the money he'd been given for bribes, so he was selected to serve as a military official in his native province. With the money left over, he purchased a horse and saddle, along with some showy accoutrements appropriate to his position. Once he started thinking that the woman was getting on in years, past her prime of beauty, and hence wouldn't really make a very fitting wife for him, he decided to take 100 taels to ensure that a woman from the Wang family would become his wife. Underscore 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 un. A pill. See the discussion of such pills in the introductory essay in Volume 1, Pu Songling's Exercise of the Fox Tradition, Moral Allegory and Social Critique, XXXIXXXII. Cowardly and timid about it, She was afraid that the woman would learn of what he'd done, so he avoided the road back to Dezhou and took a circuitous route to arrive at his appointment. After more than a year, the woman still had received no word from him. She had a first cousin who moved to Dezhou and became the woman's neighbor. She knew who he was, and went to visit him to ask him about she. The cousin told her everything. The woman shouted a torrent of abuse, and told the cousin about all the care she'd lavished on she. He took her side and agreed that she'd been treated unjustly, so to console her, he suggested, maybe all the little details of his position have occupied him, and he hasn't yet had the leisure to contact you. If you write a letter to him, I'll deliver it for you. The woman then took his advice. She's cousin respectfully gave him the letter, but she didn't pay it any attention. Another year passed, and the woman herself went to see she, stopping to rest at an inn. She asked to see the staff member in she's office who was in charge of visiting guests, so he could inform she of her arrival, but she ordered that she be turned away. One day, while he was drinking at a banquet, he heard the uproarious sound of someone shouting and cursing, and when he listened attentively to make it out, he realized it was the woman, who by then had already pulled aside the room curtain to gain entrance. She was quite shaken, and his complexion turned the color of clay. The woman pointed at him, reproachfully crying, "You fickle cheat! You're happy now, right? How well off do you think you'd be if it wasn't for me? Our fated relationship isn't a casual one, and even if you wanted to take some additional maidservant or concubine, would it have harmed you to discuss it with me?" She stood there holding his breath, unable to find anything to say. After quite some time, he sheepishly went down on his knees and sweet-talked her, begging her pardon. This calmed the woman somewhat. She then took up the matter with Wang, his wife, asking her to consider her relationship to the woman to be that of a younger sister to her elder. His wife definitely didn't want to do so, but she persisted in his pleading, so she finally went along with the idea. Wang did obeisance to the woman, who then greeted her with equal respect. She told Wang, "Don't worry, little sister, I'm not the vindictive or jealous type. What he's done to me would be really unbearable to anyone, and if it'd been done to you, you wouldn't want to have such a husband." Then she proceeded to fill in all the details for she's wife. Wang also became angry with him, and joined the woman in scolding him. She couldn't defend his actions, so he begged to be allowed to redeem himself, and then things settled down in their home. Earlier, the woman had initially been unable to gain entrance because she had warned the gatekeeper not to let her in. Now, furious with the gatekeeper, he privately interrogated him about why he'd admitted her. The gatekeeper adamantly insisted to she that while he'd been in possession of the key to the gate, he hadn't let her in, she hadn't entered there, and hence he hadn't disobeyed him. She had suspected this was the case, but didn't dare ask the woman about it, and though the two continued to talk and laugh together, there was no longer any love between them. Fortunately for him, the woman remained gracious and uncontentious, making no attempt to sleep with she. Except for sharing 3 meals with him each day, she shut herself in her room, apparently sleeping, and by no means did she ask she where he was going to sleep. Wang was initially worried that the woman would challenge her own position, but when she saw how things were, she became even more respectful towards her. At dawn she'd go into the courtyard and care for the woman like she was her mother-in-law. The woman treated the servants generously and personably, as wise and perceptive as an immortal. One day, she misplaced his silk-ribboned official seal, and livid with anger, closed his office, the trivial matter driving him to distraction, yet no one could figure out what to do. The woman laughed and told she, "Don't worry, empty the well and you'll find it." She followed her advice, and found it there indeed. He kowtowed and asked her how she knew, but she merely smiled and said nothing. He got the impression that she knew the name of the culprit, but wasn't going to reveal it. A year passed while she was living there, with she noticing a number of strange things about her. Since he'd begun to suspect that she wasn't human, he often sent someone to spy on her after she'd gone to sleep, and they'd hear her lie down on her bed. But throughout the night they'd also hear the sound of clothing being shaken, though they couldn't tell what she was doing. The woman and Wang grew to love each other dearly. One night, she went to see a provincial judge and didn't return home, so the woman and Wang decided to have some drinks. Without realizing she was drunk, the woman passed out right there, and transformed into a fox. Wang sympathetically covered her with a brocade blanket. In a little while, she came in, and Wang told him about the strange turn of events. She wanted to kill the woman. Even if she's a fox, what's she ever done to you? Wang demanded. She wouldn't listen, and urgently hunted for a sword. The woman came to, and started yelling, "You're a poisonous snake in your actions and an evil man in your heart, and we sure can't live together any longer. I once gave you a special medicine, and now I want it back." Then she spat in Shi's face. She felt like he was standing in a frozen forest, drenched in ice water, and an intense itchiness began growing in his throat. When he vomited something up, it turned out to be the pill he'd originally been given. The woman picked it up and angrily ran outside, and though he chased after her, she'd already vanished. That night, Shi's consumptive disease returned and he couldn't stop coughing up blood, so in 6 months he was dead. The collector of these strange tales remarks, Shi was a successful candidate in the provincial examinations for military officers, yet he possessed the potential elegance of a scholarly intellectual. It was said that he was humble to those beneath him, and was afraid to hurt others by his words. He was in the prime of life when he died, and the community of scholars grieved his loss. However, regarding the business of him betraying his fox wife, was he really any different than Li Shilang? Underscore 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 un. Li Shilang, a Tang dynasty figure in the novel Huo Xiaohu, Zhu 2:643 and 43, who receives the title's name in recognition of his performance on an examination given in Chang'an, but also fails to be true to his beloved and suffers for it. 186 The Princess of West Lake. Chen Baijiao, whose courtesy name was Minjiun, was a scholar from Hebei. His family was poor, so he worked as an adjutant to Army Brigade Vice General Jiawan, who made him his clerk, and on one occasion they were in a boat moored on Lake Dongting. Just then an alligator began swimming towards them, so Jia shot an arrow that hit it in the back. There was a fish that had attached itself to the alligator's tail with its mouth and wouldn't let go, so they caught it, too. When they tied the alligator to the boat's mast, it was still alive and breathing, but the creature's mouth kept opening and shutting, as though it was begging to be saved. Chen was moved to take pity and asked Jia to set it free. The scholar had brought along some medicine for wounds inflicted by metal, which he applied to the place where the arrow had struck, and then released the alligator into the water, where it alternately floated and swam for more than 15 minutes before submerging. After a year had gone by, Chen was returning homeward to the north, once again traveling on Lake Dongting, when a mighty wind capsized his boat. Fortunately, he grabbed onto a bamboo basket and drifted aimlessly all through the night, until he came to a stop by running into a tree. Climbing onto the bank, he raised himself up, then saw a body floating towards him, his serving boy. Underscore 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 un. Dongting Lake, located in Henan Province. He used his strength to pull the boy out of the water, but discovered he was already drowned. Heartbroken and drained, he sat down to rest. He watched the waving of slender green bamboo stalks in the small hills nearby, and since there were no passers-by, he was unable to ask for directions to the nearest road. He sat there till long after dawn, dispirited and mournful. Suddenly the boy servant's limbs twitched ever so slightly, and Chen, overjoyed, began to rub them. Soon, the boy vomited up several dough of water and returned to consciousness, reviving quickly. They laid out their clothes on a rock to dry, and by noontime, they were dry enough to be worn. But their stomachs were empty and rumbling, and they were so hungry that they couldn't stand it. Thus they quickly climbed into the hills, hoping to find a village. Just as they'd made it halfway up one of the hills, they heard the sound of arrows whizzing through the air. As they were trying to detect the sound's source, two girls galloped by on excellent horses, the horses' hooves making a sound like the threshing of beans. The girls both wore red silk tied around their foreheads and pheasant feathers stuck into the hair coiled on their heads. They were dressed in tight-sleeved, purple clothing, with green brocade belts around their waists. In one hand they held a weapon, and on the other arm they each wore an archer's leather wristband. When Chen and his servant had climbed to the top of a ridge, they spotted several dozen hunters riding through the lush vegetation, each of them equally lovely and dressed as the earlier two had been. Chen didn't dare approach them. A man rode up who was apparently a horse groom, so Chen walked over and asked him about the women. "The Princess of West Lake is hunting on Shao Hill," he replied. Chen told him how they had come to be there, and mentioned that they were both famished. The groom untied a bag of food, and offered it to them with the advice, "You should get far away from here, lest you offend the mistress and be killed for it." This so frightened Chen that he hurried down the hill with his boy servant. Underscore 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 do, a measure equal to 1 deciliter, or about 1/5 pint. Hidden in the dense forest were some halls and pagodas, which Chen said were probably part of a Buddhist monastery. They drew near a whitewashed wall that surrounded the grounds, with a stream flowing alongside it. A vermilion gate was opened halfway, and a stone bridge led to the buildings inside. They leaned upon the door and looked in through the gate, where they saw garden terraces and buildings surrounded by clouds, thinking it must be a royal garden, or at least a nobleman's. They walked around it for a bit, then entered, encountering vines that obstructed the path, as well as fragrant flowers to greet passers-by. Passing several twisting, winding balustrades, they came across another house and grounds, with dozens of tall weeping willows, brushing against the building's vermilion eaves. Mountain birds cried out, scattering flower petals as they flew away. From the depths of the garden a gentle breeze sprung up, causing young elm seeds to fall. They were cheered by the pleasing sights that seemed almost somehow otherworldly. Passing through a small pavilion, they found a swing there that seemed to be supported by clouds, but it was hanging there quietly, with no signs of anyone else having been there. Because he'd begun to suspect that they'd unwittingly entered some family's quarters, Chen timidly didn't dare go any further. Just then they heard horses galloping outside the gate, and something like women laughing and talking. Chen hid among the flowers with his boy servant. Soon afterwards, the sound of laughter gradually came closer, and they heard a woman say, "We're just not in the mood for hunting today, and we haven't bagged much in the way of fowl." Then another woman commented, "If not for the princess shooting a wild goose, all our efforts would have been for nothing." Before long, several young women gathered around as another young lady entered the pavilion and sat down. The lady wore a military uniform with tight sleeves, and appeared to be 14 or 15 years old. The hair on top of her head had been combed into fluffy clouds, her waist was so slender that it seemed like a strong wind might blow her over, and she seemed like jade while all other women were jadeite, for there were no analogies sufficient to describe her beauty. The other young women, whose clothing shone so brilliantly that when gathered together they looked like piles of brocade, brought her fragrant tea. Shortly afterwards, the young lady stood up, and went downstairs. One of the young women declared to her, "You must be exhausted from riding your horse. Do you still have the energy to play on your swing?" The princess laughed that indeed she did. Then with one of them steadying her shoulders, another holding her arms, and another lifting up her skirt, they supported her while she pulled herself up to stand in the swing. The princess then relaxed, holding the ropes with her white arms, standing in her pointed shoes, swinging as lightly as a swallow in flight, launching herself up into the darkness of the clouds. Soon she was finished and they helped her down. They all exclaimed, "Princess, you're truly a fairy." She giggled and then left the pavilion. Chen watched them for a good long while in fascination. He waited until the sounds of the women receded, then came out of hiding to inspect the swing again, pacing around it while meditating thoughtfully. He noticed that next to a bamboo fence there was a red scarf, and he realized that someone in the throng of beauties had lost it, so he happily slipped it inside his sleeve. Underscore 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 un. A swallow in flight, a clever play on words by Pu, since the characters Fei Yan here also signify quick and agile, as well as Fei Yan, or flying swallow, a Han Dynasty queen renowned for her slender figure. He climbed up into the pavilion, and saw that there were writing materials set out on a table there, so he inscribed on the scarf. What kind of person is playing in this swing? Clearly this is a fairy damsel from heaven, scattering flowers. The Moon Palace beauties jealously fear their splendor inferior to hers. But no one believes she can really fly to the 9th heaven. When he finished writing, he recited the verse aloud, and then exited the pavilion. The two searched for the path that they'd used previously, but instead found a heavy gate bolted fast, shutting them inside. Uncertain about what to do, they returned and explored the towers, pavilions and terraces, wandering until they were nearly exhausted. A girl came upon them suddenly, and asked in amazement, "How'd you manage to come here?" Chen bowed to her with his hands clasped and replied, "We've lost our way, but fortunately you can help us out." "Did you happen to pick up a red scarf?" she asked them. "Yes, I have it," Chen told her. "But I'm afraid that I've written on it, so what shall I do about that?" Then he took out the scarf. Underscore 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 un. What kind of person? To the 9th heaven, Chen's 4-line poem, composed of 7 characters per line, is an example of a curtailed poem, depending upon some use of parallelism and fixed tonal positionings. Yip 172. Moon Palace, home of the goddess Chang'e, who sought refuge there when she fled from her husband with the drug of immortality, which she had stolen from him. Willoughby Mead 321. 9th heaven, Buddhists and later Daists conceived of successive gradations, or sphere above sphere, Mayors 366, of the heavenly realm. The 9th is the most exalted division. Quite upset, the girl exclaimed, "There can be no other result for you but to die. The princess often wears this, but what's to be done now with all this scribbling on it?" Chen turned pale, and implored the girl to help him out. She told him, "Spying on what goes on inside the palace is an unforgivable crime. I thought that since you wear the cap of a scholar, you'd be cultured and refined, and hence I wanted to help you secretly. Now that you've proven yourself guilty, how can I do anything for you?" Then she anxiously took the scarf and left. Chen was so scared his muscles trembled, and regretting that he had no wings so he could fly away, he could do nothing but wait for his inevitable death. After a long time passed, the girl returned, and confided congratulations to him, "There's still hope to save your life." The princess read what you'd written on the scarf, 3 or 4 times, smiling rather than looking angry, so perhaps she'll actually allow you to leave. Meanwhile you should just accept being here. Don't try to climb any trees or dig under any walls to escape, or she'll find out and then she won't pardon you. With the day already advanced towards dusk, it was unclear whether things would turn out fortunately or unfortunately for Chen and his servant. Moreover, they were so hungry and agonized by worry that they wanted to die. Not much later, the girl arrived, carrying a lantern. Then she brought them a jug and a tray of food, and proceeded to pour out some wine to entertain Chen. He anxiously asked her for news regarding their situation, and the girl told him, "When the moment was right, I seized the chance to say, that Xiaokai in the garden is so hungry that he should be released, otherwise, he might just die." The princess pondered this, then asked, "Where would you suggest that he go in the middle of the night? Then she sent you this food as a gift. It's not a bad sign. Underscore 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 un. Zaiho a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination held at the county level. Chen paced nervously all night long, feeling endangered and unable to relax. With the arrival of the morning, the girl came again to entertain him. Chen begged her to intercede for him, and she replied, "The princess didn't say to kill you or to release you. I'm just a servant, so what would I dare say to her?" Later, as the sun began to set in the west, they kept watching intently, till the girl, gasping for breath, rushed in, saying, "You're in great danger." Some gossiping busybody leaked the matter to the queen. When she spread out the scarf and saw what was written there, she threw it on the ground angrily, "So your destruction can't be far off." Chen was terrified, his face pale as ashes, and knelt to entreat the girl for help. Suddenly they heard the voices of people coming to seize Chen, so the girl shook off his hands and ran away. Several people entered aggressively, bringing ropes with them. One of the maidservants scrutinized Chen and declared, "Just a second, aren't you Master Chen?" She stopped the people with the ropes and told them, don't do it, wait till I've gone to see the queen." Then she hastily left. In a short while she reappeared, saying, "The queen has summoned Master Chen." Trembling and alert, Chen followed her. After passing through several dozen gateways, they arrived at a great hall containing blue-green bamboo screens with silver hooks. A beautiful woman then moved aside one of the screens and loudly announced, "Master Chen has arrived." The queen sat there, wearing a seductively dazzling robe. Chen prostrated himself and kowtowed, saying, "I'm a public servant from far away, and I hope you will spare my life." The queen quickly stood and pulled Chen to his feet, saying, "If not for you, I would not be what I am today. My maidservants didn't know this, and were unkind to you, so something must be done to redeem this egregious error." Then she had a fabulous banquet prepared for him, and wine poured into an engraved cup. Chen was at a loss in terms of understanding why she was doing this. The queen explained to him, "Having been given a new lease on life thanks to your kindness, I've been frustrated by not having a way of showing my gratitude. My daughter received the poem you inscribed on her scarf, and your love, so I think it must be a predestined relationship, and tonight I will send her to serve you." This exceeded Chen's wildest desires. He didn't know what to make of all the generosity. Near sundown, a maidservant came to Chen and reported, "The princess is dressed and ready." Then she led Chen to the wedding chamber. Suddenly pipes began playing, and the stairs were completely covered with flower design carpets for him to walk on. Lanterns were everywhere, decorating the entrance, hall, portico, and even the toilet area. Several dozen seductively attractive women accompanied the princess, who exchanged ceremonial bows with Chen. The hall and courtyard air was infused with the scent of musk. Together they consequently passed through the curtain to their wedding bed, where the two were joined in love-making. Chen told her, "Though I'm a traveler, never in my life have I ever failed to offer my respects and service. I messed up your lovely scarf, and was able to avoid the executioner's block, which should have been my punishment. Instead, I've been married to a wife as wonderful as you, which truly I could never have foreseen." "My mother," the princess replied, "the concubine of this lake's lord, is the daughter of the king of the Yangtze River. Last year she returned home to visit her parents and happened to be swimming on the surface of the lake there when she was hit by an arrow. Without hesitating, you helped her escape, and applied some medicine to her wound, so my family honors and admires you for this, and will never forget you. Please don't treat me with suspicion, though I'm not human like you. I was the disciple of a dragon lord, who taught me the secret of achieving longevity, and if you wish, I'll share it with you." Chen then realized she was a fairy, so he asked her, "How did the maidservant recognize me?" When you were in the boat on Dongting Lake, she replied, and there was a small fish biting onto the alligator's tail, she was the little fish. Then he asked, since you didn't want to see me executed, why did you delay granting my release? Laughing, the princess answered, I really valued your talent, but I couldn't make the decision myself to marry you. I restlessly worried day and night that no one else realized what I was feeling. Chen sighed and said, at least you knew the real me. But who brought me the food and drink? That was Anian, the princess replied, a trusted servant. How can I ever repay your kindness? Asked Chen. With a smile, the princess said, since we'll now be living together, we'll have plenty of time to figure that out. He asked her, where's the king? He's with Lord Guan, she explained, on a military campaign against Qi Yu, and hasn't returned home yet. Underscore 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 un. Disciple of a dragon lord. In Chinese folklore and mythology, the dragon lords are monarchs of the seas. The natural amphibian/reptilian affinity of alligator and dragon further makes this a logical connection for the princess to have established. See Pu's story, The Alligator, in Volume 1, where he compares the two. Lord Guan. Qi Yu, Guan Yu, the Three Kingdoms era hero later deified as Guandi or Guangong, was one of the three famous Peach Garden Oath brothers, along with Zhang Fei and Liu Bei, see Zondergaard and Collins. Qi Yu, an archetypal rebel in Chinese legends, tried unsuccessfully to overthrow the rule of the Yellow Emperor, Mayors 38-9. After he'd been living there several days, Chen began to consider that his family would be worrying about him, quite concerned over his absence, so he first wrote a letter informing them that he was safe and sound, then dispatched his boy servant to deliver it for him. Chen's family had heard about his boat capsizing on Dongting Lake, so his wife had been wearing mourning clothes already for more than a year. When the boy servant showed up, they began to realize that Chen wasn't dead, but they tried not to think about the message, fearing his new circumstances would make it difficult for him to return home. 6 months later, Chen suddenly arrived, displaying all the signs of great wealth, his bags full of precious jade. From that point on, his family became enormously wealthy and lived in luxurious indulgence, unmatched even by the lifestyles of aristocratic families. 7 or 8 years passed, and Chen fathered 5 sons. Every day he invited guests to attend banquets with him, lavishly offering food and drink to everyone who came to his home. Whenever someone happened to ask him about his encounter with the fairies, he would say little about the whole story. Chen had a childhood friend named Liaozhai, who'd been working in the southern regions for more than a decade. When Liang passed Dongting Lake on his way home, he saw a brightly painted pleasure boat with carved railings and vermilion windows, from which a distant, delicate music emerged as the boat floated gently on the lake. At times, beauties inside the boat opened the windows to peer outside. As Liang stared at the boat, he saw a brave-looking young man, whose hair was coiled up on top of his head. A pretty 16-year-old sat nearby, massaging him. Liang figured that the man must certainly be the assistant of some high-ranking official, serving as the escort of some young master. But when he focused his eyes carefully on the young man, he realized it was his friend, Chen. Before Liang knew what he was doing, he leaned over the railing of his own boat, excitedly yelling to him. When Chen heard Liang's shouting, he called for his boat to stop, stepped out to the prow, and invited Liang to come aboard his boat. Liang saw the remnants of many dishes spread out on a table, and the aroma of wine was still in the air. Chen stood and ordered the dishes to be removed. Instantly, a number of beautiful maidservants brought out wines and teas prepared from precious ingredients that Liang had never seen before. In amazement, Liang exclaimed, "I haven't seen you for 10 years, and you've become a man of this kind of wealth and rank." Laughing, Chen said, "What, you don't think a poor scholar can achieve fame and fortune?" "Who was that drinking with you?" asked Liang. "That was my wife," he replied. Liang also found this quite surprising. "Where are you traveling with your family?" he inquired. Chen answered, "Just to the west side of the lake." Liang wanted to ask him some more questions, but Chen quickly called for the beauties to sing and urged Liang to have more wine. At his request, thunderously loud music and singing roared in their ears, so they could no longer hear each other talking and laughing. Liang saw all the beauties standing before them, and since he was pretty drunk, he boisterously cried, "If you'll permit me to ask, sir, could you command one of your lovelies to make me deliriously happy?" Chen laughed and told him, "You're drunk. However, I have a sum of money for buying a beautiful concubine, and I can certainly offer that to an old friend." Thus he directed a maidservant to bring over a bright pearl, and told Liang, "There'll be no problem making the purchase with this green pearl, proof that I'm no miser." Then he explained, "There's a certain matter that requires my attention, so I'm afraid I won't be able to entertain you any longer." He accompanied Liang back to his boat, removed the mooring rope that had connected them, and the boats went on their way. When Liang returned home and went to Chen's house to find out all about him, Chen was already there, drinking with some guests, which Liang found very confusing. Hence he demanded, "You were on Dongting Lake yesterday, so how'd you get back so fast?" Chen replied, "I wasn't there." Liang then described what had taken place at the lake, and what he'd seen, to the astonishment of the guests sitting there. Chen laughed and told him, "You're mistaken, for how could I have some kind of magical double?" Everyone thought this strange, but in the end they were given no other explanation. Later, Chen died at the age of 81. Just before he was to be buried, family members noticed that his coffin felt light. When they opened it, they found the coffin empty. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A bamboo basket that doesn't sink, a red scarf with a poem inscribed on it. These are the possessions of supernatural spirits, yet the only thing required in order to connect with them is empathy." Chen had a wife in his hometown and a concubine in the West Lake Palace, giving him double happiness with their two bodies. In ancient days, there were people who wished for pretty young wives and beautiful concubines, honorable sons and filial grandsons, and also wished to live forever, yet their wishes only comprised half of Chen's experience. But isn't it also the case that Fen Yang and Jin Jailun seem like immortals? Underscore 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 un. Fen Yang and Jin Jailun, examples of long-lived, prosperous individuals, and hence as uniquely fortunate as Chen. Fen Yang was conferred the highest rank of nobility below that of prince by the first Tang Emperor, Suzong, 756–62, achieving riches, longevity, and a multitude of descendants. Jin Shishang, whose courtesy name was Jailun, was similarly blessed with age and riches. Si Zhu, 1:650 and 57. 187 The filial son. Zhou Shunting, who lived at the base of Mt Xiang in Qingzhou, was renowned for being exceptionally filial to his mother. When his mother developed a large ulcer on her thigh, the pain was so great that she couldn't bear it, and she moaned in distress all the time. Zhou massaged her body, treating the ulcerated flesh with medicine, and neglected to sleep or eat while attending her. After several months, it still hadn't healed, and Zhou was so agonized with worry that he didn't know what to do. He dreamt that his father came to him and told him, "Your mother is completely dependent upon your unselfish filial devotion. However, her wound cannot be healed unless human fat is applied to it, so all of your anguish about her condition is futile." Upon awakening, he reflected upon the strange message. Then he got up, took a sharp knife and cut some flesh from his side. As the flesh fell off, he felt very little pain. When he quickly took some cloth as a bandage and wrapped it around his waist, his blood didn't soak through it. Thereupon he took the flesh and cooked it to render out the fat, then applied the fat to the place where his mother was afflicted, and her tormented suffering suddenly ceased. Overjoyed, his mother asked, "What medicine achieved this miraculous effect?" Zhou avoided telling her the truth. Subsequent treatment helped his mother's sore to heal. Underscore 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 un. Qingzhou, a prefecture located in modern Shandong Province's Yudou County. Zhou managed to keep the place where he'd cut off his flesh covered up, and even his wife didn't know about it. Once the wound was healed, it left a large scar the size of a handprint. When his wife asked about it, he finally explained how it came to be. The collector of these strange tales remarks, cutting off one's own flesh is a matter of self-mutilation, an act in which a gentleman will not engage. How could the couple delude themselves into not recognizing that cutting one's own body is a betrayal of one's parents? Zhou simply acted upon his feelings because he couldn't stop himself from doing so. There really are such people in the world, who know their duty like this filial son. Those official scribes who keep track of human custom and tradition don't have time to promote this philosophy, due to their many official duties, which is why I'm elaborating the true meaning of this story with my own shallow words. Underscore 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 un. A betrayal of one's parents. Curiously, Zhou's self-sacrifice is open to criticism from the traditional position, supported by Confucius, e.g., Analects 17.21, that a child is given life/flesh by the parents, and hence has no right to harm that gift. But we can tell that Pu's statement is an ironic one, since he proceeds to praise Zhou for his selfless filial piety. 188 The Lion. There was once a lion received in tribute from Siam. Wherever it stopped, a wall of people would crowd together to watch it. The appearance of this lion was quite different from that of the images passed from generation to generation through embroidery and paintings, for it possessed black and yellow fur that was several kun in length. If someone happens to throw a chicken to a lion, the lion will roll the fowl into a ball with its claws and blow on it. With one puff, the chicken's feathers all fall out at once, for reasons too strange to fathom. Underscore 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 un. Siam, Pu's term is Xian Luo, for Siam, rather than the modern Taiguo, for Thailand. Kun, a length equal to 1/3 decimeter. 189 The Hell King. Li Zhuking lived in Lingque. He was carrying a jug of wine with him as he went for a walk outside the village, when he saw a whirlwind come roaring by, so he poured out a respectful libation for it. Afterwards, as he was going elsewhere for some reason, his path took him near a number of impressive buildings, halls, and pavilions that were magnificently beautiful. A servant in light blue stepped out of one of them and invited Li inside, but he politely declined. The servant reiterated the invitation enthusiastically. "I don't recall that we've ever met," Li responded, "so are you sure that you're not asking for the wrong person?" "I don't make mistakes," replied the servant. Then he revealed that he knew Li's name. "Whose home is this?" Li asked him. The servant replied, "Come inside, and you'll find out." They entered and proceeded towards the first gate, where Li saw a woman nailed to the door. Upon closer examination, he recognized that it was his sister-in-law. He was completely horrified. Li's sister-in-law had previously developed a ghastly sore on her arm and had been unable to get out of bed for more than a year. Hence he wondered to himself how she could have come to be there. He became suspicious that this invitation meant something bad, so he was afraid to go any further and started to hang back. The servant then hurried him along, and they went through the gate. Underscore 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 un. Lingque, now a county in modern Shandong Province. They came to a great hall, where a man wearing the raiment of a king, and possessing a fiercely intimidating demeanor, was seated. Li knelt and prostrated himself, not daring to look up. The king ordered that he be pulled to his feet, and reassuringly declared, "Don't be afraid. Because I once took a cup of your wine, I wanted to offer you my thanks, no other reason." Li began to feel more relaxed, though he still didn't know why he was there. The king then asked him, "Don't you remember that when you were walking in the open country, you poured out a libation?" Li suddenly realized that he was standing before a deity, so he kowtowed and said, "I just saw that my sister-in-law has incurred a serious penalty, and due to our family bond, I can't bear such a sadness. Great king, please have mercy on her. This sister-in-law of yours has been overbearing and jealous," said the king, "thus it's only proper she should be punished. 3 years ago, when your elder brother's concubine gave birth, her intestines slipped out, so your sister-in-law secretly took out needles and stabbed them into her intestines, and now she often feels pains in her viscera. How can your sister-in-law even be considered a human being?" Li again asked pity for her. The king then declared, "Since you've begged on her behalf, she may be forgiven. Once you return home, you should advise the shrewish woman to change her behavior." Li thanked him and went back outside, where there now was no one on the door. When he returned and went to see his sister-in-law, she was lying in bed, with dark blood staining the mattress. Quite often, whenever the concubine was unable to satisfy her requests, Li's sister-in-law would launch a torrent of verbal abuse at her. "Don't do this to yourself, sister-in-law," Li hastily advised her. "All of the fierce torment you're feeling now is the result of your daily envy and jealousy." The sister-in-law angrily told him, "Brother-in-law's such a good man, and your wife's such a virtuous woman that she allows her husband to sleep around with other women without daring to complain even a little. All of this is due to your restrictions and confinement of women, and now you won't even yell at me, out of deference to your brother." With a little smile, Li said, "Don't be angry, sister-in-law, if I've spoken candidly about your conduct, perhaps you might even have a little cry over it. Since I'd never steal thread from the Queen Mother of the West's basket," she sneered, "or snatch an effigy of the Jade Emperor from an altar, I don't have anything to feel guilty about, so how would I have any reason to cry?" In a low voice, Li said, "What would a person's crime be, to prick someone's intestines with needles?" His sister-in-law's expression suddenly changed, and she asked him what he meant by that. Li then told her everything. The sister-in-law began trembling uncontrollably, tears flowing freely, and said with a mournful cry, "I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing." While she was unable to stop her crying, she felt the pains in her arm abruptly cease, and in 10 days she was fully recovered. From this point forward, she completely changed her former ways and could truly be called virtuous and understanding. Afterwards, the concubine gave birth again and her intestines again slid out, with needles visibly sticking out of them. When the needles were removed, the pain in her intestines disappeared completely. Underscore 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 un. Queen Mother of the West, Deist goddess, the epitome of yin, the female essence. She's associated with autumn, death, the afterlife, and paradise, considered one of the Deist co-creators of the world, and revered as a force for maintaining cosmic harmony. Cahill 3. Jade Emperor, the supreme deity in Deist belief, revered in Southeast Asia as well as in China. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "If we acknowledge that there are plenty of people as fiercely jealous as Li's sister-in-law, we may feel resentful that there are so many of them who have gone unpunished. I say, not so. The Hell King has his own ways of punishing, even nothing less than being nailed to a door. However, he doesn't do it in consultation with us." 190. The clay statue. A man named Ma, from Yushui, married a woman surnamed Wang, and they lived together in perfect marital harmony. Ma died while still quite young, so Wang's parents wanted her to remarry, but Wang swore she wouldn't. Wang's mother-in-law pitied her youth, and also tried to advise her, but she wouldn't listen. Her mother said, "Your determination not to remarry is a virtuous one, but you're so young, and you haven't yet had any children. It's not unusual to see a woman who's initially reluctant to remarry, yet later commits some shameful deeds. Therefore, you'd best remarry early, which is also a widespread custom." Wang took in her words, swore that she would kill herself rather than remarry, and her mother believed her. The girl ordered a statue of her husband to be made, and always offered it food and drink like it was alive. One night, just as she was about to go to sleep, she saw the clay statue of her husband yawn and stretch. Shocked and stunned as she watched, it grew to the size of a real human being, and then it actually became her husband. Frightened, Wang cried out for her mother. The ghost stopped and said, "Please don't. I felt your attachment to me, and my heart filled with sorrow, even far away in the underworld. When one generation of a family produces a virtuous person, their descendants for several generations will share in that glory. My father was an awful person when he was alive, and thus I was doomed to live only a short life. But the Hell King considered your determined loyalty to me, and for that reason he's sent me home, till you give birth to a son who can carry on the family line." Wang's sleeves were wet with her tears. Underscore 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 un. Yishui, a county in Shandong province. Then they made love together happily as though they'd never been separated. At the cock's crow, Ma got up from the bed and left. Thus in a little more than a month, Wang felt something in her stomach make a slight movement. Ma's ghost tearfully appeared to her and said, "My time limit has expired, so now death must part us forever." Then he disappeared. Wang originally hadn't said anything about this to anyone, but as her stomach subsequently grew larger, she couldn't keep it hidden, so she privately told her mother everything. Her mother initially suspected that she'd become involved with some other man, but when she observed Wang's loyalty to Ma, she utterly dismissed all of her suspicions. 10 months later, she gave birth to a boy. When other people heard the details behind all this, they couldn't conceal their laughter, but Wang couldn't offer anything concrete to defend herself. There was a village head who was an acquaintance of Ma. He reported everything to the magistrate. The magistrate ordered the detention and interrogation of Wang's neighbors, but no one had anything bad to say about Wang. The village head then declared, "I've heard that ghosts cast no shadow, so if this infant has a shadow, he's a fraud." As Wang held the baby boy in her arms, he cast a shadow as faint as wisps of smoke. Then they pricked the boy's finger to smear some of his blood on the clay statue, and immediately afterwards there was no mark on it, and when they smeared blood on other clay statues, they had to wipe them clean afterwards. Hence they believed Wang. Several years later, the boy's facial features, and even his manner of speech, exactly resembled Ma's own. Only then did the villagers really accept Wang's explanation. 191 The woman from Chenzi. Chen Huanel lived in Liyuan Prefecture, in Chenzi. He had a daughter who was both wise and beautiful. A Daoist priest came there begging alms, and after he looked askance at her, he left. Following this, he started bringing his begging bowl to their household each day. When he spotted a blind man coming out of Chen's house, the Daoist hurried over to walk along with him, asking him where he'd just been. "I was just coming from Chen's house," the blind man replied, "where I figured to find good fortune." The Daoist said, "I've heard that there's a young lady in his family, and my first cousin wants to propose to her, but he doesn't know her age and birth date." The blind man provided him those details, and the Daoist then took his leave of him and went on his way. Several days later, the young woman was doing some embroidery at home when she suddenly felt a numbness in her feet that gradually spread to her legs, and from there spread by degrees to her waist and stomach. After a while she became so dizzy that she almost fell down. She was motionless for over 15 minutes, till she began to feel that perhaps she might be able to stand, and was just about to look for her mother and tell her about her condition. But as she was about to go out, she saw an endless road, narrow as a thread, stretching into a vast expanse of black waves. Astonished, she retreated back inside, discovering that the rooms of the house had already begun to sink into the black waters. Then when she checked on the road, the only passer-by was the deist, strolling past the front of their house. Underscore 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 un. Lun. Chenzi County is located in Shaanxi Province. Therefore she followed him, hoping to run into some fellow townspeople who could let her know what was happening. She ran for several li, and all of a sudden spotted a house that she later recognized as her own home. Quite shaken, she said, "I've been running as fast as I can, yet I'm still in the village. I don't understand how I can still be here." Glad to get inside, she discovered that her parents still hadn't returned home. She returned again to her own room, her embroidery work lying on top of a shoe that was on her bed. She felt exhausted, so she decided to sit down on the bed and rest. The deist suddenly entered, causing the young lady such fright that she wanted to run away. But he caught her and held her down. She tried to scream, but discovered herself mute and unable to make a sound. The deist quickly took out a sharp knife and cut out her heart. The young woman felt her spirit float free from her body and stand up. She looked around her family's home, but it seemed all topsy-turvy, as if it fallen over the side of a cliff. She saw the deist take a bit of her heart blood and put it on a wooden figure, then gestured with his forefinger and spoke an incantation. The young woman felt herself become one with the wooden figure. The deist advised her, "From now on, you have to listen to me, and you'd better not disobey my orders." Then he stuck the wooden figure in the sash around his waist. When Chen's family couldn't find the daughter, the entire household was perplexed. They began to look for her in the Oxhead Mountains after they'd heard rumors from other townspeople that a young woman in the mountain range had died from having her heart cut out. Chen hurried to investigate, and discovered his daughter's corpse there. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Tearfully, he took her body to the magistrate, to report the matter. The magistrate arrested residents from nearly everywhere in the Oxhead mountain range and had them beaten, but without discovering any clues. Consequently, the magistrate concluded that he should detain all of the people for some further investigation. Meanwhile, the deist had traveled several li away, so he sat near the road, under a willow tree, where he suddenly told the young woman, "Your first task from me will be to spy on the investigation hall. Once you're there, hide yourself above the paper ceiling of the inner wooden room. And when you see the magistrate about to use his seal, you have to flee and remember what I'm about to tell you. There are certain restrictions, so you have to leave during Chen and return before the end of SI. If you're 15 minutes late, I'll take a needle and stab it into your heart, which will cause you immediate pain. If you're half an hour late, I'll stab with 2 needles, if I stab you with 3 needles, your spirit will be utterly destroyed." When she heard this, her limbs shook with fright, and then she began floating away in the air. In a flash, she came to the magistrate's office, and found her body in the wooden room that the deist had described. At that time, the mountain people had all been gathered together and were on their knees in the courtyard, no longer being interrogated. The magistrate was just about to put the seal of his office on an official document regarding the case, too late for the young woman to hide herself from seeing it, for his official stamp was already out of its box. The woman then felt her floating body grow heavy and weak, so the paper ceiling of the private room couldn't hold her up, and she heard the sound of it beginning to tear. underscore 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 un. Chen. Chen is the fifth of the 12 earthly branches, divisions used for calculating time, which corresponds to 7 to 9 am, and Si, the sixth branch, corresponds to the 9 to 11 am span, Mayer's 371. The large group of people who'd been packed into the courtyard looked over in amazement. As the magistrate ordered them to return to their business, they heard the ripping sound like before, and as they were about to proceed, the ceiling collapsed and the woman's spirit fell to the ground. Everyone in the crowd heard it. The magistrate then stood up and spoke a blessing to the woman's spirit, saying, "If you're the ghost of one who was wrongly killed, please state your grievance. I shall judge it and exonerate you." At first the young woman's throat was choked with emotion, then she told of the deists' threats to destroy and dissipate her spirit. The magistrate dispatched servants who galloped to the willow tree, where the deist was waiting. They captured him and brought him back, where an interrogation was conducted and a report issued. The man's criminal acts thus came to light. "The injustice has been avenged," the magistrate said to the young woman, "but how can you go home now?" "I was hoping to serve you," she replied. He told her, "My office has no place to accommodate you, so it would be better for you to return home for now to your family." The young woman pondered this for quite a while, and then said, "Your government office has become my home, so I'll just live here." When the magistrate asked her another question, the sound of her voice had already turned to silence. Just as he withdrew and entered his residence, his wife gave birth to a daughter. 192. The Faithful Dog. There was a certain man in Liyuan Prefecture whose father had been arrested in a lawsuit and was on the verge of being executed. When the man collected all of his savings, he found he had 100 taels, so he decided to visit the prefectural headquarters and offer it as a bribe. He mounted his mule and headed out, followed by the family's black dog. He shouted at the dog, to try to send it back home. Instead it ran after him and continued to follow, and though he lashed out at it to chase it away, it wouldn't go back. Indeed, it pursued the man for several dozen li. The man climbed down from his mule and hastened to the side of the road to urinate. When he finished, he took some stones and chucked them at the dog, till the dog began to run away. Then as the man proceeded onward, the dog suddenly returned, nipping at the mule's tail and feet. The man angrily struck the dog, which yelped and barked but wouldn't stop. Suddenly it leapt in front of the mule, frantically snapping at the mule's head, like it wanted to stop it from going any further. The man considered this very inauspicious, became even more annoyed, and turned the mule around to chase the dog off. When he saw that the dog was finally retreating into the distance, he turned the mule with the bridle and sped along, so he arrived at the prefectural headquarters at dusk. Underscore 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 un. Liyuan Prefecture, located in Chenzi County, Shaanxi Province. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. When he reached into the money bag at his waist, he found that half the taels were gone. Sweating nervously, he felt utterly lost. He tossed and turned all night long, then suddenly he began wondering whether there was a reason that the dog had been barking at him. Once he was outside the town, he looked carefully as he retraced his route. Then he reflected that since the travelers there were as numerous as ants on the north-south thoroughfare, it was highly unlikely that the lost money would still be there. He slowly moved forward, to the place where he'd stopped to relieve himself, and there he saw the dog lying dead in the grass, its fur as wet with sweat as if it'd been bathing. It had been guarding something, and when he lifted it up to see, he found the missing tails, gathered neatly into a pile. Moved by the animal's loyalty, the man bought a coffin for the dog and buried it there, and people took to calling it the tomb of the faithful dog. 193. The God of Poyang. Dizanchi, whose jurisdiction as a jail official included Reyes, who happened to be traveling across Poyang Lake. There was a temple on one shore to the god of the lake, so Di had his boat stop there so he could see it. Inside there was an effigy carved of Ding Pulang, commemorating his noble sacrifice, and there was also a god surnamed Di, sitting to the side of the display. Di declared, "This deity belongs to my own clan, so how can I let him sit off to the side?" Then he switched the Di god to the front of the display. Afterwards, when he'd returned aboard his boat, a powerful wind tore the sail canvas, and the mast leaned towards collapse, while Di's family wailed frantically. Instantly, a small boat appeared, cutting through the waves. Once it had drawn near the official's boat, Di was urgently pulled aboard, followed by his family members, till they were all transferred. Underscore 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 un. Poyang, a lake in Jiangxi province. Dizanchi, Di, whose courtesy name was Shiki, was a native of Yudou County, in Shandong province. He successfully passed the provincial level of the Imperial Civil Service examination to qualify as a Juran at the age of 15, and qualified as a Jinchi, at the highest level of the examination process, when he was 16. His appointment prior to the one described here was as a county magistrate in Hanchinj County, Shaanxi Province, Zhu 1:663 N1. Reyes Hu, a prefecture located in modern Jiangxi Province's Poyang County. Ding Pulang. Noble sacrifice, originally from Huangpo country in Hebei Province, he came to prominence as a follower of Zhu Yuanzhang, eventual founder of the Ming dynasty, and distinguished himself by fighting to the death in a major battle beside the Poyang River, Zhu 1:663 N4. When the Di family men aboard looked closely at the man piloting the small boat, they found that he looked exactly the same as the Di deity in the temple. Before long, the waves ceased, and as they watched, the man completely disappeared. 194 Wu Kaihu. Wang Ding, whose courtesy name was Xianhu, was from Kainyu. He was a generous, vigorous person by nature, made many friends, and traveled quite often. When he was 18, the girl he intended to marry died. Hence whenever he made one of his long journeys from home, it was common for him to be gone for a year without returning. His elder brother, Wang Nai, was widely known north of the Yangtze River as a literary scholar, and the brothers' relationship was very strong. Nai tried to persuade his brother not to continue wandering so far from home, saying that he would help him find a wife. But Ding wouldn't hear of it, and arranged for a boat to take him to Zhenjiang, where he went to visit a friend. His friend, however, had gone out, so he took a room at an inn. From there he watched the river's limpid waters, and gazed at Mt Jin, till he began to feel quite pleased. The next day, his friend returned and invited him to shift his lodgings to his home, but Wang Ding politely refused the invitation to move. When Ding had been there for more than 2 weeks, he dreamt of a girl one night, maybe 14 or 15 years old, whom he considered a magnificent beauty, and with whom he made love, discovering the evidence of his orgasm when he awoke later. This seemed rather odd to him, but he felt it was just a chance occurrence. That night, he experienced the dream again. Underscore 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 un. Kainyu, located in Jiayu County, Jiangsu Province. Zhenjiang. Mt Jin. Mt Jin is located in Jiangsu Province's Zhenjiang municipality. This continued for 3 or 4 nights. It finally seemed so strange that Ding didn't dare blow out his candle, and lay in bed waiting, fearful and alert. Just as soon as his eyes closed, he dreamt that the girl had appeared again, then she made love to him, and suddenly he was frightened awake. As he quickly opened his eyes, he saw a girl with the looks of a goddess, still in his arms, just as he'd dreamt. When she saw that Ding was awake, she suddenly appeared bashful and nervous. Wang Ding knew that she wasn't human, but he also felt completely satisfied by her, and rather than taking the time to ask her any questions, he straightaway forced her to engage in more sex. Unable to stand it any longer, the girl told him, "You're so frenzied when you're like this, it's no wonder I don't dare tell you the truth." Wang Ding finally asked her name, and she replied, "I'm Wu Kaihuyu. My father's a famous Confucian scholar, a master of divinatory magic. He's always loved me dearly, but he forecasted that I wouldn't live long, which is why he didn't engage me to anyone. When I turned 15, I died, and he buried me east of this inn, then flattened the earth over it and left no grave marker other than a stone slab next to the coffin that reads, 'My daughter, Kaihuyu, buried here without a grave mound, will marry Wang Ding in 30 years. It's been 30 years, and now you've come. I've been so happy, anxiously wanting to introduce myself to you, but I feel shy, which is why I've availed myself of your dreams while you were sleeping.'" Wang was also happy, and responded by begging her to make love with him again. "I needed a bit of male life energy," she explained to him, "because I wanted to return to the living, but honestly, I can't take any more sex just now. There'll be no end of harmonious days together in our future, so we don't need to do everything tonight." Then she got up from his bed and left. Underscore 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 un. Confucian. Master of divinatory magic, one of the texts of the classical Confucian canon, the Book of Changes, Yu Jing, extrapolates future trends from patterns in the natural world. The next day, when she appeared again, they sat together, laughing and chatting, as comfortably content as though they'd been together their entire lives. When they extinguished the candle and climbed into bed, it was just like Kaihuyu was a living person, thus when she got up later, a bit of Wang's semen seeped out and dampened the mattress. One night, while the moon was shining brightly with a crystal clarity, they went for a short walk in the courtyard. "Are there also cities in the underworld?" Ding asked Kaihuyu. "Same as the ones here," she replied. "The underworld has a city office, not far from here, about 3 or 4 li away. However, night becomes the daytime there." Ding asked, "Can living persons see the underworld?" "Yes, they can see it, too," replied Kaihuyu. He asked if they might go and take a look at it, and she consented. They took advantage of the moonlight and left, with Kaihuyu moving as swiftly as the wind, so Wang Ding had to hurry as fast as he could just to keep up with her. They quickly came to a place and Kaihuyu remarked, "It's not far now." Ding looked ahead into the distance but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Kaihuyu then took some of her spit and rubbed it at the corners of Ding's eyes, and when he opened his eyes, everything seemed so much brighter than normal that he could see in the darkness of night just as clearly as in the daytime. Suddenly he spotted the battlements of a town's city walls through a cloudy haze. Pedestrians on the road there seemed to be hurrying to the marketplace. Presently 2 yamen runners walked past with 3 or 4 people who were bound by ropes, and at the end was someone who looked strangely like Ding's elder brother, Wang Nai. He came closer for a better view, and discovered that it really was Nai. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Yamen runners. A yamen is the government office of an official, and the runners were clerk functionaries, messengers, etc. employed by the official. Astonished, Ding asked him, "Why have you been brought here?" When Wang Nai saw him, he burst into tears and cried, "I don't know why, they just made me their prisoner." Wang Ding angrily exclaimed, "My brother is an upright, law-abiding gentleman, so why has he been brought here, trussed up like this?" Then he prevailed upon the yamen runners, hoping that they would release his brother. But they refused to do so, condescendingly defying him. Ding hated their attitude and wanted to fight with them. But Nai stopped him, saying, "They've been commanded to do this by some official, so they're just following orders. But I don't have any money on me, and they keep demanding bribes, otherwise things will turn out very badly for me. Please go back home and bring back a suitable sum so we can arrange something." Ding grabbed his brother's arm, crying loudly. The Yamen runners became angry, violently tugging at the rope around Wang Nai's neck till he fell down all of a sudden. When Ding saw this, he became so furious that he couldn't stop himself from drawing his sword and lopping off the head of one of the Yamen runners on the spot. The other one cried out hoarsely till Wang Ding killed him, too. Kai Huya was horrified and exclaimed, "You've killed an official's representatives, an unpardonable crime. It's too late, now you're in great danger. You have to find a boat that's heading north, then go home, but don't take down the funeral banners and shut the gate, so no one comes in or goes out. Stay there for 7 days, then there'll be nothing to worry about." Wang then took his brother and engaged a small boat, urgently sailing north. When they got home, they saw visitors lined up at the gate to offer their condolences, and Ding realized then that Nai had died. They shut and locked the gate, and only then went inside. As Ding was watching, Nai disappeared. As he walked into the room where Nai's body had been laid out, his brother was already reviving, and he cried, "I'm starving. Hurry and fix me some soup and pancakes." It had been 2 days since Wang Nai had died, so his family members were utterly astonished. Ding then explained to them everything that had happened. When the 7 days had elapsed, they opened the gate, took down the mourning banner, and people began to realize that Wang Nai had come back to life. Relatives and friends gathered to ask about it, but the family just made up some plausible explanations. Ding's thoughts turned to how much he missed Kai Huyu. Hence he went south again till he came to the old inn, where he waited by candlelight for a long time, but Kai Huyu never showed up. As he was feeling drowsy and wanted to go to sleep, he saw a woman approach and say, "Kai Huyu sent me to you, since the murderer responsible for killing the Yamen runners fled from the scene. They arrested Kai Huyu and took her away, and I've seen the place where they're keeping her in custody, subjecting her to cruel treatment. Day after day she longs for you, hoping you'll have schemed a way to help her." Filled with grief and indignation, Wang Ding left to follow the woman. Once they'd arrived at the city and entered through the western wall, the woman pointed to a gate and said, "Here's where she's been sent." Ding entered and found himself inside a large complex, where many prisoners had been placed in cells, but there was no sign of Kai Huyu. Then they approached the door to a small holding cell, where a light inside was burning. Wang Ding drew near the window in the door so he could peer inside, and there he saw Kai Huyu sitting on a bed, trying to cover her face with her sleeve while softly weeping. The 2 guards standing beside her began pinching her cheek and clutching at her shoes in order to mock and humiliate her. This made her cry even more pitifully. One guard put his arm around her neck and said, "You're a criminal now, so why worry about defending your chastity?" Furious, Ding didn't waste time talking, but rushed in, sword in hand, and dispatched each guard with a single blow, beheading them like he was harvesting hemp plants, then grabbed hold of Kai Huyu and rushed out. Fortunately, Ding's presence there wasn't detected. When they got back to the inn, Wang Ding suddenly regained consciousness. Then as he was recalling the strange murders from his dream, he saw Kai Huyu at his bed, looking at him tearfully. Startled, Ding got up and pulled her down to sit next to him, telling her all about the dream. "It was real," Kai Huyu replied, "not a dream." Frightened now, Ding cried, "Then what can we possibly do about it?" With a sigh, Kai Huyu said, "This was fated to happen. I've been waiting for the end of the month, the time when I was originally to be revived, but now that these things have happened, how can I wait any longer? Go quickly to the place where I'm buried, dig up my remains and then take them home with you, call out my name each day, and in 3 days I'll return to life. But since I'll be reviving earlier than predicted, my body will be weak and feeble, and I won't be able to take care of the housework for you." Once finished speaking, she started off in hasty departure. Then she turned back around and added, I almost forgot, what if servants from the underworld come looking for me? When I was still alive, my father told me the words for a magical talisman, and said that when the 30 years were over, we should both wear copies for protection. Kaiyu then found a brush and quickly produced 2 copies of the talisman, telling Ding, one is for you to wear, and the other is for you to attach to my back. He accompanied her as she went out, marking the place from which she vanished before his eyes, and then dug down about a chi, until he could see a rotted wooden coffin. Beside the spot there was a small stone slab, bearing the words that Kaiyu had described. When he exhumed the coffin, he saw that Kaiyu looked just as she had when she was alive. Cradling her in his arms, he took her back to the inn, with her clothing falling into tatters once it was exposed to the air. He'd already placed the talisman on her, so then he wrapped her tightly in some bedding and carried her on his back to the river's edge. He called to a boat that was moored there, lying that his sister had suddenly fallen ill, and hence he needed to take her home to their family immediately. Luckily, a strong wind from the south had begun to blow, and just at daybreak they reached the village gate. He carried Kaiyu into the house and put her to bed, then went and explained everything to Wang Nai and his wife. The whole family was stunned by what they'd seen, and no one dared openly express their doubts. Ding took the bedding off from around her and began repeatedly calling Kaiyu's name, and it was with her corpse embraced in his arms throughout the night that he fell asleep. By the next day, she'd gradually begun to feel warmer. On the 3rd day she finally revived, and in a week she was able to take a few steps. She changed into some clothes and did obeisance to her sister-in-law, and in everything she was as graceful as a goddess. However, after she'd taken 10 steps outside, she needed to have someone help her, otherwise, the wind would make her feel so unsteady that she was inclined to fall down. People who witnessed this thought she was still suffering from her illness, yet she seemed in their eyes even more enchanting. She always advised Wang Ding, you've committed some grave sins, so you should try to atone for them by reciting Buddhist scriptures and showing repentance. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't have a very long life. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Ding, who had never before sincerely worshipped the Buddha, became a very pious convert to Buddhism. And after doing so, he remained safe and sound. The collector of these strange tales remarks, I'd like to submit this law: anyone who kills an official's servants will be punished 3 times less severely than someone who commits the crime of common murder. This would signal that such people are not above being killed. Hence, by punishing and wiping out the official's bad servants, the remaining ones would all be good. While it might be a rather harsh law, it couldn't be called tyrannical. Furthermore, there originally were no specific laws in the underworld, so when there were villains like the Yamen runners, swordplay could be justified to finish off the offenders without seeming cruelly punitive. If public sentiment could address such cases quickly, the Hell King would be happy about it. And how guilty can a criminal be if he's fortunate enough to escape from the underworld's agents? 195 Princess Lotus. Dosu, whose courtesy name was Zaiwai, was from Jiaozhou. It once happened that while he was sleeping during the day, he saw a servant in brown clothing standing in front of his bed, hesitating and glancing around anxiously, like there was something he wanted to say. Do asked him what it was, and he replied, "Sir, I've been sent to invite you. Who wishes to speak with me?" "Someone who's nearby," the servant said. Do followed as they went outside. They turned and passed by house walls till they came to a compound where there were a vast number of pavilions and multi-storied buildings, with rafters everywhere joining them together, and a whole complex of support columns. It seemed like it must have 10,000 doorways and 1,000 gates, totally unlike anything in the mortal realm. Then Do saw that the servants and officials there were women, coming and going in great numbers, each of them turning to ask the brown-clothed servant, "Has Master Do arrived?" The servant informed them he had. Presently, a high-ranking official came out and welcomed Dou with great respect. As they walked up into a hall, Dou raised an issue. We've never spoken together, and I've never come to pay my respects before. Yet I've been received with such warmth, I'm rather suspicious about it. Underscore 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 un. Jiaozhou, located in modern Shandong province. The high-ranking official told him, "Our sovereign is aware that you come from a virtuous family, and his admiration resulted in your being brought here, and he will be very glad to meet you finally, face to face." Even more surprised, Dou asked, "Who is your king?" "You'll find out shortly," the servant replied. Before long, two female officials appeared, each holding a pair of banners, to guide Dou to the king. After passing through a number of gates, Dou saw the king sitting in a great hall, and when the sovereign observed Dou entering, he came down the steps there to welcome him, taking the hand of his guest and treating him with great courtesy. Once the civilities were finished, the king treated him to a banquet, and a sumptuous feast was laid out. As Dou looked above him in the hall, he noticed an inscribed plaque that read, "The Osmanthus Palace." Dou was so nervous and shy that he couldn't speak. "I am honored to be your neighbor," the king declared, "for it means our fates have been closely aligned. For now, let's drink to our heart's content, without suspicions or fear." Dou eagerly agreed. While the wine made several rounds, they heard the music of a sheng playing from below, and since there weren't any gongs and drums playing, the sound of its delicate music could be heard despite it coming from some distance away. After a bit, the king, on the spur of the moment, looked around at the officials surrounding him and said, "I'll provide the first line of a couplet, and I'll trouble you to come up with the second. A talented man climbs up to the Osmanthus Palace." Underscore 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 un. The Osmanthus Palace. Localities and noble titles in the supernatural world of Pu stories are often associated with flowers and plants, linking the natural with the supernatural, just as in the title of this story. Osmanthus flowers are popularly used in China to make fragrant teas and soups. Sheng, a reeded pipe wind instrument. While the people present sat thinking of possibilities, Dou responded, "The gentleman loves the lotus flower." The king was greatly pleased, and cried, "How strange! Lotus is my daughter's birth name. How did you manage to come up with that? Has this long been fated to happen? The princess must be told to come and meet you face to face." In moments, the sound of jingling jewelry approached, accompanied by a powerfully fragrant perfume, as the princess arrived. She was 16 or 17 years old, and matchlessly beautiful. The king directed her to kowtow to Dou, and told him, "This is my daughter, Lotus." When she finished paying her respects to Dou, she left. Totally engrossed, he sat there numbly, watching her, completely infatuated. The king raised his wine cup to persuade Dou to drink some more, but the scholar didn't even look his way. The king then scrutinized him, realized what was going on, and said, "My daughter would make a suitable match for you, but I'm afraid that we're not the same kind of creatures, so what can be done about it?" Dou was still quite entranced, and seemed not to have heard the king. One of the officials walked over and sat next to Dou, nudging him with one foot while informing him, "The king is toasting you, but you haven't noticed. He's also talking to you. Why aren't you listening?" Looking like he'd just lost something, Dou expressed regret that he'd been so inattentive, and feeling extremely embarrassed, took his leave, saying, "I've abused your great generosity by unwittingly becoming drunk, so the only polite thing to do is to leave, and I hope you'll pardon me. I'm sure you're very busy, so I should be on my way." "It's truly been a pleasure getting to know you," said the king, "so why be in such a hurry to talk about leaving? My ministers have already been unable to convince you to stay, and I dare not force you to remain." But if I could prevail on you to consider the idea, I'd certainly like to invite you to do so." He then directed one of the officials to assist Do in finding his way back. Once they were out in the road, the official asked him, "When the king said that you would be a good match for his daughter, and he seemed to want to marry her to you, why were you so silent, instead of speaking up?" Do stamped his feet in frustration and felt sorry about his unresponsiveness, angry with himself every step of the way till he finally returned home. Suddenly he woke up, and he could tell by the light outside that it was almost sundown. In the growing darkness he sat there, going over the details of what had happened, clearly recalling everything he'd seen. Later, in his study, as he extinguished the light, he hoped he could return and experience the old dream again, but it was too difficult to recover the images, and with a sigh of regret, he gave up. One night, Do was sharing his bed with a friend when suddenly he witnessed the arrival of the official from the Osmanthus palace who'd previously seen him off, now carrying out the king's order to summon him for a meeting. Do was overjoyed, and left with the official. When he saw the king, he kneeled to pay his respects. The king pulled him up, invited Do to sit with him, and told him, "Since you left, I know you've been troubling yourself with thoughts about my daughter. I mean to offer her to you in marriage, if you don't mind." Do then formally thanked him. The king called on his court scholars and high officials to join them for a banquet. While they were drinking wine to their heart's content, an official reported to them, "The princess is ready now." Presently they observed several dozen palace maids surrounding the princess as she made her entrance. She was wearing red brocade over her head, walking gracefully with tiny steps, and was led to the ceremonial carpeting, where she exchanged vows with Do to complete the marriage's rites. When these had been concluded, she accompanied Do to a guest house. The nuptial chamber was warm and cozy, scented quite fragrantly, and intimate. "As I look at you," said Do, "truly I am the happiest of men, and even death holds no worries for me. But now that today has arrived, I'm afraid that it'll prove to be nothing more than a dream." The princess shyly covered her mouth with her hand, and said, "I'm obviously here with you, so how can it be just a dream?" The next morning, when they got up, Do playfully assisted her with her makeup. Shortly afterwards, he took a sash and wrapped it around her, using the cloth to measure both her waist and her feet. The princess giggled and asked him, "Are you crazy?" Do replied, "I've repeatedly worried that this is all a dream, and that I'll have only the faintest memories of it when I wake up. Just in case it's still just a dream this time, I'm taking the measurements so I'll have something to recall." They continued teasing each other until a palace maid ran in and cried, "A demon has entered the palace gates, and the king has fled to one of the palace side halls, so disaster is approaching." Do was horrified, and rushed off to see the king. The sovereign was tearfully holding his head as he told Do, "Don't abandon the princess, and always love her. How could I have expected such evil to fall from the skies, causing the upheaval of our kingdom's happiness, and what can I possibly do about it?" Shaken, Do asked him to explain exactly what had happened. The king took a document from the table, and instructed Do to open it up and read it. It was a memorial that read, "From Fragrant Hall's great academician and minister, Hei, an extraordinary monster has appeared, so I implore your majesty to relocate the capital, to ensure our country's survival, for it has occupied the palace gates." According to reports, on the 6th day of the 5th month, a giant python, 1,000 jong in length, appeared and forced its way in from outside the palace, meanwhile devouring more than 13,800 of your subjects. Everywhere it passes, the palace becomes a wasteland, and we await your reply. Mustering their courage, your officials have made spy sorties, and have seen the demon python for themselves. It has a head like a mountain peak, eyes like red seas. When it raises its head it can swallow up entire halls and pavilions, and when it extends its body, it utterly demolishes buildings and walls. Truly, never before has such a ferocious monster been seen, and none of the previous ages in history have suffered such a calamity. The country and the royal shrine of your ancestors are all in immediate danger. I beg your majesty to leave the palace at once with your family, and quickly moved to a place of safety and so on. Underscore 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 un. A memorial, that is, a petition, a formal request for action, traditionally directed to the emperor. Fragrant halls. Hei, the name, Hei, literally means black wings. Though the gates have been breached by the monster, it could still be a considerable distance from the king's quarters, separated by additional courtyards, gates, and large halls like Fragrant Hall, which is part of the royal compound but not a connected, or even necessarily a contiguous, building. When Dou finished reading, his face was as pale as dust. Just then one of the palace maids ran in to report, "The monster is here." Throughout the palace, people were wailing and shouting, lamenting their pending doom. In his storehouse, the king was so frightened that he didn't know what to do, so in tears, he looked to Dou and said, "You must protect my daughter." Dou breathlessly rushed back to the princess. She was surrounded by her attendants, who were holding their heads and wailing, and when she saw Dou enter, she grabbed his coat and demanded, "Where are you going to take me?" Dou, who felt so sorry for her suffering that he wanted to die, caught hold of her wrist and pensively replied, "My family is poor and humble, and I'm ashamed that I don't have a house of gold for you. I have a 3-roomed thatched cottage, so for the time being we can flee and hide there. Will that suit you?" Underscore 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 un. Zhang, a distance equal to 3.33 meters. The princess held back her tears as she replied, "Right now, I have no choice, so take me with you quickly, I beg you." Dou then took her by the hand and they left. Before long, they arrived at his cottage. "This place is both very safe and huge," the princess declared, "much more so than the palace at home. Now that I've come here with you, what can be done for my parents? Please build another small house, and then we can invite the entire country to come with them." Dou told her this wouldn't be possible. Crying loudly, the princess complained, "If a husband can't help his wife, what use is he?" Dou tried to console her a bit, and when he finished, she went into another room. While the princess lay down on the bed there, weeping pitifully, Dou was unable to comfort her. Deeply worried, but with no strategy in mind, he suddenly woke up, just then realizing that it had all been a dream. And yet the sound of weeping continued unabated beside his ear. Listening carefully, it didn't seem to be a human sound, and then he discovered 2 or 3 bees by his head, buzzing on his pillow. With a startled shout, he thought it all a very strange occurrence. His friend asked him what was wrong, and so he told him about the dream. He, too, was surprised at how strange it was. They both got up to take a look at the bees, which now refused to let loose of Dou's clothing, and though he tried to shake them off, they wouldn't fly away. His friend suggested that he should build them a nest. Dou then followed up on this, supervising its construction by some workmen. As soon as a few of its sides had been erected, a swarm of bees arrived from the other side of Dou's wall, in a rope-like single-file formation. Before the clay top was even set in place, more than a doe of the flying insects had already collected inside. Tracing them while they were still arriving, Dou found that they were coming from the long-established garden belonging to his neighbor, an old man. There was a beehive in the garden that had been there for 30 years, and Dou knew its population had grown quite large. Dou told the old man about what had happened. Underscore 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 un. Dou, a measure of volume equal to 1 deciliter. Taking a look, the old man noticed that his hive seemed completely silent. When he lifted a wall of it, he discovered there was a snake inside it that was more than a zhang in length. He then captured and killed it. That's when Do realized that the giant python had been this same snake. Once the bees entered Do's hive, they multiplied and flourished, and nothing strange happened after that. 196 The Girl in Green. Scholar Yu Jing, whose courtesy name was Xiao Song, lived in Yudu. He happened to be studying at the Sweet Spring Temple. One night while he was leafing through a book and reading aloud, suddenly a girl outside his window commended him by saying, "Master Yu is always reading." This made him think, so deep in the mountains, where could this young woman have come from? While he was pondering skeptically, the girl had already pushed open the door and entered with a smile, exclaiming, "Always reading." Startled, Yu stood up and looked at her dressed in a long green skirt, agreeable and beautiful beyond compare. Realizing that she wasn't human, Yu insistently asked her where she lived. "You can see I'm not going to eat you, so why do you keep on asking?" Yu felt attracted to her, and took her to bed with him. As she was taking off her skirt, he saw that her waist was so slender that he could almost reach around it with just his 2 hands. As night turned to daybreak, the girl lightly took her leave. Thereafter, not a night went by without her return. One night as they were sharing a drink and conversing together, Yu discovered that she was quite skilled musically. "Your voice is lovely and delicate," Yu said, "and if you were to sing a song, my spirit would be utterly transported." Underscore 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 un. Yudu, a county located in Shandong province. The girl laughed and replied, "Then I don't dare sing anything, I'd be afraid of driving away your spirit." Yu kept pressing his request. She told him, "I'm not just being stingy about it, I'm afraid of having others hear me. You genuinely want to hear me, so I'll do as you wish and reveal my feeble skill, but I'll sing in an extremely soft voice." Then agilely tucking her tiny feet under her, she sang. "A blackbird singing in a tree takes my place as I leave at midnight. But I'm not complaining because my slippers are now damp. I'm just afraid that my gentleman is alone." Her voice was as delicate as a fly's, judging by the parts of the song Yu could actually understand. But as he listened quietly, it was as if the song was twisting and buzzing with energy, moving and agitating him. When the song was over, she opened the door and peered out, saying, "I suspected that someone was outside your window." She circled the house, looking all around it, then came back inside. "Why are you so deeply afraid?" asked Yu. With a smile, she answered, as the proverb says, "A spirit who's just trying to survive is always afraid of men." "I must be what it's talking about." Just after they'd gone to bed, still fearful and worrying, she said, "Could it be that our time together is almost over?" Yu urgently asked her what she meant. The girl explained, "My racing heartbeat suggests that I may die soon." Yu tried to comfort her by saying, "Racing heartbeats and twitching eyelids happen all the time, so why let them upset you like this?" The girl felt a bit better, so they made love together once again. When daylight was approaching, she stood at the foot of the bed and put on her clothing. Then just as she was about to open the door, she began pacing nervously and returned to the bed, telling Yu, "I don't know why, but I'm very frightened. Please walk with me as I leave." Yu consequently got up and accompanied her outside. The girl implored him, "Stand there until I'm quite a distance away, once I've gone past the wall, then you can go back inside." "Okay, I promise," replied Yu. He watched the girl pass the veranda of the house, waiting until he couldn't see her any longer. Right when he was deciding to go back inside to sleep, he heard the girl frantically scream for help. Yu ran towards the sound, but as he looked around, there weren't any footprints, though her voice seemed to be coming from the beams of the house. He looked up and checked carefully, spotting a big spider, the size of a ball, that had just fought to capture whatever it was that was crying to him for help. Yu wrecked the web, pulling out the insect trapped in it, and when he unwrapped the webbing from around it, he discovered a little green bee that the spider would have killed. Yu took it inside the house with him, and placed it on a tabletop. After it had been there for a time, it revived and began to move, until finally it could take a few steps. Slowly it climbed up onto his inkstone, then flung its body into the pool of ink there, and when it came out it bent down on the table, dragging itself around to spell out the character meaning thank you. Afterwards it quickly spread its wings, slipped through the window, and flew off. From then on, the girl in green never returned. 197 The Li Clan. In Longmen, there was a worthless fellow named Xie Zhongdiao, who was completely immoral. When he was more than 30 years old, his wife died, leaving Xie with their 2 sons and a daughter, who kept wailing continually from dawn to sunset, wearying and bitterly vexing him. He made plans to get a new wife, looked high and low for one, but didn't find anyone who suited him. Meanwhile, he hired an old woman as a servant to take care of his children. One day, as he was hiking lazily along a mountain path, a woman suddenly appeared from behind him. He paused to gawk at her, noticing that she was lovely and about 20 years old. Finding her attractive, he teased her by saying, "A woman out all alone, aren't you afraid something might happen to you?" The woman kept on walking like she hadn't noticed him. "With those delicate steps of yours," Xie added, "climbing the mountain path must be particularly difficult." The woman still ignored him. Glancing to see that no one else was around, Xie grabbed the woman from the side, then reached for her wrist, and dragged her into a deep, secluded valley, with the intention of raping her. The woman angrily yelled, "Where are you from, you brigand, that you come here and violently lay hands on me?" Xie pulled her along without stopping. Underscore 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 un. Longmen, modern Heijin County, in Shaanxi Province. As she was being forced this way, the woman stumbled and fell, distressed that she didn't know of anything she could do to stop him, and then she said, "Won't you please be gentle, rather than doing this? Release me, and then we can do as you wish." So Xie did as she asked. Together they entered the peaceful valley, where they made love out in the open, and when they were finished, Xie felt contented and in love. The woman asked Xie his name and where he lived, and he answered her truthfully. He asked her the same questions, and she replied, "I'm from the Li clan. Unfortunately, I became a widow while still quite young, then my mother-in-law also passed away, leaving me alone with no one to depend upon, and so I often return to my mother's house." "I'm a widower," Xie told her, "so why don't we get married?" Li replied, "You have children, don't you?" "That's true," he said, "and I'm not going to deceive you, when it comes to the matter of sex, there's no shortage of women who want to be intimate with me. But then the boys start crying and the girl sobbing, and the women can't bear it." Li hesitated, then exclaimed, "That is a real dilemma. Looking at your clothes, your socks, and your shoes, which are rather mediocre in appearance, I'd say that I could make similar items myself. Still, it's tough being a stepmother, and I'm afraid I couldn't face other people's criticism." Xie told her, "Please don't let these doubts stop you. If I don't mention it, what could anyone else have to do with it?" Li seemed to feel a bit more receptive to the idea. She turned away and thought it over, then said, "Since we've already been intimate together, we might as well join together. But my deceased husband's overbearing brother always thinks of me as some kind of commodity that will bring a high price, and I'm afraid he won't permit us to marry, so what can we do?" Underscore 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 un. The Li clan, the Chinese character for the surname Li, is also sometimes used to signify black, or dark, hinting at the dire act she will pursue against Xie. Xie also became apprehensive, and implored her to run away with him. Li replied, "I've been considering just that. But I was thinking that if your family members spread the word that we've done this, it'll be bad for the two of us. This is a minor matter, Xie told her. There's only an old woman at home with the children, so I'll send her away immediately. This pleased Li, since it would secure their common goal. Li hid outside the house. Xie went in and took care of sending the old woman away, then straightened things up and welcomed in Li, feeling extremely pleased about how things had turned out. Li took care of all the housework while also looking after the children, mending their clothes, proving to be hard-working and diligent in all things. Xie came to cherish and love Li with unusual devotion, and every day he would lock his door so he could be together with her, hence preventing visitors from entering. After more than a month, Xie finally had to go out and conduct some business, so he secured the door and left. When he returned home, he found the door still shut tightly, and nobody answered when he knocked. He unlocked it and entered, but found no sign of anyone within. Then just as he came to the bedroom, an enormous wolf leapt out through the doorway, almost frightening Xie to death. When he entered the room and looked around, his children were gone, but in a large pool of blood on the floor lay their 3 heads. He turned around to pursue the wolf, but by then it had already vanished. The collector of these strange tales remarks, Xie acted immorally, and in consequence he suffered for it. He married again, but in doing so he led a wolf into his home. But how could he expect her to be a woman of good morals, after having forced her to have sex with him, and then having begged her to run away with him and be his wife? 198 Third Lady Lotus. In Huzhu there lived a scholar named Zong Xiongruo. One autumn day he went to make an inspection of the crops in the field, when he saw that some of the grains growing densely there were shaking and waving excessively. Suspicious, upon taking the path between fields in order to observe more closely, he discovered a man and woman making love. He laughed and turned to start back. He watched as the embarrassed man retied the belt of his robe and hastily scurried away. The woman also stood up. When Zong looked her over carefully, he could see that she was extremely beautiful. He found her attractive and wanted to become intimate with her, too, but considered it shameful and vulgar to do so out in the open. Then he came a bit closer to her as she was brushing herself off and said, "Is it enjoyable to make love like that?" The woman laughed, but didn't answer. Zong came even closer and opened up her robe, revealing her skin to be smooth and slick, as though oil-coated. Consequently, he began running his hands up and down, all over her body, till the woman laughed and said, "You perverted Zaihoki. What's with all the crazy groping? If you've got something on your mind, why not just do it?" He inquired about her surname. "After we've made love," she said, "we'll head off in different directions, so why bother finding out about each other? Or are you asking my name so you can erect a monument to my chastity?" Underscore 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 un. Huzhu, a prefecture located in modern Zhejiang Province's Wuxing County. Zaihoki, a successful candidate in the county-level Imperial Civil Service examination. It's like calling Zong a nerd, or a naive. Doing it out there in the fields, where the crops are all wet with dew, is the way of some mountain village pig farmer, replied Zong, and I won't be part of it. Since a beauty like you should treat even a private tryst quite seriously, how can you so easily settle for something like this? When the woman heard his words, she accepted his advice appreciatively. Zong then told her, "My modest home isn't far from here, so please join me and we'll go there." "I've already been outside a long time," she replied, "and I'm afraid that people might become suspicious about my absence, so I'll come to you at midnight." She asked Zong about the details of his home's gates and doors until she had them all in mind, then she hurried away up the path. Right at midnight, she arrived at Zong's study. They made love with frenzied joy, and grew very close to each other. This continued for over a month, and no one knew about their intimacy. Then a Lamaist monk came to the monk's residence in the village temple, and when he caught sight of Zong he was so shocked that he told him, "Your body has an evil influence pervading it, what have you run into?" "Nothing," replied Zong. Several days went by, and then, without warning, he fell ill. The woman brought him delicious confections and solicitously took care of him, comforting him and inquiring about his needs like a devoted wife. But every time she got into bed with him, she'd insist that they make love. Underscore 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 un. A monument to my chastity, the woman is making reference to the Zhenjipai Fang, a traditional stone arch the government would erect to honor a chaste woman who'd been widowed while still young. Lamaist monk. Lamaism combines aspects of Tantric Buddhism with the Tibetan Bon religion, which practices shamanism, exorcism rituals, and the worship of various beneficent and harmful deities. Perkins 264. As Zong's health declined, he found himself unable to comply with her desires. He suspected that she wasn't really human, but he also couldn't resist her sexual allure long enough to drive her from his bed. Hence he told her, "Several days ago, a Buddhist monk told me that I was being harmed by an evil spirit, and now as a result I'm sick," verifying his words. "Tomorrow I want to request that he come here, so I can ask him for a protective charm." The woman's expression turned to sadness. Zong became even more suspicious as a result. The next day, he sent a servant to solicit the monk's help and to tell him about Zong's illness. The monk replied, "This is a fox's doing. Her ability is still superficial, so it should be easy to trap her." Then he took 2 strips with magical figures written on them, handed them to the servant with the instructions, "Go home and take out a clean jar, put it in front of the bed, and stick one of the talisman strips over its mouth. Wait for the fox to run into the jar, cover it with a basin, and then stick the other talisman strip on the basin, set it all into a cauldron of boiling water until the heat cooks it, and in a short while it'll be dead." The servant returned and did everything as the monk had instructed. Late that night, when the woman arrived, she took out some kumquats that she'd brought inside her sleeve, and was just about to approach Zong's bed, to ask how he was feeling. Suddenly the mouth of the jar began whistling with a sound like the wind, and the woman was lured inside it. The servant quickly sprang up, covered the mouth of the jar with the basin, and attached the other talisman strip, then prepared to put it in the cauldron. Zong saw the kumquats scattered all over the floor, recalled the woman's affection towards him, and felt moved to pity her, so he hastily ordered the servant to stop. When the talisman and the basin were removed, the woman leapt out of the jar, disoriented, and kowtowed to Zong, saying, "In no time at all, this great power almost succeeded in reducing me to dust. You're a compassionate man, and I pledge myself to help you recover." Then she left. After several days, Zong's illness became even more grave, and seemed likely to prove fatal. A servant hurried to the marketplace, in order to purchase a coffin. Along the way, he ran into a girl who asked him, "Are you a servant for Zong Xiongruo?" "I am," he replied. The girl told him, "Master Zong is a first cousin of mine. I heard he was very seriously ill, and I was just about to pay him a visit, but something's come up, so I can't leave just now. I have some special medicine for him to apply, so I'll entrust you to take it to him." The servant accepted the medicine and returned home. Zong knew that his first cousin didn't have any sisters, so it had to be the fox that his servant had met. After taking the medicine, his condition was greatly improved, and in 10 days he'd completely recovered his health. Zong appreciated the fox's kindness, and he prayed to the heavens that he might be granted his wish to meet her again. One night, he'd shut his door and was drinking by himself when suddenly he heard a knock at the window. When he pulled it open and looked out, the fox woman was there. Overjoyed, he took her hand, thanked her for coming, and asked her to stay and drink with him. "Since we parted, I've remained loyal to you," she said, "thinking only of how to repay your great kindness. Now I've found you a good wife, one you can depend upon to perform her duties faithfully, so how's that? Zong asked, who is she? She isn't someone you know, replied the fox woman. Tomorrow morning between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock, travel to the lake south of here, where you'll see some girls picking water chestnuts. There'll be one who's wearing a crinkly gauze cape the color of ice, so you should immediately pursue her with your boat. If you lose track of her as you go, look along the side of the dike till you find a short-stalked lotus flower hidden among the foliage, pick it, and take it home, then burn it in the flame of a candle, and you'll obtain a beautiful wife as well as a long life. Zong paid careful attention to her instructions. As she subsequently prepared to go, Zong tried to stop her from leaving. Since I experienced the near disaster, she told him, I've suddenly been made aware that there are greater powers operating in the world. Why then would I allow myself to become hated just because of a love affair? With a stern countenance, she said goodbye and departed. Zong did as she'd said, and when he arrived at the lake to the south, he saw quite a few pretty women working amidst the plants. Among them was a girl wearing an ice-colored cape, a peerless beauty. He urged his boat towards her, but all of a sudden lost track of where she'd gone. He began poking through the multitude of lotus plants until he found a single red lotus flower that was no more than a chi in size, so he plucked it and took it home. Once he got inside, he placed it on a table, then trimmed a candle, and was just about to light it. When he turned back to the flower, he saw that it had been transformed into a pretty girl. Zong was pleasantly surprised and humbly prostrated himself to show his gratitude. "Foolish scholar," said the girl. "I'm a fox spirit, here to do mischief to you." Zong refused to listen to her. "Who told you what to do?" the girl asked him. He replied, "I was able to pick you out all by myself, so why would I need any instructions?" He grabbed her arm to pull her to him, but when he took her hand, she changed into a bizarrely shaped rock about a chi tall, intricately detailed on all sides. He carried it over to a table, and then burnt incense sacrifices to it while bowing submissively and speaking blessings. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. When night fell, he closed his doors and blocked all the exits, afraid that she might try to escape. At daybreak, he examined the weird stone and found to his surprise that it had turned into a gauze cape, scented with a delicate fragrance. As he spread it over his shoulders and tied it around his neck, it felt like something alive and intimate. Zong pulled a large quilt over himself and went to bed. At sunset he rose to turn up the wick of his lamp, and upon returning he discovered the girl lying beside his pillow. Happy once more, but afraid that she might change again, he somberly invoked blessings in hopes of getting to make love with her. The girl smirked and exclaimed, "It must be karmic retribution. I don't know what crazy individual has been teaching you this wild behavior." Then she stopped resisting him. But while they were making love, Zong proved clumsy and incompetent, so the girl repeatedly begged him to stop. Zong wouldn't hear of it. Then she told him, "If that's the way it is, I'll just change and leave." This frightened Zong into stopping. From this point, the couple lived together harmoniously. And they often seemed to be quite wealthy, although no one knew the source of their surplus. The girl became silent whenever she saw other people, as though her mouth was unable to form words. Zong, too, avoided speaking about her strange origin. She became pregnant after 10 months had passed, and calculated the day on which she should give birth. When the time arrived, she took control of the matter, advising Zong to shut all of his doors to prevent any visitors. Then she took a knife and made a cut just below her navel, out of which she drew an infant son, and ordered Zong to bind the wound with strips of silk. After a night had passed, she was fully healed. 6 or 7 years later, she told Zong, "My debt from a previous life has been fulfilled, so now it's time for me to bid you farewell." "When you first came home with me," Zong said tearfully, "I was poverty-stricken, unable to stand on my own feet, but we became wealthy because of you, so how can I bear for you to say you suddenly have to leave? Besides, you have no other family home, and someday your son won't know who his mother is. A regrettable business indeed. The girl was also disappointed and upset as she replied, what has been gathered together must eventually become scattered. That's only normal. Our son will experience good fortune and you'll live to be 100, so why try to find fault with it? My clan is called He. If you find yourself thinking about me, just take some of my old things into your arms and call out, Third Lady Lotus. Then you'll be able to see me. When she finished these words, she freed herself from Zong's embrace and said, I'm leaving now. Shaken, he watched as she began to float up in the air until she was almost as high as his head. Zong jumped up, desperately wanting to pull her down, and managed to grab a shoe. The shoe came off and fell to the ground, where it changed into a swallow made of stone. It was a deep crimson color, and translucent inside and out, as though filled with perfectly clear water. He picked it up and hid it away. When he was inspecting the contents of their chests, he discovered that the ice-colored cape that the girl had worn still existed. Whenever he was feeling nostalgic, he would hold it in his arms and cry out for Third Lady, who would then appear to him vividly, happily smiling, looking just as he remembered her, but she never spoke to him. Underscore 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 un. My clan is called He, a homonym, since the surname and the character for lotus have the same second tone pronunciation. 199 The Cursed Duck. In the western part of our county, in a village where the people belonged to the same Bai clan, a certain fellow stole a duck from his neighbor, cooked and ate it. That night, he felt his skin begin to itch. At daybreak, when he took a closer look, he found duck feathers growing out of his skin that hurt when he touched them. He was horrified, and no medicine he tried could help it. That night he had a dream, in which a man came to him and said, "You're being afflicted because heaven is punishing you. You must have the curse lifted by the person you stole from, and then the duck feathers can fall out." The elderly neighbor from whom the fellow had stolen the duck was by nature a forgiving man. He'd never before put a curse on anyone for stealing his belongings. The thief cunningly told the old man, "Someone stole your duck from you. That person is undoubtedly afraid of being cursed, so if you curse him, you'll warn him against coming again." The old man laughed and replied, "I don't have the leisure time to curse somebody." He concluded that he wouldn't curse the person who stole his duck. This made the thief feel so ashamed that he told his elderly neighbor the truth. The old man then lifted the curse, and the man was completely restored to normal. Underscore 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 un. Our county, that is, Pu Songling's home county, Sichuan, in Shandong province. The collector of these strange tales remarks, whatever else happened, the thief's action had frightening consequences. One theft and he grew duck feathers. Whatever else occurred, the curse had the effect of an act of goodwill. One curse and the thief's guilt was diminished. However charitable it may have been for the elderly neighbor to cure him, the curse itself was an act of compassion. 200 A son of the Lu clan. Lu Zishuan, from Jiaozhou, was a steward to academic official Fa Naishi. When Lu was already over 40, a son was born to him, whom he loved so excessively that he spoiled the child. He constantly worried about how to obey every one of the boy's whims. And so the son grew up being allowed to lead an extravagantly dissolute life, until finally his father's purse was empty. Soon the son fell ill. His father happened to have raised a particularly dependable mule. The son told him, "That fat mule could be eaten. Kill it and feed it to me, and I'll be able to recover from my sickness." Old Lu conspired to kill a bad mule instead. When his son heard this, he cursed the old man furiously, and became even more seriously ill. This scared old Lu, who then killed the good mule to proceed with his son's plan. This made the son happy, however, after tasting a slice of mule meat, he threw it away. The life-threatening illness didn't improve, and eventually it proved fatal. Old Lu, sighing mournfully, felt like he wanted to die. 3 or 4 years later, some of the old man's fellow villagers were climbing up Mt Tai to make incense offerings in one of the temples there. When they were halfway up the mountain, they saw someone approaching on a galloping mule who looked strangely like the Lu son. When the man arrived, the villagers found it was indeed old Liu's son. Underscore 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 un. Jiaozhou, a prefecture located in Shandong Province. Mt Tai, a holy mountain in central Shandong Province. He climbed down from the mule, bowing respectfully, as they all exchanged greetings. The villagers were utterly astonished, and didn't dare ask young Lu about his being dead. Thus they simply inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I don't have anything to do," Lu replied, "I'm just wandering here and there." When he requested the names of the villagers he'd encountered on the road, they all told him. Lu then folded his hands in gratitude to them and said, "Now I have something to do, and don't have time for further chat. Tomorrow I'll come to visit you." Then he climbed up on his mule and prepared to leave. The villagers returned to their houses, figuring he wouldn't actually come for real. Early the next morning, Liu's son arrived, tied his mule to a post in a stable, and entered into people's houses, laughing and chatting. The villagers told him, "Your father's missed you deeply day and night, so why don't you give him a visit?" Surprised, young Lu replied, "Who is it you're talking about?" The villagers then told him about Lu Zishuan. The young man's expression changed completely, and after a long time he said, "Since he misses me and wants to see me, please pass this message along to my father. In 4 months and 7 days, I'll be waiting for him here." When he finished speaking, he took his leave. The villagers returned home and conveyed the message to Liu's father. The old fellow burst into tears, then made the trip at the appointed time, explaining his reasons for coming to his master. Fa Naishi paused and said, "Previously, whenever I've seen your son, his sentiments and expression have seemed rather cold, as though he's not well-intentioned towards you. According to the divining I've performed, you mustn't meet him." Old Lu sobbed, unable to believe what he was hearing. "I'm not stopping you," Master Fa explained, "but spirits and ghosts are impermanent, and I'm afraid you'll experience some misfortune. If you're certain you want to see him, please hide inside this wooden chest. When he arrives, you can examine his speech and appearance, and if he's not ill-intentioned, then you can come out." Old Lu then did as Master Fa said. He was waiting when his son approached and asked, "Has someone named Lu come here?" "No," replied Master Fa. The son exploded with angry curses, crying, "Why doesn't the old beast come to see me?" Surprised, Master Fa asked, "Why are you cursing your father?" "What a father he's been," replied young Lu. "Originally our relationship was like one between business partners, so I didn't expect that he was concealing evil intentions, hiding money from me, boldly refusing to give it to me. I was wanting to kill him today. What kind of father is that?" When he finished speaking, he went out the door, saying, "I'm letting him off lightly." Inside the chest, old Lu clearly heard this, sweating all over as he monitored his son's words, but he didn't dare come out or breathe. When Master Fa called to him, he finally emerged, and then sheepishly headed off for home. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A man who gets a large amount of money suddenly enjoys no happiness, so what does he do? He compensates the one from whom he got the money wrongly. Another man, who loses his money to someone, can't forget about it even after he's in his grave, because his anger transcends even mortality itself." 201 The Respectful God. In the third lunar month of the 22nd year of Kangxi's reign, Gao Jiwen and I were going to Jixia, so we shared a room at an inn. There, he suddenly fell ill. Right around that time, Gao Zhenmei accompanied Gao Heng, also known as Scholar Niandong, to Jixia, and met us at the inn, where they discussed how to obtain medicine to cure Jiwen. There they heard from an official named Yuanlin that south of the city, in the Liang family, there was a fox fairy who was an expert in the art of healing. So together they went to pay the fox a visit. Lady Liang was a woman in her 40s, who possessed a fox-like appearance and expression. When the Gaos entered her home, they noticed red curtains hanging in the side room. Reaching for the curtains to sneak a peek behind them, they found an image of Guanyin hanging on the wall. There were also 2 or 3 paintings of riders on horseback, brandishing lances and escorting noblemen in a procession. Underscore 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 un. The 22nd year of Kangxi's reign, Qing Emperor Kangxi, also known as Shenzhou, ruled from 1662 to 1723. Gao Jiwen, Gao, whose birth name was Zhaibo, was honored as a Beigong, or outstanding young scholar, in 1675, and worked subsequently as a teacher, but was never appointed to an official position. Zhu 2:686n2. Zeitlin, 224n10, identifies Gao Jiwen as the nephew of Gao Niandong, see below. Jixia, ancient name for the prefectural city on the site of modern Jinan, capital of Shandong province. Gao Zhenmei. Scholar Niandong. While nothing is known of Gao Zhenmei, Gao Heng, aka Scholar Niandong or Kongpei, once served as Quazijishu, the head of the Imperial University, and as a high official in administrative departments and other areas. He was born in Sichuan County, Shandong Province, Zhu 2:686n3. At the base of the northern wall there was a table. On the tabletop there was a small pedestal, not a full chi tall, close to a small brocade mattress, and they were told that when the respectful god arrived, he would rest on it. The Gaos burnt incense offerings, then, clasping their hands, they both bowed to Liang respectfully. The woman struck a stone chime 3 times, chanting some words inaudibly. When she'd concluded these blessings, she welcomed her guests, inviting them to have a seat. After standing up, she pushed the curtain aside, tidied her hair, and then while supporting her chin with one hand, proceeded to tell the Gaos some of the immortal stories of the respectful god. After a long time, the sun gradually began to set. The Gaos were afraid that it would be difficult for them to return home in the dark, so they asked her once again to chant the words to invite the god. The woman then struck the stone chimes heavily and began praying. She turned back to them, again standing up as she said, "The respectful god loves nighttime conversations more than anything, so it's hard for people to meet him at any other times. Last night there was a Zaihokai who was waiting for his next examination, and he brought delicacies and wine for the god to enjoy with him. The respectful god took out some nice wine to treat his guest, while they composed poetry and laughed heartily. By the time their meeting concluded, the night was almost over. Before she'd even finished speaking, they heard delicate sounds, like the squeaking of bats in flight. As they listened attentively, suddenly it was as though a large stone had fallen on the table with a crash. The woman turned to them and exclaimed, "He makes all kinds of terrible sounds to frighten people." Underscore 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 un. Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, known in Sanskrit as Avalakai Tesvara, an appropriate image to discover in the home of the fox who helps them. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Zaihokai, a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Subsequently, they heard something on the table sigh like a healthy old man. The woman took a palm leaf fan and placed it on the little pedestal. From on top of it, a voice loudly cried, it was fated to happen. It was fated to happen. They heard the sounds of the god refusing to sit until the Gaos were seated, and then of him clasping his hands in courteous greeting. Shortly afterwards, he asked Liang's guests, "What do you want me to tell you?" Gao Zhenmei, according to Gao Niandong's suggestion, asked him, "So, have you ever met Guanyin before?" "The South Sea is one of my familiar haunts, so of course I've run into her," replied the god. Gao Niandong continued, "Will the present Hell King resign and be replaced by another?" "Just like the Emperor in the mortal world," replied the god. "What's the surname of the present Hell King?" "It's Cao," he explained. Finally, then, the Gaos got around to asking for medicine to cure Jaiwan. "Go home, and tonight offer him a libation of weak tea," the god replied, "and I will go to the abode of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva, and ask for medicine to offer you, since hers will cure any illness." The Gaos each had their own questions to ask, and the god patiently considered them and then provided his explanations. Then they said their farewells to the god and returned home. By the following night, Gao Jaiwan had begun to recover a bit. "Zhenmei and I were the first to pack our luggage to leave, so we haven't had a chance since then to call on him." Underscore 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 un. Have you ever met Guanyin? Apparently, Niandong's strategy is to chat up the god before presenting their request of medicine for Gao Jaiwan. 202 Jingshan the Monkey. Minister of Personnel Gao Niandong comments that in Chongzhen's time, there was a monkey immortal who went by the name of Jingshan. When it possessed the body of an old man in Hejian, he would talk about literary works, tell fortunes, and forecast deaths, speaking tirelessly, without growing fatigued. If meat dishes and nuts were placed on a table before him, he'd gorge on them messily, though no one would actually be able to see him doing it. It so happened that Mr. Gao's grandfather had been confined to bed by illness. Someone sent him a letter that read, "Inquire about an old man called Jingshan, who's over 100 years old, and someone you can't afford not to meet." Then they sent a servant on horseback to go and deliver an invitation to the old man. The old man arrived, and a day passed, but the immortal hadn't yet possessed him. Hence they burned some incense offerings to him in the family temple. Suddenly they heard a loud voice from the roof of the house exclaim in admiration, "This is the home of a good man." The family members were startled and looked all around. Presently, additional words began coming from the eaves of the house. Underscore 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 un. Minister of Personnel. The position of Shiazhe was a government post from the Tang through the Qing dynasties. Hucker 416. Gao Niandong. This is the same Gao Niandong, born Gao Heng, who was a retired scholar living in Sichuan County, Shandong Province, and appears as one of the characters in The Respectful God. Chongzhen, the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, reigned 1628 to 1644. Hejian, a county in Hebei Province. The old man stood up and declared, "The great immortal has arrived." The group followed the old man and went outside to welcome the arrival. Then they heard the sound of someone saluting respectfully with cupped hands and offering greetings. Afterwards they all entered the house, and following a loud laugh, they started talking freely. At that time, Gao Niandong's brothers were still Zhuzheng, and were just coming back from having taken the provincial level civil service examination. The immortal told them, "Two of you gentlemen produced fine essays for your examinations, however, you still need to master the 5 classics, so you must study them diligently, and then the path to success will not be a long one for you." The young men respectfully asked about their grandfather's illness, and the immortal replied, "Life and death are serious matters, and it's hard to reason them out clearly." They recognized that this was not an auspicious response. Not long afterwards, their grandfather passed away. A long time earlier, a monkey trainer brought his monkey to a village. The monkey broke the lock on his cage and escaped, and when the man couldn't catch him, he ran off into the mountains. 10 years or so later, someone spotted the monkey. He kept shifting his presence, leaping away whenever he caught sight of the human. Later the monkey gradually began slipping into a village where he stole food and candy, but nobody else had seen him. Underscore 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 un. Gao Niandong's brothers. Zhu identifies the two as Gao Niandong's elder brother, Gao Wei, and his younger brother, Gao Ping, Zhu 2:688 and 10. A Zhuzheng has only passed the lowest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. The 5 classics, the Confucian canon that includes the Book of Changes, Book of History, Book of Rites, Book of Songs, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. One day, some villagers caught sight of the monkey, and chased it all over the countryside before shooting and killing it. But the monkey's ghost unexpectedly didn't realize that it was dead, though it felt that its body was as light as a leaf, and it could travel 100 li in the space of a breath. Then the monkey went to the old man in Hejian, and told him, "If you'll respect me as an immortal, I'll make you rich." And they say that from that time forward, he went by the name of Jingshan. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The name of Jingshan, which literally means tranquil mountain. 203 The flow of money. Lu Zhangjiu, from Yishui, says that there was a servant who had just stopped to enjoy a quiet moment in the garden, when by chance he saw copper coins begin falling from the sky like water, collecting all over to a depth of 2 or 3 chi. Stunned by this pleasant surprise, he filled his hands full of the money, then lay down on his back. Later, when he got up and looked around, he found that the coins had already disappeared, only the ones that he'd grasped in his hands still remained. Underscore 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 un. Yishui, a county in Shandong Province. Qi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. 204 Scholar Guo. Scholar Guo was from Dongshan, in Sichuan County. As a young man, he was utterly devoted to his studies, but since in his mountain village there was no place for him to learn the correct style, by the time he was about 20, his calligraphy and brushwork were full of errors. For some time previously, his family had been facing a fox-related scourge, as clothing and cooking utensils were often stolen by the fox, causing them grave suffering. One night as he was studying, he put his paper down upon a table, and the fox started scribbling carelessly on it. The beast's writing made it impossible to distinguish the columns or style of its writing. Choosing just the neater portions to read, Guo could only make out some 60 or 70 poems from it all. He was really furious about the fox's interference, but he didn't know what to do about it. Then he accumulated a series of more than 20 poems of his own, intending to solicit comments on them from some distinguished authority. In the morning when Guo got up, he saw the pages spread out over the table, and almost all of his thick, black ink had been used up. He hated the fox for what it had done. A scholar named Wang came to Dongshan, and got along quite well with Guo, so he decided to pay a call on Guo at his home. When Wang saw the terrible condition of the dwelling, he asked about what had happened. Guo told him everything he'd suffered, and then he took out the fragments of the fox's written work and showed them to Wang. Underscore 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 un. Dongshan, literally, East Mountain. Thick, black ink, that is, the more substantial, viscous kind of ink prepared especially for calligraphic work. Wang examined them carefully, puzzling over them thoughtfully, checking the way the ink had been applied as though he was critiquing the style. Then he looked again at the painted pages, seemingly too preoccupied to let them go. In amazement, he declared, the fox's application of ink was performed this way intentionally. Not only is it not simply inept, it's actually the work of a master. Several months passed, and when Guo began to reread his writings, he suddenly felt as though the fox was right to have corrected his work. Thereupon he changed a couple of their subjects, then spread out his pages on the table, where he could examine what would happen to them. At daybreak, when he checked the pages, he found that the fox once again had marked them. This kept happening until a year had passed, and then the fox simply stopped marking his writings. However, at night, the fox would make enormous dots that completely filled a page. Guo knew this was pretty odd, so he took it to show Wang. Wang studied the page and replied, "Truly, the fox is your master, and this is an excellent piece of writing that you'll be able to sell." The following year, Guo was admitted to the county school. He was consequently grateful to the fox, and always set out some dishes for it, preparing both food and drink. Any time he was considering about books of famous writings to purchase, he'd consult the fox for advice. From this point forward, he was ranked high in the 2 civil service examinations he took, and was selected as a Fuki. Underscore 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 un. Fuki, an honorable failure, an examination candidate whose merit was considered inadequate for status as a provincial graduate, but still deserving of honorable mention, Hooker 217. At that time, Scholar Yet and Scholar Miao were regarded highly due to the elegance of their writing and the beauty of their words. Every family tried to memorize certain passages of their works. Guo had his own handwritten copy, which he cherished and took home. Suddenly, the bowl of thick, dark calligrapher's ink on his table tipped over, completely blotting out the characters drawn on the copy. Then again, sometimes when he conceived of a topic to write about and afterwards felt quite pleased with it, the fox would mark it with unrestrained strokes. As a result, he gradually began to feel that he really couldn't trust the fox. Before long, Scholar Yi's written work was released in an official version, which proved his excellence and vindicated Guo's selection of it as exemplary writing. However, every time he'd produce another page of writing, the fox would make messy marks all over it. Since he considered himself a good judge of writing, finishing in the top tier of the civil service examination, and was lofty in his ambitions, he became increasingly suspicious that the fox was toying with him. When he kept rewriting the parts that had been marked up, the fox would continue to vex him with blots on his pages, and to use up all of his ink. "This is just crazy!" Guo cried in exasperation. "Why help at first but not now?" Thus he no longer set out a feast for the fox, and he locked up his pieces of writing in a basket. In the morning, he saw that the seal on the basket looked untouched, so he opened it and looked inside, where on one cover 4 strokes of calligraphy appeared, each stroke as thick as a finger. The first chapter had a 5 smeared on it, and so did the second, and after that there was nothing else written on them. From then on, the fox disappeared and never returned. Underscore 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 un. 5. The negative omen. There were many ways to fail the civil service examination, including illegible or incorrect calligraphy. The characters had to be written in the square style, with the brush strokes correctly placed in the 4 corners. Otherwise, no matter how good the content of the paper was, it would be passed over. Miyazaki 28. Zhu, 2:692 and 21, explains that in the 6 sections of the examination, there were. Afterwards, when Guo was graded as having finished in the 4th tier of his civil service examination group, and in subsequent examinations was graded twice in the 5th tier, he began to understand the negative omen that had already been communicated to him by the fox. The collector of these strange tales remarks, one loses through pride, and gains by modesty, for that is the way of heaven. With only a small reputation, Guo became arrogant, imitating the style of Scholar Yet and Scholar Miao without any contributions of his own. He couldn't stop himself until he'd experienced a great failure. This is how conceit harms a man. Underscore 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 un. Special problems posed in the fourth, a flaw in the topic, fifth, an absurd element is introduced, and the sixth, something intentionally doesn't make sense. Pu may be hinting that the fox's number 5, besides predicting Guo's ranking, will also cause him to fail when he comes up against the absurd in the exam. The fox itself. 205 Jinchens. Jinchens lived in Jining. He married a girl from his village surnamed Mu. She gave birth to a boy, and soon he was a year old. Suddenly Jin grew ill, and believing that he was definitely dying, he told his wife, "I'm dying, and you must remarry." Mu heard his words and sweetly expressed her determination that she would die with him. Waving his hand at his mother, Jin told her, "I'm dying, and have to burden you with taking care of my son, and don't let Mu remain a widow." His mother tearfully promised she would do as he asked. Afterwards, Jin did indeed die. Mu's mother arrived to mourn with her, and when they'd finished crying, she explained to Jin's mother, "Heaven resolves even the most extreme sorrow, and my son-in-law was fated to die early. My daughter's so young and delicate, what's she going to do now?" From the midst of her mourning, when Jin's mother heard the other woman's words, she could no longer contain her resentment, and angrily exploded, "She shouldn't remarry." Mu's mother felt ashamed and ceased her complaint. About midnight, while Mu was about to go to sleep, her mother told her in private, "You can find another husband anywhere. What disaster could be worse than having to care for your son, hand and foot, yourself? At such a young age, you should marry as soon as possible, so isn't it stupid to spend all of your time watching over a baby? Your mother-in-law may have asked you to care for Jin's son, but you don't have to pretend you enjoy it." Jin's mother happened to be passing by, and when she overheard what had been said, she became even more outraged. Underscore 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 un. Jining, the name of both a prefecture and a county in Yunnan province. The next day, she told Mu's mother, when he made his dying request, Jin didn't ask his wife to be faithful to him forever. Now you're telling her that she shouldn't delay remarrying, so that's why I'm insisting that she remain loyal to my son. Mu's mother grew angry and left. Jin's mother dreamt that night that her son appeared to her, weeping as he persuaded her to give up her demands, and she marveled afterwards at the strangeness of it. She sent someone to tell Mu's family that she agreed to let their daughter remarry after the burial of Jin. But when she consulted a horoscope, it turned out that it wasn't an auspicious year for the burial. In the midst of her mourning, Mu began thinking about remarrying, and couldn't get it off her mind, so she even began dolling herself up. Having to run Jin's household was like being forced to wear simple clothing, but once she was back in her parents' household, she'd be able to change into something brand new and gorgeous. Jin's mother, who knew what she was thinking, wasn't happy about it. She figured Mu was on the verge of becoming someone else's woman, so she tried to be forbearing about it. Hence Mu became even more wanton in her behavior. In their village, there was a scoundrel named Dong Gui who lusted after Mu when he saw her, so he took money and delicacies to Jin's old neighbor woman to ensure that she'd act on his behalf to promote his interest in Mu. At midnight, the old woman let him climb over her wall to rendezvous with Mu. This coming and going went on for 10 days, and Mu's notoriety spread until everyone but Jin's mother knew about it. There was only one maidservant in Mu's room at night, and she was a trusted confidant. One night while the two were making love passionately, loud noises were heard from inside Jin's coffin that sounded like firecrackers exploding. The maidservant, who was outside the curtain surrounding the bed, saw the deceased himself, wearing a sword and standing outside the curtain, subsequently enter the sleeping area. Presently she heard Mu and Dong scream in horror. Seconds later, Dong ran naked from the bedroom. Before long, Jin seized his wife by the hair and also emerged. Mu was howling loudly. In fright, Jin's mother got up to investigate, discovered that Mu was naked, and walked over to her. She asked what was wrong, but Mu didn't answer. Jin's mother stepped outside to take a look, but it was so quiet that she didn't hear a sound, and she lost sight of Mu. She entered Mu's sleeping area, where lights were burning brightly. Spotting a pair of men's shoes, she yelled for the maidservant. The maidservant began trembling while looking all around, and then ran outside, having told Jin's mother about the weird noises, which certainly astonished her. Dong fled to the neighbor woman's house, crouching down in a corner of her wall to hide. Moments later, he began hearing the sound of someone coming closer, so, still stark naked, he started to get up. Shivering violently, bitterly cold, he needed to borrow some clothing from the old neighbor woman. He noticed there was a room connected to her courtyard, with a pair of doors that were unlocked, so he decided to go in for a little while. Groping his way in the dark, he found a bed, and as he felt a woman's foot, he realized it was the neighbor woman's daughter-in-law. Suddenly he was filled with lust, so he decided to take advantage of her while she was sleeping, and stealthily approached her. The woman woke up and asked, "Is that you?" "Of course," he answered. The daughter-in-law hence suspected nothing, and once Dong had climbed into bed, they made love. Earlier, the neighbor woman's son had needed to go to a village to the north, so he advised his wife to shut the doors partway for protection, while waiting for him to return. Upon arriving home, he heard some sounds from inside the room, and finding this suspicious, listened more closely, determining that someone was having sex with his wife. Furious, he grabbed a halberd and rushed into the room. Terrified, Dong leapt off the bed. The neighbor's son caught up with him and killed him. He wanted to kill his wife, too, but she tearfully told him that in the dark she'd mistaken the other man for him, clearing up the matter. He still didn't know who the man was, however. He called for his mother to wake up, and together they came with a light so they could attempt to identify him. As they examined him, he suddenly started breathing. When they asked him where he'd come from, he confessed everything. But he'd been wounded by the blade in several places, and blood wouldn't stop flowing from the gashes, till in a short while he was dead for real. The old neighbor woman was panic-stricken, and told her son, "If you caught them in the act of adultery and killed just one of the two, how can you explain that to others?" The son then realized that he couldn't stop with Dong, so he also killed his wife. That same night, Mu's father had been sleeping when he heard rumbling sounds outside his door. He peered out, discovering a frenzy of noise and activity at the eaves of the house, where someone had set them on fire, though the person was now hesitating, and wouldn't leave. The old man began shouting loudly until all of his family members had gathered. Fortunately, the fire had just begun to burn, so they were still able to extinguish it. Mu's father ordered some men to take up bows and crossbows, to search for the person who'd set the fire. They saw a man who looked as powerful as an ape finally climb over the wall to get away. The old man's family owned a peach garden on the other side of the wall, which was completely enclosed by a strong wall on all sides. Several men climbed up ladders to scan the other side, and discovered some particularly deep footprints, but at the base of the wall, something that was moving slightly didn't respond when they called out to it, so they shot at it, and it crumpled. When they opened the door in the wall and went to examine what they'd shot, they found a woman lying on the ground, with arrows through her chest and head. When they held up a light to her, they saw it was Mu, the old man's daughter and Jin's wife. Astonished, they told the old man. He and his wife, shocked by the horror, wanted to die, unable to understand how this could have happened. Mu's eyes closed, her face turned ashen, and a breath escaped, as delicate as silk. Someone tried to pull the arrow from her head, but couldn't get it to come out, but when he braced his feet against the top of her head and her neck, he was able to pull it free. Mu gave a choked moan, her blood began pouring out, and with a final breath, she died. Her father was aghast that things had turned out this way. At dawn, they revealed to Jin's mother the truth of what had happened, kneeling before her and sorrowfully begging her forgiveness. But Jin's mother was no longer fuming with anger, and told them to take Mu's body with them, to manage her funeral themselves.